Yeah.
Van Glorious, Van Gogh.
Knowledge born.
Yeah.
United Front. What you want, what you want, what you want.
To the Knowledge Radio.
We in here. What you got? Dot.
Work hard as a slave to one day be your savior. The wave unwavering. This is a labor of love, rise with a purpose every day, invigorated. If we were on TV, we'd be 10 times syndicated. If we waited for validation, a paycheck or accolades, we'd be starved, already lost or ran away. But when you're square solid and you circle too, you don't need a place for silence. The concept is conquered through media, not areas of people activity. A mix that don't lose ethnicity, tightness that don't lose elasticity. Explicitly, this isn't where we give the novice regard. Nah, this is where knowledge is born. Last time that I checked, I'm undefeated. Deliver edicts, can't resist when the gods build and manifest freedom. When lines get crossed, they may push a loss, cause they get handed a check. We kick a can and cancel your cancerous gestures. A prophet vision, precision, the prescription for the sickness is to inoculate your fate with the winning. Arrogant beginnings turn to humble endings. And US with KBA is a win-win. 1K, 1K.
Prosperity isn't something on which we can base our hopes for the future. And yet our government continues to spend $17 million a day more than the government takes in.
You're telling me we got to go spend money to keep from going bankrupt?
I walk the streets until I find someone who is just like me, looking for some company.
Hey, look. When it's up, my foot on your neck, you already know how I play. When it's time to go, I'm in beast mode, ain't nobody safe. We making magic in the studio with everything we create. I see the look on your face, but it's already too late. And I've been holding it down for years, and I'm still here. Hip-hop since 1983, boy, I live here. You just appear real, like a mirage in the desert. Soon as we pull them cars out the garage, they get jealous. Too materialistic, cut from a different fabric and linen. What kind of material is it? Digital dash, I'm shifting. We're not in the same class, I'm gifted. Learn how to handle distractions. I think I'll pass, I'm not interested. And we stay at it consistently. We can make history. If we create enmity, then our friends become enemies. But I'm ready for anything. As long as the blood in my body red is grenadine, I'm not scared of anything. You can tell by my energy and where I'm at lyrically. Don't interfere with me, cause you don't put no fear in me. I'm too serious, period. They sleeping on me insidious while I'm pyramid building. My style now is a venereum. I'm hopping out like amphibians. Anyone come against the syndicate? I've had enough of your cynicism, criticism, crippling the critic in you. Critical analysis, I'm clinical with it. Medical malpractice, cause paralysis. A-town legends, syringes full of adrenaline. Internet got us internet, subject, predicate, government meddling. Look at the melanin, all the felony. That what you telling me? Foreign intelligence, you get screwed over trying to sell a bit. A few loose screws in his helmet. I'm hell bent, Van Helsing. I've excelled in every area that they failed in. I'm welding since we find ourselves in the middle of a rebellion. Watermelon on sale in front of the 7-Eleven. Don't mean you welcome. Inside this melting pottery, listen, this lottery system seldom anything worth having, anything valuable. Trust me, it's not worth having them around you if they don't value you. My character, a caricature of America and Africa. My talent is a parable of Babylon.
I take it our life was just too legit, and so you rigged it up to criminalize our every move. So we would mix it up, we switched it up, built something legit. And yeah, you burned it down, but still we had enough sense to turn back around and pick it up, fix it up, and I big it up because it's a picture of the shit that was did to us back when we was indigenous. And this is a mixture of scriptures and prison sentences given to us as children, strictly intended to injure us. Now look at us, injured, ignorant, indigent, into shit, trying to make sense of shit without no mentorship and do with censorship. My penmanship, I can't even express myself cause the action behind the expression might come to fruition. Look at them protesting, writing politicians to get rid of us. We ain't got a pot to piss in and they ain't gotta listen. I got a lot to mention, but I don't got a lot of mentions. Therefore the shit I've written really just isn't that offensive. Anybody against us from this point on gon' have to get it. They ain't gotta admit it. Already know, man, I am with it. And I am in it into the ending. And I could just end it here, but I'm not finished. Got more shit to spit, I hope you listen. This from my lords to my folks, shit, we can smoke till we choke, but we got foes up the road and they oppose to our goals. And if we don't got goals, then that directly imposes on what we supposed to be on from the door. Hope you know, like yeah, we got flow, but the fact is the skill is supposed to help us get skrill, help us get about the field, prevent us from being killed. When my confession came, my intent was solely to bless the game, change this depression, shame from off of my stress and pain, my aches and strains. No, I'm not here to confect a thing, make some change, yeah, but hopefully make a change. And I ain't gotta try to come in here and impress nobody that I don't know, to the point that I feel I gotta lie. If I smoke, I smoke. If I'm folk, I'm folk. If I'm low, I'm low. If I owe, I owe. If I don't, I don't. I want you to know that I'ma stay true, cause that's how Indiana make dues. And you shouldn't look at me as hateful for looking at you as ungrateful. I thank you.
They say it takes a village to raise a child. Now, us as parents, when we send our kids out into society and off to school, we're not always necessarily there to provide that extra security blanket, to be that extra sense of security for our children. This is where the KJ13 Anti-Bullying Inc. comes into play. It provides extra knowledge. It gives extra outlets. They do food drives. So for any information that you may have, please contact King James 13 Anti-Bullying Inc. INC, that is, at gmail.com, or contact 463-333-2268 today for all information.
Well, it's no shine in the tail.
Snapping off film.
I'm affiliated. 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 I'm affiliated.
This video is under fair use. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act in 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or purpose use tips the balance in favor of fair use. All rights and credit go directly to its rightful owners. No copyright infringement intended. Enjoy. Oh yeah. On your way out, make sure you like, subscribe, and comment, man. This is the Argument League. Turn up.
Shout out to the family, man. It's the boy Swab about Snapping Off Entertainment. SVDL, AOI, Argument League, man. A whole bunch of Black Power shit. Shout out to the fam, bam, man. Being on the tracks, on the cam. Shout out to Solomon, the Commissioner, Solovision, the Bay League, greatest Bay League in the world. Only the Bay League on YouTube. Shout out to Knowledge 109, Do the Knowledge Radio. Blinkley Dinkley. Shout out to the AOI, man. Gold Man, Brandon Bay, Wicked Radical, Ampu, Pro Black, Ground Zero, Hurricane Katrina of the King James 13 Anti-Bully Inc. Shout out to the judges, shout out to the peers, and shout out to the reason we hear the people of SVDL as you hit that like button on your way in, as I hope you hopefully did already. Boom! Shout out to y'all, man. I hope everybody doing gravy, holding down their side of town. Table of Kings in the building. Shout out to you, Corian, Shabo, Yo-Yo, G-Dap. Yeah, just another day, another way, man. Boom. It would help if I played that. Okay. So, another day, another debate. Y'all already know, man. On the schedule, I don't know what's going down. What was it? Was it Yashar? Yashar versus T-Duck. It's supposed to go down. It's supposed to go down. So shout out to them, man. I hope they show up for that. We need that debate. We need that debate. But I can guarantee you one thing. I ain't gotta depend on nobody else for this. I can make sure that this happens for y'all. Swab Boss versus Nandi. That's it. Swab Boss versus Nandi, man. Which one was worse, the Arab slave trade or the transatlantic slave trade? I'm going with the Atlantic slave trade. She's going with the Arab slave trade. And we're going to put this baby to bed. You know? So shout out to y'all. The desk get cluttered quick. It be like 5 things. I like these little motherfuckers, man. This shit saved me from eating a lot of bullshit. Who knew grandma had it right? I don't know. But yeah. Got that. I've been threatening Adept H.N.I.C, man, but it looked like that dude is completely just running right now. We were supposed to debate was the URL, hey, what do you call it? Pansexual Luciferian cult or some shit like that. You know? Because he takes that whole culture over there and says, oh yeah, these dudes worshiping the devil. Look how they do their hands. Look how they standing. Look how their feet is. And so once again, niggas can't do shit without being called the devil. So I told him, come stand on it, man. You know what I'm saying? But he real finicky. You know what I'm saying? Because he had said he was going to do it before and then backed out. And so when I called him or emailed to talk to him about it, you know, when that shit went down with Battle Truth, we ran back across each other. He like, yeah, man, I thought it was some shit like, and I saw y'all. I'm like, man, damn, bro. Niggas be so goddamn funny acting, man. It's a debate. It's entertainment, man. You come through here and spit your motherfucking Adept H.N.I.C shit to the fullest. I spit my shit. We, interrogate each other about it. have fun, man. End of the damn debate. You know, you gain notoriety, I gain notoriety. You know, you put in work, I put in work. Motherfuckers trying to protect the image and shit. I'm like, all right, man. I'll leave it alone, man. Cause this shit can't damage your career, man. You know, cause his whole spiel is around that. Like his whole channel is about that. Like, so he get beat up on that live. It's like, damn. But it's some hype. That shit crazy. So I might get somebody to stand on it and debate it. I don't know, man. It ain't nothing like the original, man. Adept H.N.I.C, man. I should see if I get in touch with him now. Yeah, but we definitely. Since all that shit. Let's see. Yeah. Let me see. I ain't never called nobody on Instagram. That shit ain't working. Oh, I'm happy. That's crazy, man. Let me put this link out there for nothing, man. I should have put his name in the title. Like, nigga. Let me put my shit on real quick. All right, I got it right. I got it right. Now, shout out to Moonflower in the building. Peace to you, sis. What's going down? Okay, let me see. All right, so that's pen. Yeah, man. So, where's Adept H.N.I.C? We supposed to have that debate, and I got locked out my Twitter. Malik Rain in the building. Peace to you, man. So yeah. Suavos versus Nandi scheduled for tomorrow. R. Lewis versus Shar scheduled for the day after that. Ratazar versus Holly on the 29th. True Justice versus KOT is scheduled for the 30th. Nothing on the 31st. And that's it. Still just me. You know, I guess I'm the elite now. I guess that's hard though. So, what do y'all want to talk about? Like I said, I got the debate coming up. I don't give a fuck about talking about my debates. Like, I give a nigga my whole PowerPoint presentation, but you know, fuck being nice. Fuck being nice. Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. Did I ever log in on my computer? No. Let me see. Dum 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 dum. Listen, man. Leave me the fuck alone, man. No, I'm skipping. Skipping. Next, nigga. I don't need to follow nobody. They gonna make you follow somebody. They gonna make you follow somebody famous or some shit. Hell nah. Who I'ma follow? Who I'ma follow, man? This ain't nothing but sports people and shit. I don't like sports. Let me follow the White House. Keep an eye on them crackers. Man, don't ask me no more fucking questions, man.
There's another account. I never knew nothing about that account. I forgot about that account. Damn. That shit old as hell. Yeah, I guess that was just it. Okay, yeah, this it. Yeah, that's enough of it. Okay. Yeah, I got logged up my goddamn Twitter. And then, hold on, let me just check this real quick. Hold on, I think I got it. I think I'm in there. Yeah. All right, bet. All right. All right. So, what am I? Moonflower in the building. No, I got locked out my damn Twitter, man, and then I couldn't remember my name because I just changed it. Peace, Moonflower. Shout out to you. How you doing?
I'm doing
Yeah,
fine.
that's all it is.
Bruh. So after we get off the live last night, right? I went in the
Uh,
room and laid down. And I was eating some hot chips and some goldfish and some cookies and some chocolate, right? And
Munch.
I woke up this morning and I felt something on my back and it was a piece of chocolate melted on my back food. So I got up and the whole bed covered food.
Wow, that is so.
Hey,
Hey, you fell asleep in the snacks. Fell asleep in the snacks like a motherfucker. No, that's hard, though.
mine.
Ain't nothing like it. No, I hate this shit. Yeah, so what's going on in the pop world? Who got who? Who got who? Who
As
did
I
who
told you,
dirty?
you know, Arville Levine and Paramore, they both who
Oh, I think you got a lag. No,
yeah,
what
I
was you
don't
about
know
to
who
say
did
about
who
Avril
dirty, but I know they
Lavigne?
get back in the studio and then they having that Avril Lavigne and Paramore, they both getting back in the studio making a new album. And I think Paramore is one of the leads for the We Young tour called.
Oh, that's hard. Shout out to Melanated Goddess Brothers Moses and KOT. KOT, you still at work? All right, man. Yeah, you have to get that what's the name into. I don't think it's shit on the 31st. Y'all might have the 31st. Eh? hmm I need to
What
get
might
the
be on
Midwest
the
music focus. The verses. Cause ain't no
Okay, that's fine.
I think let me see. What day is that? That's a Monday too? Oh yeah, I'll be off. Okay. Let's jig. I had to get that Midwest music focus channel popping. Cause that's where I want to do the music shit at. Cause I could do that shit all day over there. You know?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we get it done. Shit. Um. Yeah, I need to get that done. Shout out to Yo Yo, man, for holding it down on them graphics. That's it. Where's Adept H.N.I.C? Let me see if I can find him on Twitter. Adept. Yeah. See?
Hell no. M&M's introduced a new trans character who identifies as a Skittle.
Who? Where?
M&M's introduced M&M's. It's a purple one.
That shit crazy as hell.
Hell yeah.
Oh, that nigga account got suspended on Twitter. That's fucked up. Damn.
Your account suspended on Twitter?
Nah, Adept H.N.I.C, the dude I was trying to get in touch with.
Oh.
Damn, bro. Let me old fashioned email him. Shout out to Scar Beauty in the building. Let me see. Let's get that debate done. It's the sound is it you? Nah,
Man, I
it's
ate
you,
that
man.
neck last night. It was so good.
You said the neck bones?
Man, yeah, I ate that last neck bone last night. She was so fast.
What you eat it with? Just a piece of bread.
Shit, I want some more. Nah, put some more total.
Yeah, shout out to Knowledge when I lost too. Okay, let me see. Man. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Don't do it. She gonna get stuck in the box and she gonna be.
Feel me mad as hell. Yeah. Now get out under your own power. You bad. You
No.
bad.
Cat, get the string out. Get it out your mouth. Leave it alone. No. You know they be picking shit up with both their paws, like they got hands or something.
Uh-oh, cats are evolving. Cats are evolving. He said, y'all heard about the man in Texas who went to the store, stole a phone call, walked out and stabbed the dog and stole the car, then went home and killed his stepfather? Nah, he stole a phone card,
What
stabbed
the
the
hell?
dog,
That's
stole the
story.
car. Man, shit just escalated. Keep protect your peace. Shit just escalated real fast.
Mine.
That's fucked up.
He
You
just
could
checked shit
just,
off the criminal crime list.
yep. And because y'all let him get away with stealing that phone card, it cost the dog injuries and a man his life and someone a car.
Hey, you seen that story where the three Mexican brothers end up killing their stepfather for they found out.
Hell yeah, I saw that shit for their sister. Hell yeah, shit. I mean, you got to go to jail, but you'll
Free
get
them
out.
boys.
Yeah, you'll get out. Right? That
Give it to me.
say how you steal a phone card. That was your question, KOT. That was your question. How do you steal a phone card?
When you
Hell
go in the
no.
store, you take that hoe off the shelf and walk out.
Hey, why did he do this shit?
Oh my god.
People only asking for. Okay, hold on. See. See, look, let me see. I think this one right here. That ass. Hold on. Wake that ass up. I can learn from you. Nigga be getting lipstick on one picture. And it's another picture, dude got on like a dress and a wig, and he's sitting in the mirror taking a picture of himself there. So I'm like, yo, what's going on, bro? Like, what is this? This nigga's name is Ray John Cox. Alright, so I'm a transgender. You think you put stand up? Hell no. Hold on, let me look. Shout out to Lever. Yes, the car did it for KLT. Like, I can see killing my stepdad. But stealing phone cards, man, this shit has got to stop. This shit has got to stop. Okay, let me download this video real quick, man. Hopefully the H.N.I.C don't strike my ass. Let me see. I don't know which one it is. Okay, there you go. The disclaimer. I can learn from you. I can learn from that channel. The URL app, I don't need it. Not QP, but I rap it conceited. Where I spit, think I rap with conceited. That's HB2N rapping, man. That's the dude that interviewed what's the nigga name? Turbo Face. Battle Truth. Daughter. When we went over there for that show.
Jazz ass flat as a fajita. I take what I got from sacks to the cleaners. Man, in high school I sold in the bleachers. Feel like a prince but don't chill with Vegeta. Bring the gun to the court like Gilbert Arenas. I'm just trying to run it up, trying to get a bag. I think this nigga running up, he might get a tag. I tried to stream URL but I got a flag. They done got my page lit but I don't gotta brag. No mercy flag pages, why they gotta lag? I used to bump Cassidy in my mama Jag. I'm trying to fuck Miss Hustle, man, I got it bad. Casey look like Geodude with a lot of ass. Yo, I had a quick thought, might be type stupid. Organic said SMD smack might do it. All these leaks, John, yeah, they bite through it. Reaper died to Benji low, guess he like losing. Ate up on his third page, cause the light looming. Snipe shooting, hit the target while moving. Nail a nigga on the cross like tile roofing. Foul moving, just a couple foul movements. Sacrifice a chicken for the goat gang. Phone rang, now sold where the clothes hang. Moloch rock the whole thing like the dope game. Red Panatic button, open shirt, having no shame. When the dialect, Hegelian, the Sorwellian, no telling in. Cutthroats expose gelatin. Through the telegrams, expose the fresh skeletons. Ever since we got punk rock, I start meddling.
I can learn from you. I can learn from that channel.
Now, I ain't saying these niggas ain't giving them nothing to work with. Because they definitely doing some questionable shit. But of course, it's the exaggeration and all of that shit. Let me see.
I can learn from the mind of Adept H.N.I.C.
This nigga be getting emotional every time that tranny shit gets spoken up. See his face when I talk about that tranny shit. And see if he ain't fucking with Fred.
So, Cuban posters seem the dude got like some makeup on his forehead, makeup on his cheeks, finna put some lipstick on one picture. And it's another picture, dude got on like a dress and a wig, and he's sitting in the mirror taking a picture of himself then. So I'm like, yo, what's going on, bro? Like, what is this?
This nigga's name is Ray John Cox.
Alright, so I'm a transgender.
Let me say, how you said you couldn't stand up. That's not narrative. Where you from?
I'm from Patterson.
Alright, I'm gonna put it in my body. I'm gonna put it in my notes. What's up? If we play ball and it was clutch time to put a shot in, and then the coach said, timeout. Come on, guys. We gotta put Cox in. I'm gonna put it in my body.
Nah, but you don't. Yeah, people just don't know how you get in the brotherhood. Pause.
Jesus Christ, what is going on in battle rap, bro? Salute, people. It is Adept, H.N.I.C, battle rap, and investing, man. Salute to everybody watching. Please like the video, subscribe to the channel. This is actually shit. This is my 5th channel now, man. And I just dropped a live on Friday that set the battle rap community in a storm. But yet, there's still some people that don't want to talk about it. We're going to talk about you clowns. But Sue Surf has been exposed for following Transformer freak pages, Baphomet pornography, okay? On Twitter and Instagram, he is following TS Lust freak pages, and some of them don't even follow him back. Now, Sue Surf has been called out on this, and he gave a very interesting explanation to the whole thing. So we're going to go through that right now.
That, you get what I'm saying? Like, there's another follower, another listener. If a motherfucker here listening, speaking, and just mixing into the conversation, because in reality, their opinion, like, what you stupid don't understand is there's probably somebody in the comments, just like Holly, that don't know about relationships or don't know about how feelings or not even understanding that they like Holly yet.
So do you hear this nigga, man? His explanation for following these Transformer freak pages is he's claiming that he just follows any Transformer that goes on those spaces and talks to him. Well, that's a lie, because the Transformers that we found that you're following, they've never been on the spaces with you. They don't even follow you back, bro. They don't even follow you back. But also hear what he's saying. He's saying, oh, you guys are talking shit about Transformers, but you don't know that there's people in your audience that are probably Transformers, or they don't know that they like Transformers yet. Are you talking about yourself, nigga? That you didn't know that you like Transformers yet? Until you probably saw the shit going on with Tay-Rock, you weirdo? The hell are you talking about? If there's people in my audience who don't know that they like Hollis or Howard yet, that doesn't mean that I should be promoting it to them.
So this is what he takes these cases, these events, things said, things videotape, and he connects it to the Illuminati, reptilians, stuff like that.
I should be trying to save their soul.
People just don't know how you get in the brotherhood. Pause. So a Holly's is fucking relevant to normal life. Niggas really be cheese balls, like real corn balls. Like until you wake up one day and your daughter or your son has to make the decision of their life, and you don't know how to handle it because you have no knowledge of, or you don't understand it because for the last 40 years you've been 40 years old and fucking stupid.
You mad at us? It's these old niggas, right? It's these old niggas that man on man behavior. I told niggas about the shit y'all be doing.
Luckily, I grew up. I'm at fucking 11 years old. I'm going to my mother's drawer to look for change, and I found a fucking dildo.
Well, that definitely explains a lot. Are you sure it was your mother's drawer, or were you going through Beasley's drawer, nigga? But do you hear this, clown? So you're trying to be an advocate for the LGBTQ community, and you're trying to help usher them into battle rap, right? That's what you're claiming, all right? I really think you just like Transformers, and you're following these pages, and you're trying to use that as some kind of shield. No, motherfucker. Either way, we're gonna get at you, because now you're trying to promote the homosexual agenda in battle rap, which is a 99.9% straight heterosexual type of form of entertainment, nigga. What the hell are you talking about? Is this why you didn't want to see my verse battle so bad? You went crazy for days on Spaces talking about how you don't want to see my verse battle. My verse is fucking bad, nigga. Battle rap is 99% heterosexual men. You're trying to sabotage us and keep these Transformers on these stages, bro. You really need to get the fuck out of here, because I'd rather see my verse, bro, and you're really trying to fuck that up for everybody. And how could you claim to be some advocate for the LGBT community, but just a week and a half ago, you were getting at this dude, LSG Stay Gold, Averb's man, because he was exposed for cross-dressing and making videos of himself moving like a female. And you was killing this dude. And the way you were speaking, you made it seem that it's very shameful for a man to dress up as a woman. So what's the difference between LSG Stay Gold and Howard? What's the difference between the two? They're both niggas dressing up as women. The hell you talking about? The thing worse about Howard is, at least this nigga LSG Stay Gold, he tried to keep it hidden from people. Howard is flaunting it all over its page, getting fucked in the ass, having sex with other Transformers on video, and it's all over that nigga's feed. And Sue Surf, you chose to follow that. You chose to follow that. Let's hear his reason for following it.
Blogs and fans and all that shit, like, that's not gonna make a nigga unfollow. So, like, you feel me? Like, motherfucker Holly gotta follow from the conversation in the spaces. Like,
so TS Surf said that he had to follow Hollis off of the conversation that they had on the Twitter Spaces. Like, he talked to Horace on Twitter Spaces and just had to follow this nigga. This is the type of conversation that Hollis has on Twitter Spaces. You wanna suck my dick, or you going to let me fuck you? Bro, this is the conversation that Surf, he was like, oh nah, I need more of this content on my feed immediately. Along with all of the pornography that's all over Horace's Twitter
Oh man, yeah. So that's the type of shit. I just want to, just introduce his audience to us. Let us get that cross network. But yeah, I just want to debate him.
Battle rap?
Huh?
Is he upset because there's Transformers in battle rap?
No, I mean, I guess he's upset that people are trying to usher that in. I don't know exactly if there are any in battle rap. I know there's like, I know this There's a gay dude. I think he from out of Indiana. I don't know, but of course, there's a couple gay girls, I guess, that's known. But yeah, I haven't seen him. But he goes at the whole battle rap community like it's a pansexual Luciferian cult. They worship the devil and they into the homosexual shit real heavy. Like all of them. If you a battle rapper, you had to do something with Beasley to get on URL. You had to go stay at his house and all of this shit. Nah, shit happening and shit being real is one thing, but I mean, obviously he exaggerates and connects things that aren't connected. Because once you get people going and then in the euphoria, like yeah, like you show a dude twerking and you show a dude a wig on, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere it's Madame Blavatsky and motherfucker, who was it? That damn the fucking Masons and Illuminati and you know fucking David Icke and shit like that. So yeah, I just think it'll be fun to debate him on the subject. And he's so passionate about it. Of course, he does this shit all
Is
goddamn
he in the
day.
league?
No, 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 no. But I debate like I did with Sanchez. You know what I'm saying? I just debate
Oh,
niggas that got a following and be talking that shit in a certain department. Like yeah,
why he so worried about another man twerking? He must want to learn.
no, I wouldn't make that assumption. I just think he I think he did the content and people liked it. And it's the URL, so that's like the biggest battle rap platform and nobody else is doing it. Like that I seen, like nobody else is saying, look at them. They devil worshippers and this, that, and the other. Hold on one second.
But I mean, shit, if they are, so the fuck what? Don't we live in a country where you can worship or not worship whatever the fuck you want to worship? Mind your business. And that's the first gay boy I've ever seen in my life that can't. I'm sitting here watching this shit and ain't shit moving. Ain't shit moving, not even a little jiggle.
Yes, sir. Everybody, listen up. You may not look like a winning team, but you are one. So, play like one tonight.
When you're getting your pitch, you're getting 625, which is massive. You're crushing the ball. But when you swing things, that your pitch is going to win. And when you're swinging low and away, it's like you're batting 158. Every at bat's like a hand of blackjack. Every card that's dealt, your odds completely change. So every first pitch strike, your batting average goes down about 75 points. So every 5 points.
Okay, yeah, I'm trying to find this other one when he was talking about New Jersey twerk. New Jersey twerk got in a car accident. He said the nigga did a goddamn blood sacrifice or some shit.
Because he got in a car accident?
Yeah, man. He said the car accident was staged. That dude actually got what's it called? Trap pop? Some type of operation on his head. where they
A
remove a
lobotomy?
bone. No, the top they remove a bone out your head. It's like some old school shit they used to do to relieve pressure on the brain, some shit like that. But motherfuckers use it as a satanic ritual. Let me see. I know I had that shit.
Cats are so adorable. This cat is holding this piece of wood while its owner don't move. Look, cats are helpful as hell.
Yeah, nah.
Have you seen that old movie, Donnie Darko?
Donnie Darko.
Hmm.
Nah, I ain't seen that.
You need to watch it because I don't know, it's real good, but it's like about time travel and time loops and parallel dimensions and all that shit. It's so fucking good. It's crazy though, but it's good.
Damn. Yeah, I can't see that he wants to take that shit down. Trying not to get that defamation of character that's been so famous. Shout out to GX. Damn, I had that shit up. That shit. That's fucked up. Did I delete it? Let me see if it's in my trash real quick. I must have deleted that shit. It's all good. Alright, I guess we could go through a motherfucking Marco video or something. Let me see. Hurt some feelings.
A who video? And how you feel?
The real Merkaba. Just some information. People that don't study think they know and shit.
Mm. Am I?
You good. You hear Echo Mayan?
Like when I talk, I'm echoing. Well, not anymore. I, well, yeah, I'm still echoing. I don't know. I don't know if it's me or if it's you, but I don't know.
Hold on, let me mute out and see if it talk while I mute it out.
Okay. Hello. No, I don't hear echo now. Do I need to leave and come back or refresh? Are you talking suave? Because I can't hear you.
Oh yeah, I was, but I was on double mute. No, I said I'll put my headphones in. I should be jiggy. Yeah, nah. But y'all don't think that it's important for heterosexual males to call out homosexual shit?
I mean, what do you mean by call it out?
Like, hey, I think these niggas into dudes, but they perping like they not, and they like becoming influential people in the world. Bringing homosexual things into heterosexual spaces, trying to sneak the shit in there. Like,
So
y'all
I
don't think
mean,
heterosexual males
is
should have
battle
be
rap really
concerned
a
about that?
heterosexual space?
I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there ain't no dudes in there talking about I do some gay shit to you. Like doing gay shit is used as a diss in that arena. So it's like, yeah,
Well, I mean, I guess if that's their space, sure. But I mean, like, are they
man.
gonna stop them from joining battle rap? Like, can't anybody join
No,
battle rap? They gonna stop them from
no.
joining?
J2 is in the battle rap, and he's a openly sexual dude.
So I mean, at that point, what really can they say?
Scar say she gonna keep her mouth shut on that one. That's fucked up.
On what?
Oh yeah. Oh no, on the conversation we was just having. She says she gonna zip
Oh
her mouth.
shit! I
That one.
mean,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it ain't really shit they can do. I mean, if it's already, people of their lifestyle in a little circle, then they gonna tell other
Yeah,
folks they
I mean,
can't
I don't
join.
think they
Like,
actually. It's just it's like any other situation. Like if you're a white person, you come into a black space. Know that you're a white person coming into a black space. Like that don't mean you get to be threatened and bullied and none of that. You know, anywhere it go. Just like straight people got to be aware that they're walking into a homosexual space. Like you can't come in this motherfucker hating on gays and you know what I'm saying. Feeling some type of way or whatever
yep.
heterosexual agenda you got, you can't go in there like that because this they space. You know.
Well, yeah. Yeah. Puff puff
Yeah, but
pass.
I don't like it because ain't it? I don't like it because, like I say, he's targeting a group of black people, accusing them of being Satanists and homosexuals and shit. And that when it's found out that the person is a transformer gay, why would they want to be open about it if they knew they were going to be bashed about it? But ain't nobody bashing them about it. People don't like people don't bash people about that shit. It's just that motherfuckers move a certain way, and then we find out like, oh damn, you supposed to. But yeah, when motherfuckers know motherfuckers gay, man, they don't give a fuck. Like shit, that's on that nigga. Shit, I don't fuck with that nigga. You know, the nigga ain't got shit to do with me. Yeah, the one J2 dude, like I say, he in there, no introduction or nothing, and he talking shit, and he snapping. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
And motherfuckers setting up the base with him. Like, ain't nobody scared of him or nothing like that. It's just a lot of the times that like there's this attack on heterosexuality, and it's like heterosexual men can't stand up for being straight anymore because it's an insult to the gays. But how is it an insult to the to the gays just because they speak in hetero? So it's like people are rather choose the homosexual side than back to straight men and say, man, like these are straight men. They need to be recognized. I guess it's the new thing, and they do see discrimination toward gays. So it's like at any point in time, if you say something heterosexual straight, pro heterosexual, it can be taken as being, you know, as bashing them or something, and people would try to target you and all of this crazy mess.
Okay.
Yeah. But I think
Well,
that conversation went undone.
everybody, Ron
Go
three
ahead, my
one
man.
four is dropping his new pic he just made. It's wooden with a little picture of him carved into the pic. So
I
again, if you
saw it. It
need,
was a little beige, wooden pick with his avatar on it. I said, yeah, that's hard, man. That's tough
hell
right there.
yeah, it's dropping next week. I just scrolled past it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to fuck with it. I'm gonna have to fuck with the gun king content. What is it? Gun content king? Mhm.
Ooh. Uh-oh. NBA YoungBoy done got a lip tattoo. Let
He
me
got
look it
what?
up. Let me Google it. A lip tattoo.
Oh,
What? No, man. No, I just don't like Pringles.
once you pop, you can't stop.
So this motherfucker tattooed his own name. Oh no, who
Wow.
did?
He
No,
said, "I love
somebody. No,
me."
Yaya tattooed Kentrell into her lip.
Oh, I just saw somebody showing that too. That's crazy.
Some girl,
Lip
some other girl.
tattoos. You gonna get a face tattoo?
What? Yeah, I'm gonna get a tat on my face.
Yeah, me too. I think
Them
I'm gonna get
hoes
a
be
tat on
cute
my
on
face.
girls, especially the red ones. They be so cute. It's gonna be something small though.
Yeah, man.
I mean, I'm telling you, go best friend. How many packs of hair you need for them braids? I don't think I think I might need one pack. I think I'm gonna cut if I get the black part. How many packs of hair did you get? Two. So you need three. Yeah, that's what I think. Because I'm gonna come from. I'm about to wash my hair. You want some braids too? Hell yeah. But that's why I did them so small. You know how you was like because of the air. That's why I did them so small so it won't be that much space on my braids and the wind won't be able to get y'all so close together. So it's not gonna be the air won't smell. Okay. You want some braids? Yeah. Cause when I wash my hair, I don't know. I don't want to put a wig back on. I don't feel like
Me
all the
either.
hassle.
That's why I haven't been putting my wig on. I'm tired of putting that fucking glue on the front of my head, making my edges hurt. Shit, make my head hurt. I get tired of putting them on, putting it back on, taking it off, putting it back on. At this point, fuck it, I just need one consistent style. So when I'm ready to go, I can just up. Let's go.
Oh God, y'all didn't hear that. They said, "Hey, girl."
All right, I
Scar
guess we can
Beauty
get
said.
into this. My bad. What you say?
She said, "Hi, Scar Beauty." No, that was me and my roommate was talking, and then Scar Beauty said, "Hey" to her.
That's what's up. Let me see.
Blooming in the garden, hit a human dollar, and you can get
Why do you always do that, Swab? Why you that panel with all them ugly ass folks on one screen?
Oh yeah, she got the interview at
soup and
where she at?
Man, I do not feel like throwing the wig on because we got lace front. She put the wig on. You got to get the glue. You got to get the blow dryer. You got to get the rat tail comb and push it down.
seek asylum on the Cuban island. My newest challenge is live a long life. Can't nobody live it for you. You gon' live your own life.
The Egyptian
Look at Aratazar. That nigga ugly as hell.
Your opening,
That's the nigga
brother.
that really be coming up here talking to folks like that. Shake my motherfucking head.
All
Look
right.
at him. Look at him. Just look at him.
He's scared of the title?
Ugly. It's hell.
So you believe that the earth is living?
We're Riley.
Okay.
The Egyptian prods. Number
your opening, brother. All right. So with that, your opening, brother. You got 5 minutes.
pleasure to be with you always. I greet you in peace, brother and sister, and thank you for listening, family. Did the ancient Egyptians worship white gods at the inception of the pyramids? This is what the title is tonight. This is our debate. We have a few things that we're going to cover tonight, points you'll learn. When are the pyramids inception or beginning? When did they start building them? Who are the Nasubidi, the kings, the pharaohs of that time? Very important, right? Because we want to know if they prayed or if they did anything to these particular European gods. Number 3, anything beyond the 6th dynasty has no merit in this discussion and won't be the inception of pyramid 3rd to 6th dynasty, the ones you see here. Other pyramids are built at later times, but the beginning is here. It's when Khephren, etc., even before Khephren, when you get the bent pyramid and all that stuff there. So these are the times we're talking about, the inception, the beginning of the pyramids. Number 4, what does the prayer say? What does the prayer say? And we're going to cover Egyptian prayer. We're not going to go into the full Dihatep, Nasu, Necharu, Asar, Necha'a, etc., but we're going to be close. We're going to cover the opening before you even walk into the Per Ankh. So you want to tune in regardless if you want to know what it says in the beginning of the Egyptian prayer, because we do this. Number 5. This is my brother Emac. Y'all know my brother Emac. He about to pull out a whole bunch of pictures and make up some information around the pictures. What we need from Emac tonight is very simple. We need him to show us the prayer from the 6th dynasty or before it, sometime in that time when the pyramids were first starting. And we're going to also need him to show some type of formulation of them worshiping this white god in these early times of ancient Kemet. We know what happens when the Ptolemies come because Greeks take over. We know what happens when the Romans come. We even know what happens when Cambyses and the Persians come because they got a mixed ideology. But we're talking about ancient Kemet, 3rd to 6th dynasty, even before, if you like. Show us them worshiping that. And of course, my brother, like I said, this is EMAC. So get prepared for some picture scholarship. That's what he's about. Now, inception, the noun, beginning, start, commencement of, the act of graduating or earning. That doesn't even apply, that portion right there, right? But that's what we're looking for. The act of instilling an idea into someone's mind by entering his or her dreams at the very beginning coming up with the idea and the concept and building your first pyramids. If he doesn't have this, he's dead in the water. And it's really that simple. And real quick, before we get started, did you know when were the pyramids built? The peak of pyramid building began with the late 3rd dynasty and continued until roughly the 6th, about 2325 BC. And though I don't agree with the dates, I think it's older. That date will suffice tonight. And with that, I surrender the floor to my guy.
All right, shout out to us. Sorry, I'm Kyle. We're going to pass this thing now over to E-Mac. You have 5 minutes, brother E-Mac, whenever you're ready.
All right, let me see. Hey, sorry, I see them blows you throwing at. I think that's hilarious. All right, so let's go ahead and show these, these memes, these picture memes that he's talking about that I usually do. Okay. Oh man, you can see that, Solar?
Yeah, we can see it.
All right, hold up. Let me see. Memes, these picture memes that he's talking. All right. Is it up right now?
Yeah, it's full screen now.
All right, so I got 5 minutes, right? All right, so check this out, man. This is hilarious. So the topic of the debate is, did ancient Egyptians during the time or the inception of the so-called pyramids worship Caucasoids or white gods? So my answer is going to be yes. I don't appeal to novelty within the Afro-conscious community, man. That's what they believe are the original Egyptians or Negroes. So let's go ahead and continue, man. So we're gonna go to Sudan in the city of Nori, and I'm gonna show and prove during the pyramid era the Egyptians worship white gods. This is pretty easy right here. The Nubians as well will be presented as one of my primary source of using the walls of Nori, the burial site, proving the Neteru were Caucasoid. So actually, this guy said, "I'm gonna do this. This ain't checkers, man. So I don't have to go to Egypt to prove my point." So the Neteru, Isis, Asar, this is what I'm gonna be showing. I can prove that the Sudanese and the Egyptians worshipped white women with Caucasoid features of the Mediterranean stock. And it's going to be, it's going to be real easy tonight. So I'm going to use archaeology excavation in Nori, and I will show ancient Nubian tombs worship white Neteru. So these people allowed white Neteru to look after the soul in the afterlife, right? So this is the whole thing that he's mad about, is are black people worshiping white people, and after they die, go to the afterlife, they worship white gods who look after their death into the afterlife. So let's go to so this is going to be my primary source from the actual tomb. It's an underwater, and this is what is being shown today in archaeology. It's an underwater dive, right? So I'm gonna show the difference between the Meritics and how they're different stock of the Egyptians, and we're going to see how the Meritic people who are Meroe worship Caucasoid Neterus, and I'm going to show this in my premise tonight, and we're going to go ahead and get it in. And then as well, and during my premise, I'm going to also show examples of gene flows. I'm going to bring out some genetics information, and it's going to bring, this is an example of a gene flow before I present it within my premise. It means two different colored beetles. This is the example of it. So one beetle migrates to another population and passes down the alleles, which is a different gene variation, is different DNAs, right? That are different from the other colored beetles. So we see right here, right? Population A is going into population B. So the gene flow from the first population, the original, if it's going into population B, they're going to bring their genes into that. So I'm going to show how the Africans Americans have these North Africans populations that their gene flow went into, and we could see that they have Caucasian, that they have North African DNA, and they have Niger DNA, straight from the people from Congolese, all in that area, Sub-Sahara. So we're gonna see how these people actually got those Pharaoh DNAs. And I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna withhold my the rest of my round, and I'm gonna go ahead and go to the premise after this, and I'm gonna show all the examples of my opening. Solarmine, go ahead and take this off. But before you do, let me drop the bomb.
Yes, family. This is the Solar Vision Debate League, and we are now heading into the premise round, family. We're going to start out with Asar M. Ka. Asar M. Ka. Bring up your information, and when y'all done the round, y'all don't have to close out your information. I could just put it in the back so that you won't have to keep on pulling it up every time your round begins. So, Asar M. Ka, your information is up.
Thank you, Brother Solar. So let's begin, ladies and gentlemen, because he's already messed up. He went to Merowe, which is not Egypt. We're talking about Egypt tonight. The other thing, which we'll deal with his Nubian information in the time frame of that as well.
Yeah, put it on
let's get to the
presentation so it
business.
could look bigger, brother.
Who are the king? Huh?
Yeah, you can put it on presentation to make it look bigger. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on, let me see if it'll. Can y'all see it better now?
Yeah, that's straight. That's much better now.
Okay. So who were the kings of the 6th dynasty in ancient Egypt? Tedi, Usakara, Pepi I, Merenra, Neferkara, Merenra II, and Nechakara Sipta. And so if he's, and Unis, of course, if he's not talking about one of these brothers here in ancient Egypt, because he tried to run the Merowe. We're not talking about Nubia tonight. We're talking about ancient Kemet tonight. So he's already off topic and he's running to a different country. One of these brothers right here, he should be able to show us beyond the shadow of a doubt, worshiping a white God. That's what he said. That's what the title is, not Merowe. So he's already off topic. Let's go. None of them worship white gods. Happy is the Netcher in the inscription, and the Apis bull is there with the Uachet of the south with the crown of Upper Kemet. So you can see the black bull, and you can see the Uachet, the snake, with the crown of the south on his head. And you can see the Netcher Happy above. This is who they pictured themselves as. They always call themselves the Apis bull, the great bull. Kimware, great black. That's what Asar called himself. These are the times of the south. This is who they would liken themselves to, the great bull, Asar, Ptah Asar, Asar Kimware, Asar the great black, etc. So our brother seems to be confused with who's who. If I go to Tasseti, which we'll cover tonight, I'm probably going to hear about Epidemic. I'm probably going to hear about their version of Jehudi, which I know we will, right? But we don't even need to cover those tonight because they're not part of the topic. So when you see him do some weird stuff, tell him stay on topic. This is a grown man discussion tonight. Here is Kim Ware right here. It's not difficult to see. You can see Winin Nefer right there. And over here, where we just go, we can just cut around here. This is Nebet Aset, where she's great. This is the Lordess Aset, who is great. Neb Nechamutet, so she's the mother, and she's the Nebet. That's her. And who is this brother here? This is Asar, the great black, the great Kim Ware. So he called himself black. The gods called themselves black. A couple of them. Because you also got the same thing with Heru. But we ain't got to discuss that tonight. The main thing is this. He said they prayed to white gods. I want to make sure he knows our prayer tonight. So let's look at the actual prayer. Let's look at the actual prayer. This is part one. Let me grab the door bolt real quick because we're gonna open it up tonight, huh? So part one, it says this. It says fire lit, personal motif, personal text with motif. You can find it in Pyramid Text 99. It says Setet Teka, lighting a lamp. D Sejet, Weapon Sejet, Pyramid Text 269. Let the fire be set, let the fire rise. I'll show you why in a minute. Now, let's break the seal on the door, because when you come to the door of a per ankh, you have to be able to open it. So unless lock, which is symbolic of opening the sky and also opening the earth in Merkut Sebiyat Pyramid Text 437, 483, 610, 1000. You can see all the pyramid text. You see the same information in it. Same information in. And what we say is Nekeb Keb, Kwan Witesh, its boat slid back. Then we say, Senek Keb Keb, Nikzu Weru, the great boats are made, drawn for you. So you can see when I say where, it's exactly what it means tonight. Then we go a little further. It says, Winning Exam Zarawi Kasafwi, Rekwet, for you is open the boat from the gate which keeps out the people. What people are we talking about? When Exam Zarawi Kasafu Chenu, open the door bolt of the gate which keeps out the Chenu. Or the Tamahu, as you hear it. It's really wrote Chenu. Keep Libya out. Then let's go further. It talks about another people. It says, may you open the door bolt of the gate which keeps out the Feneku. Then it says, the door bolts are drawn for you. Upon seeing the Netcha, or what we call Winhor, Pyramid Text 268 verses 372, 373 says Web Pesej Tawi Iwenef Hor Netcheru, the one whom receives at dawn and he who opens the sight of the Netcheru. That's in Pyramid Text 271, 391. Iwen Hor Netcher in, and you say your name. Iwen Hor Netcher in Asar Ka. Open the sight of the Netcheru to Asar Ka. That's how the prayer goes. So I need him to show the Serapis prayer, and I need to show him brothers reciting it, right? Because we can find all this. What does a Chinahu or Funaku look like? Let's go get the folder. Let's go get the folder, right? All we need to do is look at how let's see how they look. Let's pull it up. There they go. There they go. That's them right there. That's what they look like. There they go. Let's pull up some more. Let's see. And we're going to venerate. This is us grabbing that hair. That's what happens when you disrespect. We got to grab your damn hair. We got to make an example. We got to hit you in this head with this mace, man. We got to make, because you're not going to read the prayer tonight. You're going to show a bunch of pictures. There goes some of our brothers right there. That's them giving the prayer. That's them. But let's find, who's this? It's one of them Funaku. That's one of them Funaku right there, brother. Nah. So if we didn't let them in, what made you think that in the 6th dynasty, out of all periods, these are the Hikakasud here, coming to give praise to Rekmi Ra and a donkey and some more stuff. Since we doing picture scholarship tonight, huh? That's what we know. That's what we know for sure. We wouldn't have let you in if you wasn't this. You couldn't get in. There's certain Europeans we work with because the Greeks came over and learned from us, but they tell you they learned from us. But if you was one of them, a Chenahu or Funaku or one of them, And the Greeks would take our information and take it back home. That's the facts. That's the facts, brother. So let's get back to the slides, huh? So we know what that is. Let's go to Serapis and let's deal with Serapis for a minute, huh? This your boy right here. This is who you gonna go to. Because you're gonna try and do Merowe, that don't work. We're talking about Egypt. Serapis. Definition of Serapis: an Egyptian god combining attributes of Osiris and Apis, having a widespread cult in Ptolemaic Egypt and ancient Greece. So he comes from an ancient Greek, Ptolemaeus. Let's go a little further. First known use of the term Serapis, 1587. That's a long time from 2382. It's a long time from the inception of the pyramids, brother. Serapis is a Greco-Egyptian deity. The cult of Serapis was pushed forward during the 3rd century BC. I said the 3rd century BC, nowhere near the pyramid's inception, on the orders of Greek Pharaoh Ptolemy I, Soter, the Ptolemaic kingdom in Egypt, as a means to unify the Greeks and Egyptians in his realm. A serapeum was any temple or religious precinct devoted to Serapis. So understand, we know eventually, once the Greeks come over, once the Persians come over, once the Romans come over, you're subject to what they want you to do. But before that time, at the pyramid's inception, which is what this discussion is about, and we read what it says. We read what it says. But did you remember when the pyramids were built? The peak of pyramid building began with the late 3rd dynasty, not 3rd century, 3rd dynasty, until roughly the 6th dynasty, 2325 BC. And yes, it's older. We know that. But it's way before a Serapis is even created. Serapis is created of the black bull I showed you and the Sar. And the Ptolemy wanted his face in God and built that. He's a general of Alexander. And he did that so that Greeks didn't have to worship a black god. You know why? Because if we go into the folder, the Funaku, and we start looking at pictures of what the Ptolemies, and we'll get to that later, we're going to look at what the Ptolemies, this is the Asar that the Ptolemies built. You see them? Statue of Asar, Ptolemaic period, 332, 330 BC. Nowhere near 2000. A large statue of Asar from the late period was placed in the niche of the crypt to create the impression of an open naos, the eyes inlaid with white stone and black glass. Give the god a striking expression. His body is made from wood and would originally have been wrapped like a mummy in linen, stiffened with plaster. The plums, ram's horns, and uraeus, a cobra with its hood extended, are in bronze, are the 2 scepters, the crook and flail, and holds in his each hand. Asar, the great national nature of the dead, was adopted throughout the entire land and worshipped in many temples during the later periods of ancient Egypt. So even the Ptolemies worshipped him. And this is the one they built. You know that, right?
All right.
So when you run off to Nubia, make sure you come back to Egypt. Imita.
All right. Shout out to Asar MK, E-Mac. It is on you. Asar, you don't have to close out. I'll just put it in the back for you. Whenever you're ready, E-Mac, you could begin your premise, brother. You have 10 minutes.
Let me share my screen. This dude funny, man. Let me get this popping, man. You can see my screen?
Yes, they can see the screen.
All right, cool. All right. So our North African woman Caucasoid, right? Because Egypt is in North Africa. So according to this woman right here, she's dark-skinned, but she's not a Negro woman. You would have considered her your sister. So the Mediterranean race, also the Mediterranean race, was a historical race concept that was a sub-race of the Caucasian race as categorized by the anthropologists in the late 19th and mid 20th centuries. So if you look, like I said in my opening, I'm going to show you what the Caucasoids are and the people in North Africa. And this right here, my man, is actually a Mizraim woman, Egyptian woman, like a North African woman who comes from that line, and they ain't Negro. So let's just keep going on. So I went and towards like I was talking about the gene flow, right, and the genetics. So the E1B1B1. So let's go to the E1B1. So it's who aren't bountoid stock. The genetic haplogroup. So it's going to tell you about these things right here. It says although the North Africa was experienced gene flows from the surrounding regions, it has also experienced long periods of genetic isolation. So that's why the Egyptians today are the Egyptians from ancient Kemet, because they dealt with a genetic isolation, meaning the isolation that their genes was isolated and not touched. It was in a cube isolation, and it did not touched by the other nations, allowing a distinctive genetic Berber marker, who are North Africans, the Berbers, to evolve into the native Berber people, as well as the Coptic marker among Egyptian Copts. Today, these genetic Berber markers are consistently found in the regions in the population that still predominantly speak the Berber languages and in the Canary Islands, right? So then it says the E1B1B, which is EM81, is the most common Y chromosome haplogroup in North Africa, dominated by its subclade EM183, and all thought to have originated in North Africa 5,600 years ago. And the parent clade E1B1B originated in East Africa, and that's where they went to. So let's go on to the African American gene flow, right? So the Africa is the source of all modern humans, but characterizations of the genetic variations and the relationships among the populations, right? So they did a testing, right? So they did 4 African American populations and 60 non-African populations right here. I'm looking at the red. So now it said that we observe high levels of mixed ancestry, and in most population reflecting historical migration events across the continent. So this is what it actually tells you right here. It says our data provide evidence of shared ancestry among the geographically diverse hunter-gatherers populations, the Kosians speakers, and the Pygmies. And the ancestries of African American is predominantly Niger, 71%, European, 13%, and other African populations, 8%, although admixture levels varied considerably among individuals. The study helps tease apart the complex evolutionary history of the Africans and Africans Americans, aiding both anthropological and genetic I can't even say it right. Epidemiological studies. My bad if I can't pronounce it correctly. So basically, this is saying that the reason the gene flow that the African American have North African DNA, the E1B1B, is because of the actual Berbers bringing in their genes in the trans-Saharan slave trade. So what is a Caucasoid? The Caucasoid is denoting, relating, or belonging to lighter complexion, supposed racial group of mankind, which includes the people of the indigenous in Europe, North Africa, and Southwest Asia and Indian subcontinent, and their descendants in other parts of the world. It's a member of the racial group. So there's different colors of the Caucasoid family that are considered Caucasoid. So that's what it means, a lighter complexion. And it means, this Caucasoid in North Africa, Southwest Asia, and in the Indian subcontinent. So that's what it is, right? So let's move on right now. So let's go to the primary evidence of Queen Yeteru tomb didn't consist of the white Neteru, Isis, and Osiris. So they did an excavation and did the dive, right? Beneath the pyramids in Sudan. Supposedly, the black pharaohs, right? In the 23 years old royal tomb of the Kushite kings, right? This is where it shows, right? They dived into it. So I'm gonna show you the actual tomb of Yeteru's father, and we're gonna see in the primary source if these people are Negroids, Neterus, or they Caucasoid. So now we're looking at the actual excavation right here, and so we see Isis and we see Asar or Osiris, Aset and Osiris right here with the king right here on the right side of the supposedly Kushite king. But this Neterus right here are depicted white, and then Isis is depicted yellow or light skin. Some features of a Caucasoid features. So now we see the tomb is in the bottom right here is full of water, and that this is the dive right here. So I'm showing you the primary evidence. So it says we did a close up right here. I put it up right, and this is the painting of Osiris, the god of the underworld. So this is why he's depicted as a Caucasoid man, and this is in Sudan during the time of the pyramids. So it's actually relevant to the topic. I want the judges to actually say that to look at that. This is the time of the pyramids. That this was referring to the Neterus of the Egyptians, not the Neterus of the Cushites or the Nubians. These are Egyptians Neterus. And on the right is Isis right here that he's bringing up. But Isis is actually Caucasoid right here. So we're going to deal with Queen Nefertari and Isis and how they look Caucasoid right here. This is Isis on the right, and this is Queen Nefertari. One is more like a red skin, and one is a yellow skin. So the Neteru bringing in Queen Nefertari is actually a Caucasoid woman. And so let's go to the next primary source. Let's go to Quahada, the Nubian queen, dated the 25th dynasty of Egypt. And this is the daughter of King Pi. And so we see that right here, that there's a painting of her, and the painting right in the front of the tomb, that she looks like a Caucasoid woman. This is King Pi's daughter right here. And this is found in Nubia, in El Karu. So we're looking at the actual evidence right here. So this is a Caucasoid woman. So I don't know what y'all dudes be talking about. This is not a Negro woman. So this is actually debunks you. So Hathor is an ancient Egyptian goddess associated later with Isis and earlier with Sekhmet, but eventually was considered the primeval goddess of whom all others were derived. So that means that Isis and Hathor is the same woman, and this is how she looks like, Caucasoid. This is back to 2500 BCE, which is relevant to the debate topic because this is back to the Old Kingdom. So they worship Hathor, who is a Caucasoid woman during the time of the pyramids. So let's look at Ma'at, the Neteru. Ma'at is actually a Caucasoid woman. I don't know how much time do I have, Solar? So let's look at the Meroe woman, right? So this is the difference between the Meroe woman. So the archaeologist excavation in the vast of the ancient city of the dead. So this is also found in the city of Meroe. And we see the difference between this Negro woman and the Neteru, the Caucasoid woman Isis. They don't look the same. You can see the features are two different features, two different people. So we see that Osiris and El have the Atef crown, which comes from the Asiatics. So we see the Canaanite god El, which is back in I think it's in Syria. We found in Syria. And then you also have Osiris, and they both are wearing the same crown, and it's both similar. The reason why these two are similar is because the Egyptians are actually Asiatics coming from Asia, which are Caucasoid, which means Caucasian. And the reason thus, hence, the word Caucasian has the word Asian in it and Cauc. So those are two words merged into one word. And that's where you get the word Asian from. And that's why they're Caucasoid people. They're not Negroid people. There's a difference between the sub-Saharan Negroes and the Saharan Negro and the Saharan North African Berbers type. And so those two are two separate people. And this is why Egypt today don't consider themselves that. So we see the Egyptians aren't the same stock as from the Negroes. So we see an Egyptian woman on the left side messing with the actual Sudanese woman, a Negro woman, and you see that the colors are different. The Cometics on the left are not actually Negro women, but they're actually taking care of the queen's hair, and that's how you could tell the difference and differentiate the hair. So the hair on the textures on the woman on the left comes down, but people who are from Negro descent hair types are more curly, more kinky, and does not come down. unless you have an admixture in it, which changes the hair type. But if you see the hair type is short and it's also an afro type, and so that means that the actual woman is a queen, and she's actually getting the hair done by comedics who are not blacks.
All right. Shout out to E-Mac. We're going to be back in the building with the Rebuttal Round family. This is the Solar Vision Debate League. If you want to stay abreast with current political and entertainment news, chop it up with Toya G, Conscious Lee, and Domo the Political Plug on the Chop Up Show. I'm telling y'all, the vibe is great. The information is even greater. The link will be in the description below. Hit the link, subscribe to their YouTube page. Let's chop it up, family. Once again, you want to stay abreast with current political and entertainment news. This is the Solar Vision Debate League. Conscious League, and heading into the on the Chop Up Show. I'm telling y'all, the Solar Vision Debate League. Solar Vision Debate League. All right, shout out to the league. We're going to now head into the rebuttal round. We're going to start out with E-Mac. E-Mac, it is on you, brother, whenever you're ready. You have 10 minutes.
The rebuttal, I think that's on him first. He started first.
He just went, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, M.K. It's on you, brother. Yeah, I think my joint stuck, right, and it kept on playing that the clip over and over again, so I got a little distracted. But go ahead, brother.
Screen sharing family.
Yes, it is.
All right. As I said, our brother was going to hit us with some picture scholarship. He kind of killed himself. He's got a statue of L that said 1350 BC. He still doesn't understand he needs to touch 2300 BC. Then I'm just going to touch this real quick. Why haplogroup E1B1? Because everyone thinks E1B1 means that you're white, and it doesn't. E1B1, the most dominant Y chromosome haploid in Africa. EP2 is likely to have originated in the Ethiopian highlands of East Africa, as this is the place with the high frequency and ancestral subclades of this haplogroup. EP2 diverged into two predominant subclades, E1B1A EV38 and E1B1B EM215, which is more Sudani if you know anything about it, approximately 24 to 27,000 years ago. And that is in where? Ethiopian highlands of East Africa. Right there. Now you see it creates white people, but it starts with black people. And he's so hyped because Hitler got it. He done tried to Hitler himself. But that's all. Because you know what? That's not even on topic. That has nothing to do with all the Egyptians pray to white gods at the inception of the pyramid. So here's Unis right here. This is what they like in Unis too. You see these brothers over here? I'm gonna hit him with picture scholarship. This is Unis. This is his wood picture. It's an actual picture of Unis for those who haven't seen him. You see the nostrils? You see the mouth? You see the short hair? Didn't he just tell us short hair kinky is to Africans? That's what he said, right? And it's so funny because he's so off topic. I'm just gonna kind of pick and play around with him. Let's go read the prayer real quick off the wall. This is This is Kiki. We need him to read a prayer so he can show us where they worship him, right? He ain't got no prayers showing Serap is being worshipped by anybody black. He just threw some stuff out there. He talked about Nubia. We're in Egypt still. Let's go. Let's read the prayer. Let's see who he prays to. Because this is what it's about. Adoration to Ra Horaketi. He is Ra when he rises in the sky. By the scribe and the account of the cattle of the temple of Amun, Kiki, justified. He says, hell to you appearing in your bark. You illuminate the two lands. Behedet, who drives away evil. You rise, you shine, and you appear as the king of the gods. Nut makes you the with her arm. Give you the homage. They praise the beauty of your majesty. Geb and Nut praise you. Their children are delighted for you. The monkeys are in worship, and the flocks which you created dance for you. Where's the white God in here? Which one? Never seen it. Never seen it. Never seen it. Then he pulled up a picture of Quahada. We'll go there in a minute. We'll go there in a minute. Here go the brother right here. You see him with his dreads? You see his skin? That's not a white guy. It's not a white guy. E1B1 does not equal white. And so we've debunked that. We just read the actual deal with the haplogroup Y and what it produces. We're back to prayers because that's what this discussion is about. He's so off topic, I don't even know how to rebut what he said because it had nothing to do with the topic. He want to talk about is Egyptians black or white. We'll cover that in a minute too, just because he mentioned it. Let's go back to the prayer. Adoring Asar, giving praise to him, to smell the land for whenever, the regenerated Asar, smell the land for the Lord of the sacred land. Sing the praises of the one who is on the sand. The Asar, the chief scribe, the accountant of the cattle of the south and north. Samut called Kiki. Ma'akerud, justified basically, right? Held to you Asar Sakar as the Lord of all who to who is appearance, as you live, as you are enduring and are young, your father Ra delights in your beauty. So we still don't see a white God in the prayers. I don't know what he's talking about. He's talking about Egyptians black or white. But what he's not talking about is the subject matter. Is he? Did the Egyptians pray to white gods? Can we see that? Can we see the praise? And in fact, because he did that old picture scholarship, I'm gonna take you right now. I believe I can get the Kalhada's tomb right here. I believe we can get to her tomb right here, huh? Let me look. Let me see real quick. You see all these brothers in here? You see Hui? You see our brother Hui in the clique? He said they was white. He's saying they white. They got their prayers right here. None of them say a white God. None of them. So our brother is just kind of a mess right now. Let me see if I could find Sister Kulhada's tomb. There goes Amos, son of Abana. This is who chased you out of there. This is the white. This is the helper of the white pharaoh you talk about, right? Here you go, right here. This is him. This is our brother. Let's pull him out. That's not a white dude, man. He not white. And he don't pray to who you claim. He played the Mantu. You know that, right? We just doing picture scholarship like you. An offering given by the king to Ra, Eru Imaket, Osiris, the one who governs the west, Ampu, Anubis, Lord of Ra, Setjau, and Hathor, Heru. Heru is black. She's the black cow. You know that, right? All through here. Let me show you. Let me show you that they're not black. Because Kiki is going to ask Nut to cover his body in her color. Watch this. He's going to ask Nut to cover him in her color. Let me pull up his tomb real quick. There you go. That's our brother Kiki right there. They're yellow. No, you're wiping paint off. And we know that. Let's go to his prayer. Where is it at? The monkeys are in worship. Pay a neck in. You cross the sky. You illuminate the two lands. You can see everyone in here is black. Great God Ma'at, the daughter of Ra. Where's the joint at? Where is it at? South and north. Newt, here we go. He says, praise to you, Asar Sakir, as the Lord of all, as to his appearance as you live, as you are enduring and are young. Your father Ra delights in your beauty. It is your mother who created your body, Nut who gave you the world, the gods, and shaped you as the great in the shrine of the gods. The white crown has been placed on your head. The throne of Geb has been given to him. He is your father who discovered your beauty. May you be the one who is in the necropolis, able to enter and to leave for the Ka of the Asar. Where's it at? Hold up. Tells her to cover the body. I might have to dig it up later. But this is the actual prayer. This is what we're talking about tonight. And as you can see, no white gods in here. No white gods in here. So I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know where he's going. He doesn't know where he's going. And that's the shame in it. But let's go picture scholarship a little more. Let's go into the folder, right? Because our brother brought up a lot of picture scholarship. Let's go. Let's just see. Let's see real quick. Let me pull all this down. Where's my pick at? Let me see if I could find it for y'all real quick. We grabbing hair. We grabbing dudes hair who be telling these stories. We bashing that head with that mace. But where is my... I just want to pull up the pic. This is supposedly the white ladies, but the god is black. The god is black. And be clear, because he just talked about something found in the ocean, which paint comes off. They're doing repaint jobs now. Everyone knows that. This is before the paint comes off. This is before the paint comes off. But let me see if I can find it. Because this is done. This is a H.N.I.C suit right here. Right here. This is the Egyptians presenting his stuff to the Nasubiti, Rekmi Ra. You can see them. You can see the difference in the color. You can see the H.N.I.C suit right there from an original, right? But I need to find for you. Where is it at? Let me see where it's at. I had to throw this presentation together. There goes the Army. Since we picked your scholarship in, here go the Army. They black. That's the brothers in the Army. That's the Egyptians. They black. Since we picked your scholarship in. But let me find it. Where is it at? Here go King Tut. You see his hair. You see that he's darker here and the paint has faded. You see she's darker in the arm. Paint is faded. You see red, black, and green. You know what it is. You know what it is. And this is Newt with King Tut. If you never seen his tomb. You just picture scholarship, and because that's all he's doing. That's all he's doing. This is this. But he didn't show us nothing. Here go white dudes. These are foreigners. These are foreigners. Ascalon, right? Right? Keftiu. You can see what they look like. The nose is pointy. The hair is long. It's wrapped in some bandana. He's kind of motorcycle bikish, right? He looks similar to a Harley Davidson rider. Those are foreigners, the ancient Kemet. We know what it is. Has nothing to do with the topic. Once again, you see the brother right here, Seti in the building, opening the door. There goes Amun. He's giving worship. We showed prayers. We showed information. This brother's talking about what color are the Egyptians, and he's still not on point, and he still ain't showed us no primary of worship in Serapis, and his timeline is terribly off. We ain't seen nothing for the 6th dynasty at the inception of the pyramids, but we see black people giving worship. We seen he messed up haplogroups. He said it himself. I can't even pronounce that. And so he up here doing scholarship like that. And that's our brother. But and so and it looks like this. And it's but these are the people they said keep out right here. There's one traitor right here. This he's a traitor. But let's venerate the traitor real fast. Let's venerate the traitor real fast, because I don't want everybody thinking that just because you're Nubian, you're out. So let's read the prayer. Let's go back. And these are the primaries where you can go get your pyramid text at. It says, Najem Sitek Merah, that your scent be like sweet ra. Pyramid text 665, verse 1901. Sechket, Imma, Innichu, Sharet. The scent of ritual is fragrant, tongue to tongue and nostrils. Pyramid text 665. Sech wer iri, ek iam, in sharet sech iket wet it. The great scent for you is fragrant to the nostrils of the scent of Iket Wetet. Let's go to the last part, finishing off. Pyramid text 437. Sech Deduin Irek Hawan Shema per Imtaseti. Let be to you the scent of Deduin, a Nubian god, the upper Egyptian youth who came forth from Nubia. You're done. You're done. You didn't give us any information about praying. You came on here and wanted to discuss, are they black or white? Well, let's read something else, huh? Let's go there. I knew you would do that. So Egyptian skulls spanning, and this is just debunking his other stuff just because we got time, because he ain't even talking about it.
Yes, fam, you can say that for your rapid fire round. Brother. All right, shout out to Asar MK. It is on you, Enoch. You have 10 minutes to do your thing, brother.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Whenever you're ready.
All right, my bad. Okay. So this is the rebuttal, right? We get 10 minutes?
Yes, sir.
All right. So my opponent, he said in his in his opening, he said hold on, I wrote this down. But before I get deep into that, I want you to know, man, y'all could feel it in the room, man. Y'all could feel the tension rising from my other opponent hopping in the comments out here and getting triggered, going crazy. You could feel it in the air. I feel Collins, boy. You could feel it. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. So, okay. Even Khonsu, the moon god, Khonsu, he even said to stay out the chat. Come on, man. We could feel it in the air. All right. So he keeps showing like prayers, right? What does the prayers have to do with the topic of the debate, bro? Like, what does prayers got to do with the topic of the debate? Like, okay, like that, you don't make no sense when you making these arguments, bro. It's like it's a straw man argument. It's like it has nothing to do, 0% of what the actual topic of the debate. Okay. All right. So the topic of the debate wasn't about Egypt, it was about Egyptians. So your whole premise is all wrong. This is not checkers, this is chess. And you made the wrong move from the beginning trying to figure me out. Okay, brother, that's what you messed up on. He brought up the sixth dynasty in his premise, which is irrelevant to the actual topic, because just because the sixth dynasty is around during that era, it does not prove what you're saying. It has nothing to do with the topic. The topic is, are the actual Egyptians Netarus, did the Egyptians worship the Caucasoids Netarus? That's what it was. We're talking about pharaohs, unless you do agree that the Netarus were pharaohs as well, like Osiris was a pharaoh, unless you agree to that. So that's the reason why I brought up the DNA. He brought up EP2, and bro, we're talking EP2 is the more older branch. We're not talking about EP2. We're talking about E1B, and E1B1B1B is E1B1B, and it goes back to North Africa, and it's the Berbers tribe. Before that, that's where you see in Sudan and Ethiopia, you see there's still Berbers tribes in there, and that's where you get Caucasoid people in Sudan, brother. So I'm sorry to like hurt you, bro. Okay, so we already dug deep on that.
Okay, I'm reloaded.
Okay, So now in his prayer, if you go to could you bring it up, Asar? Could you come online, please? And please go in your premise and bring up your prayer on your first one. That's line 2.
Hold up. You want me to share? You want me to share his joint? Hold up.
Yeah.
Share his joint.
Yeah, go to your presentation right quick, your PowerPoint.
Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
Oh, in the you want me to go to my
Go to your
PowerPoint?
PowerPoint.
Okay.
Yeah. Go up to the first
You
one.
want this
the
one?
First prayers. The first
Okay.
prayers. Yeah.
You want that part or this part?
Okay. Right.
You want this
Down
part,
right
huh?
there. Yeah. Down. You just had it right there. Okay. Read line 2 for me right quick.
When Nick Zem Zarawi Kasefu Chenu, open the door bolt of the gates which keeps Libya out.
Okay, what translation is that right there?
This is from the pyramid text. I believe Adrian DeBuck has it. I believe Faulkner has damn near the same thing, and I also think Eric Corning have it, and I also win right because
All those Caucasian people that wrote that, right? Were those Caucasian people that wrote these?
They actually tried to translate it. I went back over the translation to make sure that they were correct, as I said.
Okay, so why did the Egyptians try to keep
can
the
read it too.
Libyans out?
Yeah.
So it says Libya, right? Trying to keep Libya out, right, from Egypt.
That's who the Chenu are.
Yeah, the mesh, right? Okay, so
the Chenu.
Yeah, but they're also mesh as well. So Libya, right? So our Libya's right. It says to keep Libya out, right? So Libya is neighbor to Egypt, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're all neighbors.
Okay, so Narma, King Narma, did he kick out the Libyans out? Did he invaded Egypt, and were Libyans living in Egypt prior to Narma invading Egypt?
You talking about something irrelevant, brother. What you got for this prayer here? Because we're talking about prayer, and you talking about color of people. What you got for this prayer?
Okay, so we're saying that Libyans who lived in Egypt today are like that dude that died, the president. What's his name? I forgot his name. The president of Libya,
Muammar Gaddafi. Remember, he was living in Panama.
Yeah. But those people right there, those people living in Egypt before Narma came in, those people, Libyans don't look black, brother.
The oldest people in North Africa are the Maasai.
But I'm saying Libya was in Egypt prior to Narma invading.
All I'm to do is rebuttal without.
My bad, brother.
What's your proof of that?
No, go ahead.
You ain't got no proof of that. You just saying that because you feel that way. What do you got for this prayer?
Could you mute out? My bad, bro. He's right. Okay. So he brought up Asar Apis Serapis, and that was kind of irrelevant because that had nothing to do with the topic. We know that the Romans, who are Mediterraneans, those are foreigners into Egypt. They came in and conquered it. So, and then he said Osiris is Serapis, but in my presentation, I showed you how Osiris is a Caucasoid man. He's not a Negroid man. So I don't know why you keep bringing up Osiris through your whole debate. And then then he brought up that E1B1B was the Nazi dude, Hitler. Oh, look at, bro. The reason why white folks have E1B1B was during the Moorish Empire. The reason why the North Africans went into Europe, that's called the gene flow. And I brought that up in my premise. You did not deal with that in your premise. The reason why white folks and African Americans and different people have that gene, that E1B1B marker, is because North Africans brought those gene flows into those people, to those populations. And now those populations, you could see in their allele genes that they do possess the E1B1B haplomarker. And that's how these white folks have E1B1 marker. And that's why King Tut has the R1B marker, which is European. So that was irrelevant, brother. You just bodied yourself right there. Okay. So then he went and said he said the light-skinned Egyptians were because the skin was faded, the color was faded. You think you could stop sharing the screen? I want the people to see me right quick. Right. Yeah, thank you, bro. So the people that you see in the paintings, the light-skinned females, those females are actually Solar Mind got kicked out the screen.
You're good. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, my bad. So the reason why those light skin are light skin is because you can see that Berbers are actually light skin as well, North Africans, and those females like Isis, those light skinned females aren't due because of the paintings fading over time. There's a difference between the bottom of where I showed you of the diving excavation, that the bottom part where the water was, it cleaned out all the paint, but the top part they could actually see it did not touch the actual skin color of Osiris and Isis. So that was irrelevant to the topic. You got body bag right there. And then let's see what else he said. So he showed the black bull Apis, right, in his premise. So that means that the black bull Apis is a Negro. Like, you don't make no sense, brother. Come on now. So you saying that a bull which is black is a Negro? Is that what you're saying now, brother? M-Car, is that what you're saying nowadays, bro? That's what YouTube is saying.
Time. Shout out to E-Mac. We're going to get back with the rapid fire round, family. This is the Solar Vision Debate League. Man, MVP finalist time. MVP time, family. Shout out to the league. You can see the former MVP to my right. You can only be in a cameo with the Solar Mind if you made MVP. And there's only 2 that did that. Shout out to the league. Y'all know what it is. Station identification. This is the commissioner in the goddamn building. Let's get to these MVP finalists. Outside the cube, smashing them with that atheist doctrine. You are MVP finalist. Young Israel, doing the damn thing all season. Shout out to the young one. And Yame, don't sleep on the OG MVP finalist. Minister Howe, once again, Solar Vision Debate League MVP finalist. Lex Nimrod, taking you to the dark side. I'm Proof, doing the damn thing. I call him the quiet assassin. He's also an MVP finalist. And we know Chris Harris doing the damn thing, trying to repeat MVP. But we gotta give it to Domo. He's been doing the damn thing all season. He is the top MVP finalist in the Solar Vision Debate League. The season's not over. We still got time left. So, we don't know how this thing's gonna end. My advice to you is keep banging till you get to the top spot. Well, that's if you're not Domo, of course. Solar Vision Debate League. Intellectual supremacy. Yes, family, it is time for the rapid fire round. Cameras are on. We're going to start out with Asar MK. Asar MK, you have 10 minutes to interrogate EMAC. Whenever you're ready, you can begin your interrogation. Brother
Solo, let me share my screen real quick. I'm gonna share my face in a minute, but let me share my screen real quick.
Screen is sharing, brother.
Right. So EMAC
show yourself too at the same time.
is the word, huh?
Go ahead, brother.
You show yourself too. If you just gotta put your camera
So
on.
brother EMAC, is there a black cat? Yeah, we're gonna get to that in a minute. Is the word is the black Apis bull black? Yes or no?
The color on the actual thing, yeah.
It is? Okay.
Yeah.
But because next time you say that, I want you to go to this primary resource right here. This is Kemet. And even though it's fuzzy right there, we'll go back here. You see the symbol of the right bottommost cow identifies it as black. You understand that, right?
Why?
All right. So we're just debunking what you claimed, because you just said, hey, Kemet, all brother,
Okay, is that cow Negro?
With that. Now you
cow
talked
Negro,
about
brother?
Nubia, right? Yeah,
Is that cow
black.
Negro?
It's black. That's what this is. That's what this symbol
Negroid.
is right here. That's black.
So
It's a black cow.
you saying black people are cows?
Negroid has nothing to do because the
Are
term
you
was
calling
Kim.
black people cows?
You know,
Are you
that,
comparing
right?
black people to cows, brother?
This is what happens when you go into an ancient language you don't understand.
Yo, you comparing black people to cows, bro. Shame on you.
Let's go further.
That's why you're getting cut off, man. The natural is cutting you off, brother. You can't hear you.
Let's go further. So you were talking about Nubia.
You're breaking up, brother. You're breaking up, brother.
Right?
You're breaking up, Asar.
The natural put that spell on you, bro.
Nubia consisted of two major regions along the Nile River, and he was trying to two language over. Okay, so you're in trouble. Let's go further. You pulled up a picture of Sister Kalhada, didn't you? Queen Kalhada right here. This is who you pulled
this
up.
is
What?
rapid fire round. What is your
Queen Kalhada, right? You said she was white, right?
Okay, cool.
You said she was white, didn't you?
Cool. No,
you running from that point right now, ain't you?
Yeah. I brought.
What does it say right here? It says, so Queen Kalhada is the mother of Tanut Amun, the last of the black pharaohs of the 25th dynasty, Kushite. Her tomb number KU5. You said she was white.
Cool. But
see, this is what happens when you do picture scholarship and you run into someone who's really scholarly.
Queen.
We don't play that.
That's the king right there. The queen was.
Did you say time? Did you tell Solar time? Are you nervous,
brother? That's not the.
You said you was getting tight. I know your chest all tight.
The queen. Show the queen, brother.
Right.
Show the queen. You showing a man.
Let's look at her for. This is her. That's her.
Her.
Huh? Huh? You want to go further?
Bro, where you get your sources from?
That's her. That's Queen Kalhada. This is her actual tomb. This is what happens when you don't use a primary resource and use cartoon pictures, B. You want us to look at Daffy Duck and Bugs Bunny. You know you're in trouble right now. I'm pulling out the switch. I'm whooping the hiney, B. I'm beating the hiney right now. Let's go further, right? So Fanaku Chenahu, we understand that. Let's go to the kings, because you talk about the kings. But last time that I checked, and I'm just beating you with your own methods tonight, B. I want the picture scholarship to reign supreme in the debate with you, because this is who you disrespecting, B. Huh?
Bro, when you gonna
see
show
Amenhotep? You see Amenhotep?
Yeah.
You see our brother?
Yeah, we see
this is who you was disrespecting. I'm gonna take you to a place you don't want to go. This is where you don't want to go, to page 2. You know why? You know why? Hold up. Where's this fro at? They tried to
Bro,
hide it. I'm gonna pull that fro
when you
out.
gonna show the Netaru, bro? Oh. Look.
We showing Netaru now. You don't see Heru right here? White crown, black body.
Look all the way to the
She yellow. What do we call a yellow bone? Here go your boy. Here go your white boy right here. There you go.
Okay. That's not a
Tell me the
Negro.
white
That's
dude
not
with hair like that. That's your man's from his tomb. You know that, right?
Oh, bro. This
Oh,
dude.
yeah, you in trouble. Picture scholarship will hurt you, baby. This what you want? Let's look at him again.
The King of Selassie, he has hair
We
like
in the actual tomb.
So he's a black man.
The Ethiopian, right? So correct yourself about the E1B1 because Ethiopian is what?
The niggas who was Haile Selassie. He looked like that right
The
there.
who?
He had
Who got crimson throat?
Haile Selassie.
Yeah. The brothers. That's what you meant, my redneck. Now go ahead. Who's that right there? Who's that?
That's not a Negro, man. That's a North
You in
African, brother. And that's not a net. Oh, come on.
That's what Negroes are. They're North African. Let's get that right. Let's get that right.
You haven't proved it.
Who is this right here? This picture scholarship at its finest tonight, B. Your picture scholarship will never match the primary resource. You in trouble. You on the road. Look, pow, body blow. I touched your chest. I touched his tummy.
Like,
he's hurting.
That don't look like a Bantu stock of Niger, bro. That's not Nigeria.
That don't what?
That's not a person of a Bantoid stock, brother. So
of course it is. Masai speak Bantu. You didn't know that?
You're hitting your own self in the
You
head.
didn't know that? What's going on, brother?
Look at the woman.
What's going on?
Look at the woman holding. Look at the woman holding Amun right there.
Her paint is scrubbed off. You know her paint scrubbed off. We already showed Queen Kahada. You're
so
done.
how come all the woman paint
You're done,
is
brother. You know it.
The man is not.
Let's go to the nobles. Let's go to the nobles. Let's go to the nobles. Let's look at one of the yellow bones real quick. And she's not even yellow. They just scraped their paint off. That's all this is about.
Who scraped the paint off?
That's all it's about.
Who did that?
What you mean? Who scraped the paint off? Zahi Hawass and company are over there scraping paint off as we speak. You know when you touch a mummy, that your DNA will show more their DNA.
They restoring.
Look at User. Look at User. Look at User.
Yeah,
that's User. Look at his hair. What's going on with you, B?
Cool. That's not even hair.
You see, they scraped her face off. She looked too black in that pic.
How does hair look like scales, brother?
I'm just picture scholarshiping you right now. Let's look even further. Where's all the cockazoids at that you was talking about? Who's that?
This dude triggered.
They all got afros and stuff, B.
This dude triggered.
What's going on? We in the real tomb, not no fake cartoon picture. And now let's get back to the topic. Let's get back to the show me a Serapis prayer and show somebody black saying a Serapis prayer. Go. Can you do that? Can you do that? Go.
Hey, ask your question one more time,
Go.
brother. Show black.
You can't do it, can you?
You said show black people.
You can't do it.
You said show what? Say that again.
You see this right here? You see this right here? This is what we light the fire with right here, brother. You don't have this. You don't know anything about this. It didn't come from your culture. You see this here? This is when we pull that door bolt back. You understand what I'm saying? This is when I pull a Necharu out. You understand?
That's Asiatic shit.
You understand? You don't have any of this in your culture.
That's Asiatic shit.
Look at this. Fresh from Kemet. Fresh from Kemet. No, ball copied.
Oh.
You see his nose? And this I ain't even gonna tell you what. Did you see the nose? That's a real net. This real Necharu in the building, B. Yeah, do our net shit. Huh?
Are you relinquishing your time, brother?
I'm lighting you up. Your fire is lit.
Pass that.
The fire is lit. Keep the chipu out the perron tonight. My brother E-Mac is getting that work. Picture scholarship at its finest, brother E-Mac. I told you was gonna get it. I'm your employer. I'm done. Solar judges, let it be known clearly, my brother E-Mac does not have a primary resource tonight. He does not have it. He does not have information about them praying to an actual European Neteru. He didn't show it. And he didn't talk about prayer. Then he talked about black people being Asiatic coming in from another country. After I clearly show, I just went to the E1B1 real quick because that's not what this discussion is about. What does the topic say underneath? Stick to the topic. Otherwise, I will picture scholarship you to death. You're easy work, my brother. I rest my case. Let him bring his questions. Come on, young.
It's on you. It is on you, Emac. You have 10 minutes to interrogate Asar whenever you're ready. Cameras are on.
Come on, man. Let's see that. Let's see that Nigerian face, that Congolese face right there, brother.
That's right, Congo in the building.
The culture you hate.
I see you, young European. I see that Skinjilly scholarship didn't go to work for you tonight. Come on, Skinjilly scholarship.
Latin flag.
Young stringy-haired scholarship. Come on with it, baby. What you got for me?
I got wavy
What
hair.
you got for your maker and your crew?
All right, let's get it in right here.
Wendy in here.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Before I go in, bro.
That's the 4th time you done blew yourself up tonight, man. Come on.
Sorry.
Look at that Asar nose.
Yeah. All right. So right here, rapid fire round right here. What's the topic of the debate?
Did the ancient Egyptians worship white gods at the inception, the beginning of the pyramids?
Okay. But for some reason,
you know that, right?
Okay. So how they didn't worship Caucasoid gods?
At the inception of the pyramids, there were none around.
Which pyramid are you referring to?
I gave you from the 6th.
You don't know which pyramids?
You can end that onus. You can go a little. Just find some. Can you find any? Can you say a prayer that they said to a white god?
Hold on. So you came into the debate. You came into the debate assuming I was referring to Egyptian pyramids and not pyramids of Sudan.
That's what the topic says.
No, that's not what the topic says. Pyramids.
You pick the topic. I just put the inception of the pyramids in there.
Hey, judges,
because I knew you was going to run to the Ptolemies with picture scholarship.
Hold on.
I nixed you. I told you what was going to happen to you.
Hey, judges, I want you to write this down. Asar M.K. expected me to bring pyramids of Egypt, but that was not the topic. It said Egyptians worshiping Caucasoid Neterus. It was not anything to deal with any pyramids in Egypt. So, okay. Are black people from the Mediterranean Sea?
Black people came before the term Mediterranean was used.
But you know the geographical location didn't change, the landmass. So the landmass you're referring to the Mediterranean Sea. Are black people from that land?
They're from Northeast Africa. The Messiah, the first to be there.
Is
Northeast Africa the second?
Brother.
Yeah.
Brother.
Where watch this. Where is what you call Carthage? Where's Carthage at?
Cartagena.
Where's Tyre? Where's Carthage?
Algeria.
Is where?
Algeria. But this is, you can't ask questions.
Cartagena was an island between where?
Okay, cool. So you saying
no? And who ruled it? Hannibal ruled it, right?
When you said that,
and it was the capital of Egypt when he ruled it, so that means that they come from that area. Proving my point. Go ahead.
You were not confident when I asked you the question: are blacks are from the Mediterranean? You want to play word games, bro. So you kind of bothered yourself there, bro.
No, I just wanted to bring the primary resource for you. That's all. And I broke you down. Go ahead.
Okay. If black people are from the Mediterranean, could black people swim? Are they good swimmers? Or they like to swim?
Black people can swim, absolutely.
So why
we made boats that you can take apart and put together and take across land?
Why the statistics says that black people do not like to swim? They can't swim.
That's in North America. A lot of us don't like to swim.
Okay, so that means
but Watch this.
in Africa,
Watch this.
the same thing. Don't like to swim. So what I'm saying is,
what is the ceremony that we do with Amun? We sell the boat of Amun to where?
Hold on.
To Nubia and back.
Hold on, brother. How are black people?
That means we swam.
Hold on. How are black people from the Mediterranean Sea if they don't even like to swim in America?
Because they swim and they like to swim. Not all black people don't like to swim. A lot of us don't like the chore of getting dressed and undressed.
Brother, don't you know
it's
the sea people were of a Caucasoid stock, brother?
Yeah, the sea people were. What does that have to do with the black people that employed them, such as in Ramses and Seti's armies?
Sub-Saharan Negroes are not from the Mediterranean Sea. They're from Sub-Saharan.
When the sea people had to do the dog walk for Seti,
they're not desert.
Why did they have to do the dog walk if they're the same people? Tell me that. Tell me that.
All right, so let's move on. Let's go.
And it's on Seti's tomb. It shows them doing the dog walk, and they're European. They're different from the Egyptian that's locking them up.
This is how you do a rapid fire round. You ask questions, not philosophize. Okay, so all right, check this out. You're on that theosophy shit, man. Man, you sure that you ain't
breaking it down for you, bro?
Sure you ain't Madame Blavatsky student, bro?
No. I know some Madame Blavatsky students. I know a bunch of Madame Blavatsky students. I'm not one of them.
You sound like you some Malachi York hybrid offspring, Madame Blavatsky comedic time, whatever. All right. So Isis, right? Is Isis a Neteru?
Yes.
Is Isis the Neteru? Is she depicted as a Negroid woman?
Yes.
Why you say yes? What features does she have that gives you the impression that she's a Negro?
She also goes under the name Kim in a few different texts, and she's also painted black in several pictures too.
Okay.
And it was funny that Caligula worshipped her and Greece turned on him.
Hold on. So you're saying since somebody who's painted black automatically means that they Negro? Okay, so
no, but obviously with
the Apis who you showed
such as a star,
brother. So you're saying Apis is black. So you're saying that the bull is a Negro black person?
It's a black bull, yeah. So black. We didn't say it's a black person. We said it's a black bull. You know what the difference between color and person and cow is?
Deal with it. Because if you're saying that the Apis is
talking
black,
about his color, it's a black cow. Why would you think it's a human being?
Bro, is Apis being black?
You gotta see the logic of this guy. He just said because the color of the cow is black, I assumed it was a Negro person.
Bro,
that's what I'm debating tonight.
Brother, the polymorphism within Apis being black, does that represent Negro people in America today? Does that represent African American people today? Black people?
What?
Does Apis being black represent African American people?
Yes, we think we're kings and queens. And the Apis represents the king of ancient Kemet. You didn't know that?
Oh my gosh. Okay, so all those black,
you didn't know that?
So all
matter of fact, shout out to Saber Reggie for the paper he just wrote because he covers the topic in depth. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Shout out to the Europeans who also covered the same topic, showing the relation between the bull and the Nesubiti as well. Go ahead, brother. Do you have any prayers or showing of worship of white gods?
Bro, Isis Neteru, who all the Africans in those areas pray to the white Caucasoid woman. That's what it is. That's the whole point. My aunt was actual a Caucasoid woman who was the okay, but let's not get into that. That's not my point. Let's not do a Starman argument. Can we share my screen right quick?
Who's high yellow? Let me ask you this: is Beyonce high yellow,
brother?
Is Beyonce high yellow?
You can't ask me nothing. African Americans are a mixed stock, brother.
And are most of them painted black and shown that?
All right, so let's see this right here.
The black's been removed off of them.
All right, let's see this
They
right
did
here.
it to Lady Cam Sweat.
Hold on, brother. Could you
Cam
see this
Sue.
right here?
Pardon
Could
me.
you see the screen? Could you see the screen?
There's a lot of pictures on that screen. Pick one.
My bad. My bad.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, so these cows that these Africans are actually bathing in right now, are you saying that black people who is Apis represents the cow pissing on people, the cattle pissing on people, black people in Africa? So you're saying that somehow that hold on.
Cattle to piss on people.
Are you saying that somehow this actual right here, this actual thing of the cattle pissing on black people in Africa? Are you saying that's something divine?
Yes, in fact, I would tell you that they allow the cattle to pee on the face, and I've covered this in several discussions, because the same cow urea is in your eye medicine. The difference is they just go right to the source because they're farmers and they're still living off the land. You take it in a bottle. It still has cow urea in it. So you got cow urine in your eye, whether you squeeze it from a bottle or whether you bathe your face and eye in it so that it can protect your eyes. They do it with the babies often. It's a known fact.
Oh, man. All right, so I'm about to end this right now because I think you done dig yourself deep.
It's a known fact.
You stuck yourself deep. All right, so the Netaru. So you're saying ISIS. So look at ISIS very quick, man.
All you gotta do is look at the back of your eye medicine. You're gonna see urea.
ISIS very quick. Is ISIS and Hathor is the same goddess, the primeval goddess? Are they being represented the same?
And that is time.
Say that one more time. You said it's Isis and the primeval goddess represented as one is the same?
Hathor. The primeval goddess Hathor. Is Isis and Hathor being represented as the same?
Heru.
Time. All right, we're gonna go ahead and close this thing out.
They're
family.
interchangeable. Remember, there's 7 Herus.
Intermission, family.
You probably
This
only heard
is
of
the
one.
Solar Vision Debate League.
They're interchangeable. Remember,
Right
there's
after
7
this brief
Herus.
intermission, family,
You probably
this
only heard
is
of
the
one.
Solar Vision Debate League.
Losing interest, you won't find nobody than this. I swear, God, if you leave, just let me know so I won't look down. When you move on, yeah.
As you see in the prayer, and you can see in other parts of the pyramid text, and you can see in the generals, it started their own eyes touch.
Asar M. Kai, you have 5 minutes to do your thing, brother, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, praise Ra. As you guys heard tonight, the brother is not on topic at all. At no point in time, I think maybe one time did he just touch like on the actual topic. Did the Egyptians worship white gods in the time of the inception of the pyramids? He could have even went to the Ptolemaic era tonight. He didn't even do that. He's a mess. He went to Nubia because he knew he was dead wrong. And then I went to Nubia and showed you guys clearly that they were Arabized 2000 to 1500 AD. So he's done. And this is what happens when you deal with a guy with picture scholarship. I'm not going to get overly endowed and start breaking the whole. We broke down the prayer for you tonight. I didn't have to do much. I just pulled up pictures. Then I went into the same tomb that he lied about, Miss Kulhada, right? And we pulled up. She is the mother of the last black pharaoh, the last black Nisut Biti. So as you can see, picture scholars lie a lot. And when you take them apart at their own game by showing Amenhotep in his full afro, and he wants to say Afrocentric scholarship, he laughed himself out the room. He kept pushing the explode button. He blew himself up about 17 times tonight. You watched it. I watched it. It didn't take much. Serapis was created by Ptolemy, one of Alexander's generals. When he does this, it's so that there can be a union between the whites and the blacks in ancient Kemet. That's the purpose. So he can see himself in God because he saw us in God for so long. They wanted something different. That's all. That's fine. Everyone was in Kemet at a time. But in its early inceptions, in its early beginnings, its first footsteps to teaching mankind, Africans are at the head of that league. And everybody wants to claim that to try to take that away from us. This is why we hold so strongly to it. This is why we start with it. And we also include Ta-Seti, Ta-Nehisi, Nubia, if you will. Because that's family, as you see in the prayer. And you can see in other parts of the pyramid text, and you can see in the generals, and you can see in the mixture of the people, because it's the same people with the same E1B, this and that. The brother went to DNA. What does that have to do with an Egyptian worship of God and a white God? What does that have to do with it? Nothing. I could have talked about craniums. I could have went there. I got that pulled up too. I thought he was going to make that mistake. I was going to blow him up there too. But as you can see, his pitiful excuse of racist analogies, piss poor scholarship. He's a picture scholar, and he lost at that game tonight as well. He couldn't recite the prayer if you paid him money to. He can't even find these texts because he doesn't know. He couldn't even do the English one and tell you what to do during the English prayer that I showed on the screen with Samut Kiki. So he lied on the Nubian Necheret. He lied on the actual sister who lives, Kauhada, and he disrespected your African blackness tonight. But what he did not do is win this discussion or this debate. What he did is get freshly kicked in his behind with his skingilly, stringy-haired scholarship and walked out the door. And just as the ancients, the Aku told you, Winnik Zaem Zarawi Kasufu Chenu. Open the doorbolt to the gate which keeps Libya out. Winnik Zaem Zarawi Kasefu Feneku. May you open the doorbolt of the gate which keeps out the Feneku. And when you see them, keep them out until they clean their mouth. Or maybe we should brand them like we did in ancient times, so we know who's who and what's what, and that they act right because you carry that brand on you. But what you won't do is ruin the Solar Vision Debate League brand with your picture scholarship against the nature of H.N.I.C. And I rest my case. Dua, Henu.
All right. Shout out to H.N.I.C. It is on you, E-Mac. Whenever you're ready, you can close this thing out, brother.
Yeah, let me get this screen share. Right.
Screen is sharing.
All right. Let me get to my closing. All right. It's closing time. And you already know, man. This dude, man, he done washed himself tonight, brother. Okay, so this is my closing. I'm gonna give the judges and the people who watching a breakdown of the whole debate. So in my debate right here, I went through the opening, explaining my argument in sequence. So when I went through the arguments, right, I brought out and explained what was a Caucasoid person. So then I also found out that the word Asia or Asian is in the word Caucasoid. So that means that the most earliest pre-dynastic influence are from the Caucasoid people, which would be the Sumerians. Those people in those lands were the ones who brought in the Asiatic religion, and that's what I was trying to show the people. And I went and I explained the difference between a Caucasoid Egyptian and a Negro, which were the Meroes. And when they actually seen the tablets, when I showed the tablets in my opening, they had a different writing system, which denotes that these people and these tablets that they found of the Negroes in Sudan were different stock of the Egyptians, because the Egyptians, they had Meduneter. They didn't have the Meroitic. So the Meroitic is a different strand of writing that the Negroes had. I'm not denoting that. I'm not denouncing that. That's not my argument. So when I went into the actual tomb, we went and we seen the Caucasoid female Isis, which is a Neteru, which is the primeval goddess, and we could see it goes back to Hathor. And like he said, the debater said the interchangeable Hathor, and we seen Hathor, and I showed in my premise that Hathor looked like a Caucasoid woman. It wasn't a Negroid Meroitic woman. And then I went through the gene flow, right? We went through the gene flow, and I explained in my opening what is a gene flow. So the gene flow is basically when the population A go and integrate with population B, and then they too, now population B carry the same genes as population A because of a gene flow. So we've seen that the gene flow of the African Americans are consist of 3 different gene flows. The North Africans do consist of the same genes in the African Americans because of the trans-Saharan slave trade, which is dealing with Negro people as well in Africa. And that's what was going back to my last debate about with the son of law. And that's what I was trying to show these brothers. It's not nothing racist. I'm not a racist or bringing all this racist rhetoric. I'm just dealing with the information. Like, I'm 25% African. I don't know if y'all know. So I got part black in me. I'm not dissing black people. I'm just trying to understand this Afrocentric thing that's going on that's kind of brainwashing black people. So to get that out the way, get that out your minds. And so I presented the archaeology within the pyramids that showed the white Neteru Caucasoid woman. And so you said that the white woman or the black woman is God. That's what a lot of the conscious community say. But if you look at the ISIS, which you say that Jesus come from, copying the same story, so you're saying that they're both white. That's what it is, because ISIS do not look like a Negro woman. She's always depicted Caucasoid, not a Negroid, and always yellow, always light-skinned. So who's these light-skinned people on the actual walls of Egypt compared to the red-skinned peoples? Who are they? You can't explain it, brother. So, you know what I'm saying? So I already explained that. And then I went into the rebuttal, and he, wasn't he was shucklebucking. He couldn't, he didn't sound confident. He didn't know these terminologies. He don't know what Caucasoid are. He didn't even know that the Libyans lived in Egypt in pre-dynastic time, and Narma, which was an invader, invaded and kicked them out of the land. And that's the first dynastic right there. He didn't even know that. You need to go look up the Libyan palette. The Libyan palette lets you know that Libyans lived in Egypt pre-dynastic before Narma invaded. So that's a body bag right there, because Libyans today don't look Negro, the North Africans. You know, I also went into the rebuttal round and I asked them, you know, are black people from the Mediterranean Sea? He didn't really sound too confident there. And then, you know, he wanted to play games with different terminology in regards to geographical locations and the actual names of the land. But it's okay though, brother, because I feel that energy in the room and everybody could see it. So then we also went into the rapid fire round. So you know, he did very terrible within that round, you know. So I hope, you know, the judges could see how he wasn't confident when I asked him the questions. He didn't know how to answer. He was kind of hush on things. He didn't ask me no questions in his actual rebuttal in his rapid fire round. He was just philosophizing on different theories and prayers. So that means that the Neteru, who is ISIS, who is a Caucasoid woman, these people in Sudan prayed to ISIS and they worshipped her. So that was irrelevant to the actual topic of the debate. The topic of the debate was that the Egyptians worshiped Caucasoid Neteru during the time of the pyramids. And I showed the time of the pyramids and I showed it. And of course, you see ISIS there. Why is ISIS there? She's a Caucasoid woman. So that'll make no sense. And also, I showed Ma'at, which Ma'at is a Caucasoid woman, North African females. These are North African females who are Caucasoid. They're not considered Negroid people. So you could deal with the racial taxonomy with dealing with these things, and you're dealing with the DNA, the gene flows of how the E1B1B1B got into the land, and how did the black folks get that DNA, and how the white people also have that DNA is through the North Africans going into Europe and spreading that gene flow into those people. They spread it into the Germanic people. They went and have sex with these females. We're dealing with the paternal lineage. God. So when we're dealing with these things, let me get that boom. Can I please get the boom right here?
All right. Shout out to both debaters. It was a very excellent debate. We'll be right back with, you know what, round family. This is the Solar Vision Debate League, man.
Yeah.
Vanglorious Vanguard.
Knowledge born.
Yeah.
United Front. What you want, what you want, what you want.
To the Knowledge Radio.
We in here. What you got? Dot.
Work hard as a slave to one day be your savior. The wave unwavering. This is a labor of love, rise with a purpose every day, invigorated. If we were on TV, we'd be 10 times syndicated. If we waited for validation, a paycheck or accolades, we'd be starved, already lost or ran away. But when you're square, solid, and your circle too, you don't need a place for silence. The concept is conquered through media, not areas of people activity. A mix that don't lose ethnicity, tightness that don't lose the elasticity. Explicitly, this isn't where we give the novice regard. Nah, this is where knowledge is born. Last time that I checked, I'm undefeated. Deliver edicts, can't resist when the gods build and manifest freedom. When lines get crossed, they may push a loss, cause they get handed a check. We kick a can and cancel your cancerous gestures. A prophet vision, precision, the prescription for the sickness is to inoculate your fate with the winning. Arrogant beginnings turn to humble endings. And UF with KBA is a win-win. 1K, 1K.
Yes, family, this is the Solar Vision Debate League, and we are now heading into the Shucklebuck round, family. Yes, family, this is the Solar Vision Debate League, and we are now The Shucklebuck Round family. That's the sorry I'm kind not muting out when he playing the video, so that's why you hear the both kind of the YouTube playing. But we are in the Shucklebuck Round family. So who do you want me to Shucklebuck first? Is it Asar M. Ka or is it E-Mac? Press 1 for Asar M. Ka. Press 2 for E-Mac. This is the Solar Vision Debate League. Yes, family. Who do you want me to Shucklebuck first? Press 1 for Asar M. Ka. Two for E-Mac. Wow, look like we got a tie ball game right here. Look at here.
I'll go first if you want, so I'll okay.
Yeah, E-Mac doesn't, New King Era does not know how to follow directions. I see. 1 for Asar M. Ka. 2 for E-Mac. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2. All right, so I guess we'll go with E-Mac first. It looked like he has it's about one more than Asar M. Ka. So what's going on, E-Mac?
What's up, man? I already know it's the evil round.
The evil round.
The evil round. The interrogation round.
Evil.
I'm just playing with you, man.
Evil round.
The evil round.
You weren't playing. You was dead serious.
The evil round.
All right. So, talk to me, brother. Were the gods of the ancient Egyptians before the pyramids, were they white or black, brother?
They were Caucasoid white.
Caucasoid white. Okay. Why do you believe that is the case?
I believe it because the Caucasoid race wasn't just, in Caucasia.
You say what?
The Caucasoid race weren't just in Caucasia.
Okay, so how is that evidence to say that that the gods of the ancient Egyptians were white?
Because the Torah says that everybody came off a boat, which I know you were gonna laugh. Noah came out of the Caucasus region, out of the lower Caucasus region, and that's how these gene flows went into those regions.
I know. So we're talking about the gods, right?
Yeah. Because they
So
painted.
can you give me a god that was white, brother? That was in ancient Egypt.
Isis.
Isis was white?
Yes.
Can you show me a picture of Isis being white?
Yeah, sure. I showed it in my debate. She looked like somebody who I could pass for her people right there. She looks more like me than Asara Kat.
Okay. Pull it up. Do you have it?
I could pull it up in my debate. I could share it right now. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Right here. That's ISIS right here.
And when was that created right there?
That was 2,700 years ago.
2700. What dynasty would that be?
This is not a Egyptian dynasty. This is the pyramid they found in Nauru or Nori.
Where?
And Nori is in Sudan.
Oh, so this is before the dynastic period?
No. This is when King Pi ruled over Egypt. When they ruled it after, I forget, the Assyrians, or no, before the Assyrians.
So this was before the pyramids were built?
This is this is the pyramids during their time. This is the pyramids in Sudan.
Okay, so you're saying where this is before or after the pyramids were built, bro?
This is you talking about the first pyramid of King Dozier. This is after that.
After that, so
this is 700 BCE, 2,700 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah. So the topic, to my understanding, was were the ancient Egyptians during the time of the pyramids did they worship white gods?
Right. So this is an Egyptian goddess right here.
Or during the inception of the pyramids?
Yeah. So the topic of his debate that he picked out, it backfired on him because he didn't specify which pyramids.
So what pyramid was being erected at this time?
This is the pyramid of kings. This is I think this one was Queen Yatoro's pyramid.
Okay, so prove that they was worshiping the white Isis.
Well, this is an actual tomb, right? So the tomb is where the burial is. So they put Isis as as one of the goddess there.
Showed that they were worshiping the white goddess.
I mean, this is a Neteru. I mean, it's
that what I mean. I mean, it's Christians with pictures of Satan. They don't worship Satan, bro.
Okay, but still, it's still a Neteru.
But show me that it was being worshipped.
Okay. I mean, I can't show you physical people worshiping them. I mean, that's irrelevant.
Can you show me that is relevant? Like that's just like you taking a picture of Satan. Like people got pictures of the devil in Christianity. There's pictures of the devil. There's like, look, there's a picture of the devil. That means that they was worshiping it. No, that doesn't mean that they was worshiping it just because there's a picture of that individual. That doesn't mean that they were worshiping it.
I'm pretty sure that people know the difference between Jesus Christ and the devil, and they didn't worship the devil. This is different.
I mean now, but let's say like 5,000 years from now, they're not going to know. So that's like you saying, well, yeah, they worship the devil too. Look, there's a picture of them. Show me, is there any writings that saying that they worship the white Isis? Is there any writings? Is there any prayers? Is there anything suggesting that they worship Isis?
Yeah, if you look at the actual manuscripts in the Egyptian writings, they tell you that they worship Isis. That's the
white Isis we're talking about, because there's different color Isises. Maybe that's a representation.
Because I showed them that the Apis was black, and that did not signify black people. So that's irrelevant.
It is relevant.
How, when Osiris is right here?
Because the topic of the debate is, did they worship white guys, bro? That's why it's not relevant.
So
show me that they worship the white Isis, bro.
But we all know that Osiris and Isis was worshipped in these lands, brother.
Well, we know that the black one was.
What black ones? That's his argument. But I know this is the
okay, so that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, you would have to pinpoint if there's pictures of a black Isis. then you would have to show me that which ISIS is talking about. If they're worshiping the ISIS, it would have to be you would have to show me that they were worshiping a white ISIS. Because you're showing me a white ISIS right now. Like this could be signifying them being evil. That's the evil ISIS. We don't know. You got to show me that. You just show me some pictures. Shooting from the goddamn hip.
So why would the burials? Why would it have white Caucasoid yellow?
I don't know. Can you show me them worshiping the white ISIS?
I have no comments, brother.
Can you show me them worshiping the white ISIS?
I have no comments. I already
You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. What's going on? I'm sorry, I'm Kyle. Unmute your mic, brother. You don't have to show your camera because I know you're
in the top, brother Solar.
Yeah.
You
don't have to show you. Oh, okay, your camera's working. Because I don't want the thing messing
my taco meat. I'm trying to hide my taco meat right now. You know, young chalupa chest. Go ahead.
Okay, so did the ancient Egyptians during the time of the pyramids worship white gods?
No.
And why do you believe that?
Not during their inception.
Okay.
Because the Neteru that they point out are black.
So what about the white gods that they worship?
White god worship doesn't happen until Ptolemaic era, maybe a little before. And that's when you invite people in to your community and you want to make them feel at home. Not during the inception of the pyramids, not during the 1st through 6th dynasty. Didn't happen.
Were there Caucasoids, according to modern day standards, in Egypt, in ancient Egypt?
Eventually you do get Europeans, absolutely.
No, I said Caucasoids.
They worship black gods too. Or Caucasoid.
North Africans are considered. North Africans are considered to be white. You know that, right?
No.
Yes, they are considered to be white.
Nah.
Yes, they are. They are considered to be white. You want to look it up?
They can call themselves what they want, but
so you're saying now you're trying to tell me that they call themselves white, and you're saying no, you're not white when they're calling themselves white.
Actually, I could show you.
No, when I'm saying to you, like the world is saying, wait,
mad.
The world is saying that they're white. The world, wait, bro, hold on, wait, bro. The world, the entire world is saying that they're white. So you're saying no, they're not white?
What Ethiopian you know call itself white?
Okay, we can just look it up, brother.
Let's look it up.
Let's look it up.
Is it Ethiopian white? Let's look it up. Hold on, let me share screen. Are you gonna see what I'm gonna put it in just like that? Watch.
What race are the North Africans? I don't say the race.
They gotta take opal to turn white. According to him, Ptolemy placed two peoples, the Leucotheopus and the Melanogutelians, black Gutelians, in the far west of North Africa, namely in southern Morocco.
They considered them to
black.
No, they considered them
Smith
to be.
Suggests that
they considered them to be phenotypically white. This is what they're saying.
White black men. Look,
phenotypically
could also
white.
be described as white black men. They're white black men. What does that mean?
Well, the phenotypically they're white.
That's what it say, and this is from the doctor.
Well, that's what it's saying. Phenotypically they're white.
White black men since in ancient times.
Yeah, they're phenotypically white. That's what they're saying.
Okay. What DNA does the Neteru have? What DNA does the Neteru have?
He said, "What you mean?" He showed us the white ISIS.
God.
Why is that funny?
No, she was yellow.
No, that was a white ISIS that he showed us.
Pull her up. She was yellow.
Okay, well, that was
And
considered
Beyonce a yellow bone.
No, that was. You
My
trying to
girl
say?
was
Wow,
yellow bone.
you're trying to say that picture was a person that
call
was
a
yellow?
light-skinned chick a red
Wow,
bone.
you're trying to say that picture that he showed was a yellow bone ISIS? You trying to say that was
It's
a yellow bone ISIS?
And
Oh,
you know what?
Wait. Wait.
And he showed Sudan.
Wait.
He
Wait. No, nigga.
He showed Sudan.
Nigga.
So
Pull that picture up, nigga.
Watch.
That shit up, bro.
Watch, let me get it.
He gonna try to say that was a yellow bone ISIS.
He showed the yellow bone.
Yo, you a wicked ass nigga, bro. Like that ain't no goddamn yellow bone. Pull that joint up,
showed
man.
the yellow bone.
That was a goddamn white ISIS, bro. Get out of here, yo.
Which one you talking about?
That was a Beyonce ISIS. Yo, you the wicked.
Nah, because I might not have seen the one you talking about. Because I
pull that one up. Pull it up, Asar. Pull it up, Emac. The one that you just had up.
You can type in the I think it was the.
It might be Ptolemaic period in us.
Pull it up. Pull the one you had up.
All right.
Pull up the European joint. I ain't even see.
All right, hold on.
That nigga say it was.
You might be pulling.
Beyonce
If you pulling up something from the Ptolemies, pull it from the original source too, because you already tried to say Kalhada was white.
All right,
black.
You see that?
Yeah.
All right, hold on a second. Let me pull it up. Why you ain't pulling up the one that you had, bro?
Oh, right there.
Okay, so
go back to the other one real quick.
No, nigga.
Hold on. The one on the left.
He don't want me to.
No, nigga.
Who's the black dude?
Nigga, listen to what I'm saying, bro. What the hell are you doing? All right, look. You're saying that is a what ISIS? That's a Beyonce ISIS right there?
She yellow bone.
That's a yellow bone ISIS, bro. That's
he's
a goddamn white
European.
woman, bro. That's a goddamn.
He's looking European. She's looking like the color of his helmet.
That's a goddamn white woman, bro.
She looked like the color of his helmet.
The phenotype in that long pointy nose, black man, afros. Nigga, that's a long pointy nose right there, nigga.
Yo. Her nose short and snub, B.
Nigga, fuck out of here.
His nose is kind of.
Wait, nigga. Is that a white ISIS or not, bro?
I'll give him that. She's white.
Okay, so
right,
if that's a white ISIS, then
but I don't believe that.
Then you're dead. So why don't you believe it? It's right here, bro.
I live.
You live
because I know this. I know what this is from, and I tried to find the tune, and he's smiling because he know I know the tune because I pulled up Kalhada. But he won't pull up that original tune because it's not what you say.
Okay, so let us know what it is.
You gonna throw him a bone for now.
Let us know what it is.
That's from the Ptolemaic era.
Get your ass out of here. Shout out to both debaters. This is the Solar Vision Debate League. We're gonna close this thing out, family. We're gonna have the after show, the after party. So make sure you come in the building for that, family. The link. Oh, yeah, I got to throw the link inside of the chat room for the people's vote. There you go. There you go, family. Yes, family. Yes, family. Yes, family. So, with that being said, we're going to close out for now. This is the Solar Vision Debate League, man. God damn! We'll see you in the after show.
On the track.
SB on the beat.
How you supposed to have light if you got got solar missing. Everything seemed bright with solar vision. A whole court and a witness, nobody noticed missing. I'm my own judge, jury, and the co-defendant. It ain't an idol if it's solar image. Get to the core, my nigga, no pretending. Hotter than Jamie Foxx on a solar mission. Melchizedek, no beginning nor an ending. Ain't no need to study long if you gon' study wrong. Got me chasing the ghost with no lully bones. Blew a hustle anywhere but never hustle home. Mama pray for his soul cause he ain't coming home. Watch you doctrine get demolished. Bluetooth pilots for YouTube scholars. I do for knowledge, not no stupid dollars. My new provider make them hoop and holler. In the lead for the light bringers, Illuminati. You ain't doing nada and blue ain't bother. Can't be rolling with you with no stupid maga. No Candace Owens, I don't do Kamala. Free flowing out this new Kabbalah. Lumen in the garden, hit a human olive. And you can get this stick with no soup and salad. Blue seek asylum on a Cuban island. My newest challenge is live a long life. Can't nobody live it for you, you gon' live your own life. Right place, wrong time, I'm in the valley where the bones dry. I prophesy to the bones rise. How you supposed to have light if you got solar missing? Everything seemed bright with solar vision. A whole court and a witness, nobody noticed missing. I'm my own judge, jury, and the co-defendant. It ain't an idol if it's solar image. Get to the core, my nigga, no pretending. Hotter than Jamie Foxx on a solar mission. Melchizedek, no beginning nor an ending. Wake up, Jacob, tell him it's urgent. Identify me by the blessings, never the curses. Walk on water, but I never submerging. You a goon on Zoom, but never in person. My verses merge with the ancient letters. My rating's good, but my rank is better. You soft as Wayne and baby's leather. If I bring my best, you can't do better. Local natives surrounded by the foreigners. The throne of David, the crown is Moorish. I can anoint the babies and crown the poorest. I'm rolling out, I found the forest. Lex told me keep a head and a leg up. Y'all rob with a tank at your head, bruh. Consul told Blue keep your bread up. Seen solar at the door like lead, bruh. Yeah, I'm shooting for the top like Rick Berry. Sneaking baseline, tryna rip Parrish. This is where your talking points get perished. Just to be a champion like Chris Harris. How you supposed to have light if you got solar missing? Everything seemed bright with solar vision. A whole court and a witness, nobody noticed missing. I'm my own judge, jury, and the co-defendant. It ain't an idol if it's solar image. Get to the core, my nigga, no pretending. Hotter than Jamie Foxx on a solar mission. Melchizedek, no beginning nor an ending.
All right, family. PCR, PCR, PCR. You already know what it is, man. It's your boy Swab Boss. We got something else too. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. Let me do this right quick. Boom. Is this it? Here we go.
About us, and we don't care, then what's going to happen to us? What's going to happen to our future? What's going to happen to our children's future? We have to be able to take the time to get this information and to understand what's being done to us. We got to make sacrifices. We don't want to make sacrifices. This is why nothing changes. But I understand we all have important things to do, so I will be breaking this video up in 2 parts as well as putting it up in its entirety. But understand, our enemy is decades ahead of us in their plans to keep us oppressed. So if we can't take 3 hours out of our busy day or 3 hours out of our busy week to understand how and what exactly they are doing to keep us oppressed, then we will stay oppressed. Now, before I go any further in this video, let me say this first. This is not a blame the white man for all the black man's problems. This is not that kind of video. I think one of the things you're going to come away with in this video is one of the reasons why we are where we are today as a people is because of lack of knowledge, lack of awareness. We're not aware of this system. We understand that it's something in place that is like hindering us, but we tend to point the blame at each other instead of really digging into this system that is in place to keep us down. And it is a very sophisticated system. So we're going to get into hip hop. We're going to get into popular culture. We're going to get into a lot of things that black people like to do, because we have to realize that they take away everything that will help us as a people. So we really got to pay attention. We really got to look closer at the things they let us keep. We really got to start doing that because it's a reason why they let us keep certain things. So we're definitely going to get into hip hop. We're definitely going to get into the fashion. We're going to get into some of the trends. We're going to get into a lot of things that black people follow today. I don't want you to get offended. I don't want you to think that, this is just somebody out here with an agenda trying to do something. Really pay attention because they've hidden things so well. They are very good at this. They've been doing this for years. They have hidden things so well, and they have put, meanings out there that make sense. And you would look at certain things and it will make so much sense to you. You have no clue that it was designed that way to basically blind you from something else. So I'm going to be showing you things like this in this video. And as I said, I don't want anybody to get too offended. I don't want to hinder anybody from seeing this video in its entirety because this is a very important video. Now, one of the things we're going to run into as we go along in this video is people going to have the question of why. See, if you can't get your head around the why, you're not going to understand, or you're not going to really accept the information in this video because your whole thinking is going to be, well, why would they do that? Well, why would they do that? Well, that don't make sense because you don't understand the why. The why is very important, but the why will have to come later on because it's just too much to explain why. And one of the problems is most of us black people, we don't know our history before slavery. We don't know where we come from. We don't know what has been going on this planet before slavery. You go to school and they tell you that black people we have our exception in this country, well, in America, with slavery. But we don't know what happened before that, and it's a lot of research you will have to go through to understand what's going on. Some of the people watching know exactly what I'm talking about. Some people may not, but that's why I have to show you proof. Now, some people will disagree with some of the things I'm going to say, which is why I have to show proof. But we have to come to the agreement that something is obviously wrong. We can all agree that there is something in place that is keeping the black person, the black man and black woman from reaching the point of success that we should be at this point in our life. Some of us, we can see exactly what that is, but we don't know the details behind it. That's what this video will show. It will get really deep into the details, and I'm not going to, talk too much. I've been building it up for like 7 minutes now, so I'm going to get right into the information. But I know the big question on a lot of your mind is why? Why would they do that? Well, This is all some bullshit. But I promise you, by the end of this video, you're going to come out with a better understanding of the why, and the main thing you're going to come out with is why things are the way that they are. Okay, slavery. So since most black people only know about our inception in America from slavery, then I have to start with slavery, because slavery is a big part of it. Now, if a white person tell you, man, y'all need to get over slavery, it was so long ago, get over slavery, you tell them to tell their people to give back every dollar, every bit of wealth and success that they reap from the benefits of slavery, then we'll get over it. Because the reason why we cannot get over slavery is because we know deep down in our head that the reason we are where we are at today as a people has its inception in slavery. It's because of slavery, and that is the truth. So what has never happened was nobody has not outlined how that was possible. People have spoken on it. People have said things and written poems about it, but nobody has went into detail about how slavery is the root reason for everything. So I have to start with the beginning. So please bear with me, because this is deep. You have to really pay attention. Now, you have to think about slavery. Now, if slavery was just about getting black people to do your work and getting black people to, take care of your kids and, plow and make you money. If it was just about that, then the psychological aspects of slavery wouldn't been implemented. The psychological things that was done to the slaves would not have been done if it was just about using slave labor to make the white man rich. So if it wasn't about making the white people rich, what was it about? Because you really have to think about it and remember that slavery started with the Arabs. So you got to ask yourself, what is it about black people that they know about us that we don't know about ourselves? See, it has something to do with the unity of black people and that being very powerful. The Bible actually speaks to it. Now, if you saw one of my earlier videos, I did a whole part where I took the book of Genesis, chapter 11, verses 1 through 9, and I took it back to its original Hebrew language. And I showed you, once you take the Bible back to its original language, it changes. The meanings change and the stories change. Now, what I did in these particular verses was I showed you that what Genesis 11, 1 through 9 is actually talking about is about black people. That whole thing is about us. It's talking about a people who was united. They were so powerful. Now, Genesis chapter 11, starting at 6, it says, "And the Lord said, Behold, the people is one, and they have all one language, and this they begin to do, and now nothing will be restrained from them which they have imagined to do." That is powerful. 7 says, "Go to, let us go down, and there confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. So the Lord scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth, and they left off to build the city." Think about that. "Therefore is the name of it called Babel, because the Lord did there confound the language of all the earth, and from thence did the Lord scatter them abroad upon the face of all the earth." Now you have to think about it. It says that these people were of one speech, one language. It does not say that these people was evil. So why would God go down there and change their language and spread them about? Why would he do that? If these people were so united, it doesn't say in the verse that they were doing anything evil. It said that they were united. Why would he go down there and spread them? Now, when I translated this back into Hebrew, it said something completely different. And there are other places in the Bible where it's speaking about the power of African people, how powerful we are when we unite. Here's another example.
According to Nahum chapter 3 and verse 9, he says that the people from Ethiopia and Egypt had a power that was boundless, limitless, without limit. And that was written in 714 BC, right around the same time that Isaiah 18 was written. So what we're dealing with here is that we're dealing with a group of people, black people from beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, that were basically presidents of the planet, if you will. People who were in world domination. So on one hand, slave trade. On the other hand, we have the tremendous civilization that black people had created.
There was
a definite crisis of the conscience, because there were white brothers really intensely fighting this thing called slavery, and they were pushing for the liberation of the black man, condemning the trade itself, and freeing slaves in America, and they were torn. And so you can see where the impetus and the need to formulate rationalizations for this developed.
What to do? What are the anthropologists and archaeologists going to do in dealing with this information? And that is what I believe, what sponsored, maybe consciously in some cases, unconsciously in other cases, what we could call the cover-up. The cover-up of the accomplishments of black people. Chancellor Williams wrote a book called The Destruction of Black Civilization. And in this book, he outlined 7 points as to why he feels that there was a cover-up.
Ignore. Just refuse to publish any facts of African history that don't go along with our racial theories.
We need to create a religious and a scientific doctrine so that African slavery won't appear that bad after all.
What we need to do is flood the world with new African histories that contain our European perspectives only.
Start renaming people and places. Replace African names with Arabic and European names. This will disguise their true black identity.
Let's change the criteria for defining race. For example, 1 drop of Negro blood in America makes you a Negro, no matter how light the skin.
Yes, when reporting ancient African history, reverse the standard. No matter how dark the skin, woolly the hair, or thick the lips, you don't have to be a Negro.
When black contribution to civilization is too obvious, let's find a way to attribute it to outside white influences.
When all the ancient historians contradict your theory, we'll just discredit them.
So, as you can see, there is something about black people, there's something about us that they know about us that we don't know about ourselves. The ancient Egyptians knew what that was. They knew we were different. They knew we were special. So, of course, in the 1400s, during the Arab slave trade, they castrated us. They took our language. They indoctrinated us into Islam. And we still flourished as people. They don't tell you about the Songhai people. They don't tell you about how good these people was. You don't know about Sunni Ali and how Sunni Ali was a very smart, powerful man down and with the Songhai Empire. Sunni Ali was not really a Muslim. He did not really follow Islam the way he was supposed to, but yet the Songhai people still flourished. Now, when he died, his son did not assume the throne because he didn't want to convert to Islam. See, this is all around the time of the Arab conquest. This is around the time when the Arabs were very powerful and Islam was spreading. And a lot of African kings was converting to Islam for political purposes. Mansa Musa, who was considered the richest man of all times, a black man, he was one of them. He converted to Islam. But Sunni Ali, his son, did not want to convert to Islam. I guess he wanted to be more like his father. So Askia Muhammad or Askia the Great, he took over, and the Songhai people were very powerful. And in 1591, they were taken over because they were very powerful. These people had colleges, they had a whole system, they had a political system, they had a legal system, they had lawyers. They were very powerful black people because they were united. And they seen that these black people were very powerful. They were smart with trade. They were smart with agriculture. They were smart in mathematics and everything. And these people were becoming powerful. So in 1591, it was a war. Now, most of the slaves that came over to America came from the Songhai Empire. So I want you to take a look at this and look at Dr. what's his name? Edward Robertson is his name. He's 93 at this time. He's talking about what was going on around this time. Take a look and listen to what he had to say.
But first, I want to say something to the ladies in the audience. I want you ladies to understand that African women, and you're the genetic reproductions of our mother, were considered the most beautiful women on the planet for thousands of years by all of the civilized people of the world. The Greeks thought so much of your beauty, that they named 2 star constellations after you, Andromeda and Cassiopeia. The two most beautiful star constellations that are in the heavens. They say that they have all of the beauty of the setting sun, hair which is alive, and a figure incomparable even today. So I don't want you to think that just because we went through 400 years of horror where they were saying you were ugly, that you believe that, because you're the most beautiful people. You are imitated by everybody. So I want to say that before we get on to the discussion. I hate to ask this question because it's embarrassing. How many of you who are African Americans, how many of you know the African city and country from which your ancestors were born? Except my daughter.
Not one hand went up.
Not one hand went up. I asked this question of 500 whites. How many of you know the city and country? I was teaching at a university, a white university, just outside Philadelphia. Every hand went up. They knew not only the country from which they came, not only the city, but the borough from which their ancestors came. Now, how come they know and none of you know? Here's the reason, and here's the reason why I am different. The reason is that these South Carolina and North Carolina plantation owners went to Germany to find out how they could control our fathers and mothers on the plantation, because they were getting out of hand. They were burning the houses down, they were killing white folks. They were doing everything negative about being in captivity. They were never slaves. They were prisoners of war, the War of 1591. So what happened was they sought the advice of an expert in Shanghai history. Now, his name was Johann Blumenbach, and he was the head of the Department of History at the University of Göttingen in Germany. And how many of you know this? I know you was taught this in college and everything, all you college folks. Well, when they sought his advice, they said, do they know that they're the Shanghai people? So the plantation owners who traveled over there to seek his advice said, well, of course they know that they come from the great Shanghai Empire. Well, that's your problem. You can't let them know that they came from greatness, from grandeur, from beauty, from sophistication. You'll never be able to control them. So the plantation owner said, well, how can we prevent it? I mean, the mothers and the fathers would tell the children, say, you came from Timbuktu and you came from the city of H.N.I.C, and that's where we were born, and then the Europeans came over and invaded us in 1591 and marched us to the seas, to the waiting ship. Said, man, you can't allow them to teach that to their children. They said, well, how you going to stop it? Here's how you do it. Here's why you don't know where you're from. Blumenbach said, what you do, as soon as a boatload arrives, take the babies out the mama's arms. Send the parents to a distant plantation and work them to death and raise the children to believe that they came from a jungle. They won't know the difference.
That's right.
How would they know?
That's right.
Their parents are gone. Now, here's the difference between me and you. When they captured my grandmother, I'm not going through, you heard the beginning of the story. My grandfather was a lawyer and a sculptor in Benin City, Nigeria. And the English kept on coming over stealing his sculpture.
Wow.
Some of his sculpture ended up at the art museum in West Philadelphia, where they came to show it off because it was world-class sculpture.
So have you been able to see this sculpture?
Oh, sure.
Wow.
Yeah, I've got some in the book. But anyhow, what happened was his wife hassled him and said, don't fight the English when they come over, just let them have the sculpture. I'm pregnant. and they'll kill you. Then I'll be a widow, and they'll put me on board ship and take me over there where they're taking all the rest of those prisoners of war. But my grandfather, whose name was Mwale. Mwale. Said, I'm fighting them. I'm not going to let them steal my sculpture anymore. And he gathered some of his fellow sculptors, and they fought the English when they came over to steal. They always stealing something. And they killed him, killed my grandfather, and put his wife, his pregnant wife, my great-great-great-grandmother on board the ship. And the ship was named Jesus, by the way. That's deep. I've been angry ever since. Well, at Jesus, I mean, not at Jesus, but and on the way over, the baby was born.
Wow.
All right, name of Diane. She named Diane. Now, it was bound for South Carolina. How many of your ancestors came from South Carolina? Raise your hand.
Oh, boy.
A whole bunch of folks. They were bound for South Carolina. But in 1808, this was 1813, in 1808, a law was passed by Congress forbidding more importations of the Songhai people. We're the Songhai people.
Right.
See, Blumenbach said, don't allow them to even learn that they came from the Songhai Empire.
Right. We're going to try to breed them here on this continent
That's
rather
right.
than continuing the cultural memory.
They don't even let them learn the name Songhai. Because then they'll start investigating. Then take away their ability to read and write, pass laws against them learning to read and write. Then they can't learn anything about the Songhai Empire. They passed a law, 200 years a law not allowing blacks to learn to read and write. Well, anyhow, in 1808, this law was passed forbidding any more importations of Songhai people. Now, nobody paid any attention to that law at all except one little group called abolitionists. Now, the abolitionists put their money together and they bought a ship. And they patrolled the seas looking for prisoner of war ships, which you all were trained to say slave ships. They were no slave ships, they were prisoner of war ships.
Very important.
Were coming, very important distinction.
That's right.
And when we teach our children, they were never slaves. They were children, descendants of prisoners of war. Like McLean. He was a prisoner of war.
That's right.
He wasn't a slave.
That's right.
He got captured by the enemy.
That's right.
On the way, this abolitionist ship captured the ship that my great-great-grandmother was on. So instead of this baby being taken from my arms in South Carolina, the ship was towed to Trenton, New Jersey. And of course, Nzinga, who was the baby's mother, my great-great-great-grandmother, taught the baby that her father was a world-class sculptor, that her father was a lawyer, that he went to world-class universities. So I was trained from babyhood, you know, that we've got to right this wrong.
That's right. That's right.
So I was, it's your job, because you were spared by just an act of God, an act of the ancestors, to not let the baby being taken from Nzinga's arms. And the baby grew up, and she had a child. Her name is Mary Diane Thomas, and she was my great-grandmother, and she helped raise me.
Wow.
And so she told me the story when I was a kid, you see. So that's how I know
wow.
where we're from.
Wow.
That's right.
She was saying the black woman was worshipped as gods, goddesses. White people worship black women as goddesses. So did the ancient Egyptians. Now, it's not saying that the black man wasn't considered God. It's just saying the black woman was being worshipped as God because, of course, men, we come from women. You can't get a woman from a man. You can't get a man from a man. But you can get a man and a woman from a woman. But one of the things he's speaking to, he's showing you how they went to such lengths to separate black people from their origins, from their knowledge. Separate the babies from their moms so they don't know where they come from, so they don't know about their history. So if it was about money, as I was saying before, if it was about money, why would they go through all of that to keep these people from knowing who they are? So if you are conscious as a white person or as an Arab or whoever, if you are conscious to the fact that when black people unite, when they completely unite, when they are educated, when they have knowledge of self, when they unite, they become unstoppable. If you are conscious of that, you have to do everything in your power to stop them from uniting. And these were some of the things they were doing. Now, we all heard about the Willie Lynch letter. If you don't know about the Willie Lynch letter, I'll let Denzel explain it.
I'll take the affirmative. Take the meanest, most restless nigger. Strip him of his clothes in front of the remaining male niggers, female niggers, and nigger infants. Tar and feather him. Tie each leg to a horse facing in opposite direction, set him on fire, and beat both horses until they tear him apart in front of the male, female, and nigger infants. Bullwhip and beat the remaining nigger males within an inch of their life. Do not kill them, but put the fear of God in them, for they can be useful for future breeding. Anybody know who Willie Lynch was? Anybody? Raise your hand. No one? He was a vicious slave owner in the West Indies. The slave masters in the colony of Virginia were having trouble controlling their slaves, so they sent for Mr. Lynch to teach them his methods. The word lynching came from his last name. His methods were very simple, but they were diabolical. Keep the slave physically strong, but psychologically weak and dependent on the slave master. Keep the body, take the mind. I and every other professor on this campus are here to help you to find, take back, and keep your righteous mind. Because obviously you have lost it.
The Willie Lynch letter and the making of a slave on page 16 as it relates to the breaking process of the African woman. It says, then take the female. Run a series of tests on her to see if she will submit to your desires willingly. Test her in every way because she is the most important factor for good economics. If she shows any sign of resistance in submitting completely to your will, do not hesitate to use the bullwhip on her to extract the last bit of bitch out of her. Mm-hmm. Take care not to kill her, for in doing so, you spoil good economics. When in complete submission, we should underline that, when in complete submission, not submission to Jesus, not submission to Allah, not submission to the deities and the Creator, but when she's in complete submission, she will train her offspring in the early years to submit to labor when they become of age. Understanding is the best thing. Therefore, we shall go deeper into the area of the subject matter concerning what we have produced here in this breaking process of the female nigger. We have reversed the relationships. I'm going to say that one more again. We have reversed the relationships. In her natural uncivilized state, she would have strong dependency on the uncivilized nigger male, and she would have a limited protective tendency toward her independent male offspring and would raise the female offspring to be dependent like her. Nature had provided for this type of balance. It's underlined here. It says, we reverse nature by burning and pulling one civilized nigger apart and bullwhipping the other to the point of death. Mm-hmm. All in her presence. So it says, by her being left alone, unprotected, with the male image destroyed, the ordeal caused her to move from her psychological dependent state to a frozen independent state. In this frozen psychological state of independence, she will raise her male and female offspring in reverse roles. Getting back to the Willie Lynch letter, it says, full fear of the young male's life, she will psychologically train him to be mentally weak and dependent, but physically strong. So you got these burly buff brothers, but they're psychologically weak. It says, what have we got here? You've got the nigger woman out front and the man behind and scared. Right. This is a perfect situation for sound sleep and economics.
Right.
Just before the breaking process, we had to be alertly on guard at all times. Now we can sleep soundly from out of frozen fear. His woman stands guard for us.
Mm-hmm.
So now the black woman is standing guard for the white devils who actually put this plan in place. It says he cannot get past her infant slave process. He is a good tool now ready to be tied to a horse at a tender age. By the time a nigger boy reaches the age of 16, he is soundly broken. Continually, through the breaking of the uncivilized savage niggers, by throwing the nigger female savage into a frozen psychological state of independence, by killing of the protective male image, by creating a submissive, dependent mind of the nigger male savage, we have created orbiting cycle that turns in its own axis forever. Unless a phenomenon occurs and the reshifts of the positions of the female savages are to take place, we show what we mean by an example. Take the case of the two economic slave units and examine them closely, and that's going into another section in the book.
So, as I was saying, if it was all about enslaving black people, if this was a normal thing, because I keep hearing this so much from black people actually say this, and other white people say it too. Oh, well, black people wasn't the only people who was enslaved. But was the other races who was enslaved, was they so psychologically programmed? Was they so damaged? Was their culture, was their language, was their history taken from them? Why was this done to black people? You got to really think about this. So if it was all about just making them rich, making them money, why all the psychological games? Because see, this thing was really about programming. Money was just a plus, but it was about reprogramming a people. Now, if it was all about the premise that they give black people and white people too, by them saying that, oh, black people, the Africans, they were savages. They were killing themselves. They were harming themselves. We came over there and we're trying to basically sophisticate them. We're trying to bring them over here. And because the Bible says, or they throw religion in there and they say, oh, the Bible says that these people are supposed to be our slaves, or these people are savages and God made them. God says they're supposed to be slaves and serve the white man. All the bullshit reasons that they gave. They gave a lot of reasons. Now, some of you may have heard of the slave narratives. The slave narratives are in the Library of Congress, which is crazy to me. And they are basically over 2,000 accounts of black people from all over the U.S., former slaves, and their accounts of what they went through during slavery. Now, HBO did a special about this whole thing. Now, one of the reasons why I'm bringing this up, and one of the reasons why I brought the Bible into it, it's because I want to show you. First of all, you have Johann Gutenberg, the printing press. The first book he printed was the Bible. It was in the 1400s. I think it was around 1490 when the book was printed. Then, right after that, right during the same time, you have the transatlantic slave trade going on, and you have Africans coming into America. You have the Bible coming to America in 1611, and King James Version being printed and going out to America. All this is going on around the same time frame. So you have King James Bible arriving in America. We got 1591, the whole transatlantic slave trade is going on. You got these new slaves coming in from Africa to America. Boom. You have the Bible, you have indoctrination. So, one of the reasons why I'm bringing in the slave narratives is because one of the accounts, or a lot of the accounts of the slaves, when they are talking about going to church, they're telling you that the white people was telling them that they were the saviors of black people, that the white man came and saved the black people from savagery, from a life of sin. I want you to take a look at one of the slaves talking about this.
Okay. The first enslaved people in America were reluctant to accept the religion of their masters, but during the 19th century, thousands of slaves began turning to Christianity. They infused this adopted religion with a new spirituality and with African traditions. Many owners hoped that Christianity might make their slaves more docile and encourage them to convert.
On Sundays, niggas had to sit and listen to the white man's sermon. Obey your master, be good servant. Can't tell you how many times I done heard that text preached on. They tell the slave that if he be good, work hard for his master, that he would go to heaven and that he gonna live a life of ease. They ain't never tell him he gonna be free in heaven.
Well, you know what was the first stealing done? It was in Africa, when the white folks stole the niggas just like you'd go get a drove of horses and sell them. But since the Lord saved me from a life of sin, I don't think about them things.
Okay, so obviously, the first slaves that came to America was not Christians. Obviously, before the Songhai Empire became great, the Africans was not originally Muslim. They both got their religions during the slave trade. The sub-Saharan slave trade brought about Islam to the African people, and the transatlantic slave trade brought about Christianity to the African people. So of course, when the first Africans came to America, they was against the Christianity. They was against the religion, as she alluded to. Now, once they was beaten and, killed and, had the religion forced upon them, they later converted, obviously, and as the generations passed, it just was normal. It was normal later on. After 100, 200 years passed, Christianity was normal. And the black people began to just think it was something that was real. It was forced upon them. So what they don't talk about is the lies that were told, because of course, a lot of white people was not for slavery, which is why the South had slavery and the North didn't, because a lot of civilized white people was not buying into that whole thing. They wasn't for slavery. So some of the lies that was told to the people in the South and to everybody was black people descended from monkeys and we had the blood of rabbits, and all kinds of sick things was told to make the people not look at us as humans. Now, also, our past was being destroyed. Our past was being wiped away. So if you go research ancient Egyptian civilization, if you go research Nile Valley civilization, you'll see that we come from a great people. You see, from what we do know, what we can find out, we know that we come from a great civilization. We know that ancient Egypt was probably the greatest civilization of all time, and that is documented. There's nothing written about more than ancient Egypt. That's a fact. Now, we also know when when Alexander the Great, once they took over Egypt, we know during the Ptolemaic era, that once they got all our sacred papyri, once they got everything that we wrote on that was sacred, all of our knowledge, they got all our scrolls and they put it all in the Alexandria library. And we know that library was burnt to the ground, therefore burning all our proof, all of our sacred documents, everything that we held dear, everything that we knew was on those papyri, and they burned it to the ground. Now, me personally, I think they got all the information out before they burned it to the ground, but we can't prove that. But as you can see, they've been covering up our past, trying to erase it. We also know that once the pyramids, once ancient Egypt became unburied from the sand, because it's been buried in the sand for hundreds of years, and we know around the 1800s, 1800s, when it was being uncovered, that they was going in and they was chiseling all the noses off of the statues. They was trying to do everything to not show that ancient Egypt was black. They chiseled the noses off of statues. They chiseled the lips off of statues. They chiseled the features that would show without a doubt that this statue is black, that these people are African, that these are African people. We know that it was Napoleon and his troops that blew the nose off the Sphinx. That was documented. The Los Angeles Times actually documented that as well. So it's like, what's going on here? If this was about making these people money, if it wasn't about hiding the history of a people, if it wasn't about reprogramming the people and oppressing the people and taking away their history, if it wasn't about that, then why are they trying to hide our past? Why did they not teach us our past? Why did they not tell us about the civilizations and the empires that black people had? But yet, they themselves are trying to steal our past and pass ancient Egypt off as a white civilization. what is going on. So if it was about Jesus coming to save us from sin, or Allah coming to save us from sin, if it was about that, why not tell us, why not show us the sin that we had? Why not show us our ancient races, our ancient civilizations, and what they was doing that was so bad that you had to enslave us to save us from it? Why not show us these things? Why destroy it? Why hide it? And why do they choose to, amongst themselves, study our ancient civilizations, African civilizations, amongst themselves, and tell us that we were monkeys and savages running around in the jungle, unsophisticated, uneducated, and not smart? I hope y'all paying attention, because this is just the beginning. I'm just setting the stage for something much more deeper. I have to show you, the beginning of where the stuff is starting from, for you to really get later on what this whole system is and what it's about. So now you can see kind of sort of the premise where it's kind of stemming from a little bit. So I hope y'all been paying attention. I hope y'all strapped in. It's going to get a lot more deeper. This is like just the beginning. And if you a conscious person, then you know exactly where I'm kind of going to, maybe. But I'm alluding to a lot of things so far, but this is just a premise. I'm setting the stage for something a lot more. And as they was talking about, you see they was hiding a lot of our past. The Smithsonian is well known for hiding a lot of artifacts found by black people. We know about the Olmecs. We know the Olmec heads that was found down in Mexico. They found some in America as well. We know about the big Olmec heads that they've been finding with African features. We can prove 100% that African people was here before Native Americans. We can prove that black people was in America before the Indians. The Indians themselves actually document the real natives, the real first people in America, as being black. We know that some Indians was black. We know there have been Indians who have written books about black Indians. So we know for a fact that we were already in America way before Native Americans, way before slavery and all that. This is documented. This has already been proven scientifically. And again, it goes back to that question, what is it about us that they know about us that they don't want us to know? So during the time of...
That's why that fake ass nigga Chris quit. That's fucked up.
Slavery, they were doing some horrible things to the slaves. Now, we all read the Willie Lynch letter. We know what it entails. But the reason for the whole Willie Lynch experiment was supposed to be about, disciplining the slaves, making them do their work, keeping them focused, because for some reason they were saying the slaves wasn't doing what they were supposed to do. And I find that hard to believe, because once you tar and feather a man, and you tie his arms and legs to the end of horses, and you set him on fire, and you let two horses rip them apart, I think that's going to be a clear enough message for the rest of the slaves not to fuck around. Once you whip a man to death with a whip, once you nail him to the ground, and you beat him and leave his body in the sun with open cuts, and you pour salt on it, once you hang a man in front of a bunch of black people, I think that it's going to be a good enough message for the rest of the black people not to fuck around. So what the Willie Lynch letter was about, what that whole psychological aspect of slavery was about control. It was about breaking the unity. As I was saying earlier, our unity, the unity of black people, and something that happens once we unify. So Willie Lynch outlined in his letter that the psychological aspects of his system will last for over 300 years. Now, we've seen some of the things that they did to implement the whole Willie Lynch syndrome. Now, we have to really look at the psychological aspects of it. And when you really start looking at it, you kind of understand why they gave the slaves certain jobs. You had the house nigga, the field nigga, the cotton picker. And of course, if you worked in a house, you was better than anybody who worked outside. So what did this do? This creates a separation. It creates a divide within the people, because you have the house slaves talking down to the field niggas. And you have a distrust there, because you don't know if the house slave is going to tell on you, if the house slave is going to have you beaten or whatever. You don't know. So there's no unity there. Then you have the white slave master taking the black slave woman as his mistress, having kids by her, but then treating her real good and giving her power over the other slave women. Okay, now, so we can kind of get off of slavery. Now, I want you to stay with me, stay with me because I'm building up to something. I have to lay this groundwork down. I'm building it up because I have to lay this groundwork in so you can understand these things first. So when we get to the major parts, you can have your eureka moment. You can be like, oh, well, you can start to see why. You can understand why. So I have to lay this groundwork first. I have to show you this history, so you can have that moment, so you can understand and put everything together, and you can really get what the system is about. But you have to know these things first. Now, slavery ended, of course, and that's one of the biggest debated things about what happened after slavery was over. Lincoln freed the slaves. It was a lot of bullshit back and forth as to the real reason why. Now, when you look at history, you can kind of see what really happened, and we know the South was, of course, making so much money. The North was not doing so well, it was problems. So, the only way to really combat that was to abolish slavery, weaken the South, and set the people free, But it's so much more to that, and we ain't got enough time to get into why that was really, really done. But in any case, Lincoln freed the slaves. Okay, so before I go past the 1930s, I really want you to understand something. After over 400 years of slavery in America, after we was free and a lot of black people starved to death, we went through a rough time after slavery for a little while. Guess what? Black people flourish because we are built like that. When we come together, these free slaves, they united under a common goal to survive, to be successful, to be something, and they did well. With documentaries like Hidden Colors 1, 2, and 3, they show you that we invented a lot of things. We had a lot of inventions stolen from us. And you also have to remember, we were the ones running all the farms. We was the one plowing and doing all the agricultural things and taking care of the white man's business. So we knew the business. We knew how to do things. We knew we had labor skills. So we were able to do great things. So don't let them tell you that we was poor after slavery, that we needed the white man's help, we needed their welfare. Don't let them tell you that, because we know for a fact Black Wall Street was the absolute apex of success for the black person after slavery. Now, if you don't know about Black Wall Street, take a look at this and see what I'm talking about.
The date was June 1st, 1921, when Black Wall Street, the name fittingly given to one of the most affluent all-black communities in America, was bombed from the air and burned to the ground by mobs of envious whites. In a period spanning fewer than 12 hours, a once thriving 36-block black business district in northern Tulsa lay smoldering, a model community destroyed, and a major African-American economic movement resoundingly diffused. The night's carnage left some 3,000 African-Americans dead and over 600 successful businesses lost. Amongst these were 21 churches, 21 restaurants, 30 grocery stores, and 2 movie theaters, plus a hospital, a bank, a post office, libraries, schools, law offices, and a half dozen private airplanes, and even a bus system. As could be expected, the impetus behind it all was the infamous Ku Klux Klan working in consort with ranking city officials and many other sympathizers. The description of Black Wall Street, or Little Africa as it was also known, would be to liken it to a mini Beverly Hills. It was the golden door of the black community during the early 1900s, and it proved that African Americans had successful business infrastructure. That's what Black Wall Street was all about. The dollar circulated 36 to 1,000 times, sometimes taking an entire year for the currency to leave the community. Now, in 2009, a dollar left the black community in less than 6 hours. As far as resources, there were PhDs residing in Little Africa, black attorneys and doctors. One doctor was Dr. Berry, who also owned the bus system. His average income was $500 a day, a hefty pocket of change in 1910. During that era, physician-owned medical schools. There were also pawn shops everywhere, jewelry stores, churches, restaurants, and movie theaters. It was a time when the entire state of Oklahoma had only 2 airports, yet 6 blacks owned their own airplanes. It was a very fascinating community. The area encompassed over 600 businesses in a 36 square block area with a population of 15,000 African Americans. And when the lower economic Europeans looked over and saw what the black community created, many of them were jealous. When the average student went to school on Black Wall Street, he wore a suit and tie because of the morals and respect that they were taught at a young age. The mainstay of the community was to educate every child. Nepotism was a word they passionately believed in. The main thoroughfare was Greenwood Avenue, and it was intersected by Archer and Pine Streets. From the first letters of each of these names, you get GAP, and that's where the renowned R&B music group, the Gap Band, got its name. They were from Tulsa. Black Wall Street was a prime example of the typical black community in America that did business. But it was in an unusual location. You see, at that time, Oklahoma was set aside to be a black and Indian state. There were over 28 black townships there. 1/3 of the people who traveled in the terrifying Trail of Tears alongside the Indians between 1830 to 1842 were black people. The citizens of this proposed Indian and black state chose a black governor, a treasurer from Kansas named McDade. But the Ku Klux Klan said that if he assumed office, that they would kill him in less than 48 hours. A lot of blacks owned farmland, and many of them had gone into the oil business. The community was so tight and wealthy because they traded dollars hand to hand, and because they were dependent upon one another as a result of the Jim Crow laws. It was not unusual that if a resident's home accidentally burned down, it could be rebuilt within a few weeks by neighbors. This was the type of scenario that was going on day to day on Black Wall Street. When blacks intermarried into the Indian culture, some of them did receive their promised 40 acres and a mule, and with that came whatever oil was later found on the properties. On Black Wall Street, a lot of global business was conducted. The community flourished from the early 1900s until June 1st, 1921. That's when the largest massacre of non-military Americans in the history of this country took place, and it was led by the Ku Klux Klan. Imagine walking out of your front door and seeing 1,500 homes being burned. It must have been horrifying. Interviewed survivors believe that the whole thing was planned due to the fact that white families with their children stood around on the borders of the community and watched the massacre, the looting, everything, much in the same way they would watch a lynching. The spectator activity is where the word picnic is derived from. You see, it was typical to have community gatherings on Friday evenings in Oklahoma. The word was short for pick a nigger, to lynch that is. They would lynch a black male and cut off body parts as souvenirs. This went on every weekend in this country. That's where the term really came from. The cause of the massacre was simply racial economic jealousy. A lot of white folks had come back from World War I, and they were poor. When they looked over into the black communities and realized that black men who fought in the war had come home as heroes, and that helped trigger the destruction. It cost the black community everything, and not a single dime of restitution, no insurance claims, has ever been awarded to the victims to this day.
So you can see that, as I was talking about earlier, once black people unify, once we come together and we do something great, because you know what? Modern day, you hear it all the time. White people say, oh, black people are just lazy. Oh, they don't want to do nothing. You will see throughout this video, and you will see in history, every instance, every time that black people has unified and come together in success, we were taken down by white people. We were taken down by jealous people. Our whole situation was destroyed every time we came together and united and had success. I was showing you before about the Songhai people. They came together, they was united. It doesn't matter what religion we are under. When we come together, we flourish. The Songhai people was doing well, they were taken down. You see Black Wall Street, taken down. Whenever we come together, and I'm gonna show you a couple more instances in this video that happened, we are taken down. So we see Black Wall Street was great. We were doing great things. And that's in the 20s. That was in the 1920s. So this whole thing is going to bring me to one of my heroes, one of my favorite people of all time, of course, Marcus Garvey. Now, you got to understand, Marcus Garvey, everything I'm talking about, this system, Marcus Garvey knew something was up in America. He knew that we could not get it done here. We needed to go back home. He knew what Africa really was. And today, they have made you all ashamed of being African. They have made you ashamed of Africa and being associated with that country. But Marcus Garvey knew what it was. Now, if you've been watching and really paying attention to this video, you can see that there's a sort of tone to what I've been saying. And basically, the tone is this. Black people are not going to be allowed to be successful as a people. They are not going to be allowed to unite as a people. And none of that is more evident than Marcus Garvey and what he tried to accomplish with the whole Pan-African movement. Now, as I said, Marcus Garvey knew what Africa was, and he wanted us to go back there and take that place over and show the African people what they really had, and that the land was rich in gold and diamonds and all precious minerals and oils and all kinds of stuff. And there's no way in the world we can have that humongous continent and still be so poor as a people. Marcus Garvey understood this. So one of the things we hear all the time, go back to Africa, go back to Africa. Here we were actually trying to go back to Africa and do something with ourselves, and they stopped that. The only reason why they didn't put a bullet in Garvey's head is because he was too powerful. He had millions of followers, and they were afraid of what might happen if they done that. So of course, they used a brother to set him up, and he was arrested, and they told him, you know what, if you plead guilty and decide to never come back to America, we'll set you free. And that's what happened. That was the end of Garvey. Now, this is going to take me to the civil rights movement, because this is where the system really starts to come into play. Now, we started the system off with us coming to America and becoming subject to the jurisdiction thereof. But now in the 60s, this is where it really starts to come into play in a big way. Okay, so black people, you have to really understand, during the 60s, we were not running around super poor. We owned more businesses back then than we do today. The dollar stayed in the black community because we wasn't allowed to take it nowhere else to spend it in the white communities. We didn't go there. The dollar circulated in our communities probably 100 times before it probably left and went somewhere else. We were doing well. The whole purpose of the civil rights movement was supposedly to integrate, but you need to understand, more black people wanted to not integrate than to integrate. It was a small amount of black people who was followers of Dr. King, who was mostly Christians that followed him because he was a reverend, who wanted to integrate. Most black people was like, no, we are fine. Now, we just want the same respect when we walk down the street. We don't care about going and go sit on some bench. Why would you want to go into a restaurant and sit where you know you're not wanted? Why would you want to go use the same bathroom as people who you know don't want you there? Why would you risk having dogs bite you, water cannons, and clubs beating you up the back of your head? Why would you go through all of that? All of that, really? I mean, just to eat where a white person eat? I mean, what was that about? You have to really understand the whole plot behind the civil rights movement. And you know, Malcolm X wasn't for it, of course, and he spoke out against it a little bit. And I want you to listen to what he had to say.
The white man pays Reverend Martin Luther King, subsidizes Reverend Martin Luther King, so that Reverend Martin Luther King can continue to teach the Negroes to be defenseless. That's what you mean by nonviolent. Be defenseless. Be defenseless in the face of one of the most cruel beasts that has ever taken the people into captivity. That's this American white man. And they have proved it throughout the country by the police dogs and the police clubs. 100 years ago, they used to put on a white sheet and use a bloodhound against Negroes. Today, they have taken off the white sheet and put on police uniforms. They've traded in the bloodhounds for police dogs, and they're still doing the same thing. And just as Uncle Tom, back during slavery, used to keep the Negroes from resisting the bloodhound or resisting the Ku Klux Klan by teaching them to love their enemy or pray for those who use them despitefully. Today, Martin Luther King is just a 20th century or modern Uncle Tom or a religious Uncle Tom who is doing the same thing today to keep Negroes defenseless in the face of attack that Uncle Tom did on the plantation to keep those Negroes defenseless. The goal of Dr. Martin Luther King is to give Negroes a chance to sit in a segregated restaurant beside the same white man who had brutalized them for 400 years. The goal of Dr. Martin Luther King is to get Negroes to forgive the people who have brutalized them for 400 years by by lulling them to sleep and making them forgetting what those whites have done to them. But the masses of black people in America today don't go for what Martin Luther King is putting down. As you said in one of your articles, it's psychologically insecure or something of that sort. I forget how you put it. But you didn't endorse what Martin Luther King was doing yourself.
What you have to understand is the whole civil rights movement was planned out. It was part of their plan, whether you want to believe it or not. But when I finish this little segment here, you're going to agree with me that it was a whole setup. It was part of their plan. As I was saying before, you have to understand, black people, we were doing well. We were doing good. The black family was 10 times as well off as the black family is today. The black family was intact. Mom, dad, kids, all together in the household. We were doing well. We was doing well in sports. Our celebrities was doing well. We had a lot of music stars in the 60s. We all know this. They was performing at a lot of white schools. Black people were doing fine. The whole purpose of integration was to bring about this system, to expand the system that we are going to be really digging into as time goes on. You have to realize that they put so many things in place to keep us from being successful as a people, and we still was successful. They put so many laws in place, because you have to realize the whole Rosa Parks thing, the whole sit in the back of the bus thing, that wasn't like the bus company's rules or something like that. That was state law. That was a law by the government that black people had to sit in the back. That wasn't a bus company rule. That was state law. It was a state law. This is part of the whole Jim Crow thing. This was state law that whites only, blacks only. This was law. It wasn't that, some store was being prejudiced. Although I'm pretty sure that, if it wasn't law, then some, white business owners wouldn't want black people in their stores. But this was law. And then people had rights too. They had a right not to serve you even after, it was over. But it was law. It wasn't that these people were just being prejudiced. It was law. So the whole thing is they put so many things in place because the whole purpose was us to just, serve the white people, only be able to get jobs as, cleaning white people houses and cleaning, doing trash and dumb shit like that. But we were doing well in trade. We was trading with China. We was trading with foreign countries. We were doing well. We was going to colleges. We were doing well in the music industry. We were doing big things. Black people, we was growing. Despite all the shit they put in our way, we still was growing, and they had to stop that. You have to understand, there was no apology after slavery. There was no remedy for the hatred between black and white people, because what they should have done, because you gotta realize this, not only was psychological games played on black people, but white people as well, because they told white people a host of things to get them to fear us and hate us and treat us other than human. We all know about the human zoo. We know about the zoos where they had black people and they was feeding them bananas and telling people that they descended from apes and they was monkeys or bald monkeys. We know about all that. We know about the whole rabbit's blood thing. We know all about the different crazy things they told white people to get them to hate us, how we was cursed by God and how we was demons and all kinds of stuff. They told white people a host of things to get them to fear us and not like us. And after slavery was over, even going all the way up into the 60s, nothing was done to combat the hate and the fear that white people had against black people. Now, had a system been put in place to gradually bring white people into the being able to be around black people and understanding that we are just like them, then the 60s would have been way better. Everything would have been better by this time because it would have been a system in place to let white people know that we was wrong when we enslaved these people. We had a different mind frame back then. Everything was different and these people was wrong and what happened was wrong. But you're going to start to see why they never did that and how that aided them in this whole system as we go along. Integration should have taken place on a gradual level. It should have taken place naturally instead of being forced on black people and white people, because there wasn't enough known, about the two races for us to come together and be forced to come together like that. White people still had their fears, and of course, black people, we still hated white people, and it wasn't enough done to bridge that gap before they forced integration on us, and that is by design. Because once white people would have known that we was just like them, and as a matter of fact, on a genetic level, they are inferior to us, then of course they would have looked at us totally differently. On a genetic level, we are way better than white people. Our organs are better. Our kids, they learn faster than their kids. Our kids walk faster than their kids. This is all documented stuff. This is all stuff that we know. And our skin is better. Everything about us is better than them on a genetic level. That's a fact. But of course, they had to do it this way to maintain the status quo of white dominance over black people and keep all those stereotypes in place so they could look down at us and, make themselves feel better than us. So integration was forced on us, and that was by design. Now, I believe that the whole civil rights movement was a part of their agenda. I believe they came to Dr. King with the whole plan of integration and the whole civil rights movement, and it probably sounded good to him. And I think later on he figured out that they was using him, and this whole thing was a setup. And as you can see later on in his speeches, he began to speak out against the war. He began to do things to really help black people, and they really killed him for speaking out against the war. I mean, they blew JFK head off for stopping the war, so of course it was going to kill Dr. King for later speaking on it. Now, it's a lot of things that we don't know about Dr. King, and I have to reveal them in this video because you need to understand these things, understand that the man wasn't squeaky clean. They had things on him. It was things about him that will prove my point that they wanted Dr. King to succeed because they had a lot of dirt on this man. You got to really understand, if they did not want Dr. King, his whole civil rights movement to be successful, one, you wouldn't have heard about it. It wouldn't have been all over the radios back then. It wouldn't have been all over the TVs and the newspapers back then. If you really want to silence somebody, you just don't talk about them. You don't talk about them in the media. Of course they own the media. Of course they own the newspaper. You just shut up. You don't print nothing. You don't say nothing. And if they wanted to get rid of him, they could have killed him a long time ago. But he completed his plan. The process was done, and they killed him when they didn't need him no more. It was already done. Now, we all know who JFK was, and we know about his wife, Jacqueline Kennedy. Now, what a lot of people don't realize is Jacqueline Kennedy, she spoke to Bobby Kennedy telling her that the FBI had tapes on Dr. King. And on these tapes that the FBI had was Dr. King supposedly, buying hookers. And supposedly it was a big thing known amongst the FBI that Martin Luther King, he cheated on his wife multiple times, and he was involved in orgies, and he was always trying to get women. This was supposed to be a big thing known. Now, if you don't read about Dr. King and all of the other stuff, like his plagiarism and all that kind of stuff is supposed to be relevant in his early career, if you don't read about all that, you wouldn't know about this stuff because they don't want you to know. Now, you got to understand they knew all of this stuff during the time King was alive. So if they really wanted to discredit him, they could have used these things, but they didn't because they wanted King to succeed. Now, back to these tapes. Now, of course, eventually, when Dr. King started to act up, when he figured this whole thing out, when he started to go against what they was telling him to do, they sent one of the tapes to Coretta Scott King. And supposedly, she waited 6 weeks before she played it. And when she heard it, of course, it caused trouble within the marriage. Now, that's one of the reasons why we know these tapes are real, and you can actually go and fill out a petition and try to get one of the tapes through the Freedom of Information Act. But when I checked it out, they won't release them until the year 2027. So in 2027, you can actually hear these audio tapes. Now, Jacqueline Kennedy actually did something exactly like that, which is one of the reasons why we want to believe, well, we know it's true, one, from the accounts of Coretta Scott King, and one of the other reasons is because of this audio tape. Now, Jacqueline Kennedy, after the whole JFK assassination and all that, she sat down and she recorded 8 hours, for 8 hours of her, an 8-hour interview of her talking about everything, the whole presidency with JFK and him being killed. And she also spoke about Dr. King and what JFK said about him, and she spoke about those tapes. Now, you have to understand, before you think that this is just some white woman saying whatever the hell, you have to understand that she knew that, excuse me, she knew that no one would hear these audio tapes until 50 years later. And that was the whole agreement upon her sitting down and doing an interview, that they will not play the tapes until 50 years later when she's gone and everybody else is gone who she's talking about in the video. I mean, in the audio tapes. So you can go actually buy these tapes, and I had to actually buy this recording because I couldn't find it nowhere. I tried to get it off a torrent, but I couldn't find it. Nobody has it because people don't care about this kind of stuff. So I had to actually buy it for the purposes of this video. So when you listen to it, she's speaking about it. So I want you to take a listen and listen to what she said about the whole Martin Luther King and women. Now,
what did he think of the Negro leaders, Martin Luther King, for example? Did he ever mention?
Well, I don't know what he, well, I do know what he thought of him later. Well, he said what an incredible speaker he was during that Freedom March thing, and, you know, and he acknowledged that having made that call during the campaign got them. Then he told me of a tape that the FBI had of Martin Luther King when he was here for the Freedom March. And he said this with no bitterness or anything. How he was calling up all these girls and arranging for a party of men and women. I mean, sort of an orgy in the hotel and everything.
Martin Luther King?
Oh, yeah. At first he said, oh, well, you know, and I said, oh, but Jack, that's so terrible. I mean, that man is, you know, such a phony then. No, this wasn't, this was when there was just one girl. They had the conversation. Jack said, oh, well, you know, he would never judge anyone in any sort of way. Oh, well, you know. He never really said anything against Martin Luther King. Since then, Bobby's told me of the tapes of these orgies they have, and how Martin Luther King made fun of Jack's funeral.
Oh, no.
And made fun of Cardinal Cushing and said that he was drunk at it. And things about they almost dropped the coffin. Well, I mean, that Martin Luther King is really a tricky person. But I wouldn't know. He never said anything against Martin Luther King to me. So, I don't know if Bobby would be the one to find out what he ever really thought of in that way. But Bobby told me later, I just can't see a picture of Martin Luther King without thinking, you know, that man's terrible. I know at the time of the Freedom March, when they all came in his office, well, he was always, I think he was touched by Philip Randolph.
Philip Randolph's very impressive. He's an older man and has great dignity.
Yeah. And all that, and he was very worried about that Freedom March. Turned out all right, I guess.
Worried that it might lead to violence?
Well, yes, everyone was worried, weren't they? And, but, you know, civil rights just, well, that was just something that was always there, wasn't it?
Now, as I said before, she recorded this knowing that no one would hear it until 50 years later. So you got to understand that. Now, when you really listen to everything, I mean, she went in on everybody. She talked shit about Lyndon Baines Johnson. I mean, everybody who she didn't like, she went in. I listened to the whole 8 hours. So when you really pay attention and listen to what she was saying, she went in because she knew nobody was going to hear it until she was dead. You know, they would have been dead too by the time, you know, it got released. But she went in. She didn't pull no punches, and she went in. So it's definitely credible, and we know the tapes exist because Coretta Scott King spoke to the tapes herself, and you can get them in the year 2027. But this all goes back to my point I was saying. If the government did not want King to succeed, if they didn't want everybody to integrate, then they would have just discredited King. The FBI was sitting on the tapes for years, and they still sitting on them, but they choose not to release these tapes. One, they built Dr. King a big giant statue down in Washington, D.C. because he helped them out. He was their guy. He was their guy that helped them get the whole civil rights movement passed. We got a Dr. Martin Luther King Day to remember his birthday and everything. He got off. People don't got to go to work. All that because Dr. King helped their agenda. So what was the real purpose of integration? What was the real reason why they wanted blacks and whites to come together? Not just in the school system, but everywhere. They wanted blacks to come into white stores. You got to really think about that. Because when you start to look at what makes a government flourish? What makes a government thrive? It's the people, and it's the taxes that the people pay to the government to run the country. So if you don't have enough people having good jobs and paying taxes and giving taxes to the government to run the country, it's going to cause a recession. It's going to be a problem in the economy. Now, 1964, the whole Civil Rights Act was passed. That same year, Ronald Reagan gave this speech endorsing Barry Goldwater, and this is what he was saying about the economy. Listen.
I have spent most of my life as a Democrat. I recently have seen fit to follow another course. I believe that the issues confronting us cross party lines. Now, one side in this campaign has been telling us that the issues of this election are the maintenance of peace and prosperity. The line has been used, we've never had it so good. But I have an uncomfortable feeling that this prosperity isn't something on which we can base our hopes for the future. No nation in history has ever survived a tax burden that reached a third of its national income. Today, 37 cents out of every dollar earned in this country is the tax collector's share. And yet our government continues to spend $17 million a day more than the government takes in. We haven't balanced our budget 28 out of the last 34 years. We've raised our debt limit 3 times in the last 12 months. And now our national debt is 1.5 times bigger than all the combined debts of all the nations of the world. We have $15 billion in gold in our treasury. We don't own an ounce. Foreign dollar claims are $27.3 billion. And we've just had announced that the dollar of 1939 will now purchase 45 cents in its total value. As for the peace that we would preserve, I wonder who among us would like to approach the wife or mother whose husband or son has died in South Vietnam and ask them if they think this is a peace that should be maintained indefinitely. Do they mean peace, or do they mean we just want to be left in peace? There can be no real peace while one American is dying someplace in the world for the rest of us. We're at war with the most dangerous enemy that has ever faced mankind in his long climb from the swamp to the stars. And it's been said if we lose that war, and in so doing lose this way of freedom of ours, history will record with the greatest astonishment that those who had the most to lose did the least to prevent its happening. Well, I think it's time we ask ourselves if we still know the freedoms that were intended for us by the Founding Fathers. Not too long ago, 2 friends of mine were talking to a Cuban refugee, a businessman who had escaped from Castro. And in the midst of his story, one of my friends turned to the other and said, "We don't know how lucky we are." And the Cuban stopped and said, "How lucky you are. I had some place to escape to." And in that sentence, he told us the entire story. If we lose freedom here, there's no place to escape to. This is the last stand on earth. And this idea that government is beholden to the people, that it has no other source of power except the sovereign people, is still the newest and the most unique idea in all the long history of man's relation to man. This is the issue of this election. Whether we believe in our capacity for self-government or whether we abandon the American Revolution and confess that a little intellectual elite in a far distant capital can plan our lives for us better than we can plan them ourselves. You and I are told increasingly we have to choose between a left or right. Well, I'd like to suggest there is no such thing as a left or right. There's only an up or down. Man's old age dream, the ultimate in individual freedom consistent with law and order, or down to the ant-heap of totalitarianism. And regardless of their sincerity, their humanitarian motives, those who would trade our freedom for security have embarked on this downward course.
So Ronald Reagan is saying the American economy is not doing well. We are still feeling the effects of the Depression. We are still going through the bankruptcy of 1933. So America is not doing well. You got white people losing jobs. You got not enough jobs being created to help those white people. Meanwhile, the black community is flourishing. Black people are doing well. And we're not even integrated with white people yet. So it's like the whole 60s, we were on a rise and they were on a decline. So what happened? How did that come about? Now, you have to go back to what happened, what I was saying earlier about the slaves being freed. Once the slaves became free, of course, black people became citizens. It wasn't until 1935 that everybody became United States citizens. That is a fact. Up until 35, only black people was United States citizens legally. Now, in 1935, the Social Security Act got passed, and everybody had to be born with a birth certificate and had to get a Social Security card. But out of the Social Security Act, what was in that act was the welfare program. So now you got the black community doing well because they can't go nowhere else and spend money. So all the money's staying right in the black community. But also you got some poor black people getting welfare, and that's tax money paying for that welfare. So they had to integrate, because once you integrate, that's going to create a bigger government. That's going to create more jobs for white people. That's going to create more tax dollars for the government to run the country. Now, some of you might think that there's nothing wrong with that. That, what's the problem with that? What's wrong with black people paying more taxes and helping the economy out? But the whole thing was we were being used. We were their remedy, but we was not given a remedy ourselves. And what I mean by that is this. Now, when you have this whole Civil Rights Act passed and you have the whole integration going on, it's going to create more jobs for white people. More jobs, because the problem was, since so many white people was on welfare during the 60s, since so many white people was losing their jobs, the government's answer to all this was to create more jobs. But how do we create more jobs? How do we get more tax dollars? You have to integrate, because that's going to create more jobs, because now you got all these black kids going to these white schools. It's going to create more teaching jobs. It's going to create more programs in that school system, and that's going to create more jobs for white people. All of those businesses, all of those small shops and restaurants that black people couldn't get into, now we can get into. Now that's going to create more jobs for white people coming in, because you got to serve these black people. That's going to create a lot more jobs. But meanwhile, it's going to destroy the black community. And that's exactly what it did. It's going to destroy black businesses. It's also going to draw a lot of black people into white communities to get jobs. Now, you might think that's a good thing. Hey, black people getting jobs. But how is it a good thing if that money is not going back into the black community? It's now going into the white community. Because now you had that black restaurant owner or that black shop owner. He can't afford to pay that black worker the same amount that these white people is going to pay. So now his business goes under. So you can see what I mean when I say they had a remedy, and there was no remedy given to black people for the decline that we was going to face with the whole civil rights movement, with the whole integration. So it destroyed black businesses. White people was on the rise, and we fell. And a lot of people didn't realize that. And, some people saw it, like Malcolm X and other black scholars, seeing that this is what's going to happen with the whole integration thing, and they wasn't for it. So when I say to you that this was a plan, the whole Civil Rights Act was planned, because you have to understand that these was laws. Segregation, ride on the back of the bus, these were state laws. This wasn't a bus company enforcing this. This wasn't like, shop owners enforcing this. This was a state law. So it could have been very easily overturned a long time ago. They had to change that law. It wasn't just like a stipulation. It was a law. So in order for you to change this law, you had to have some kind of movement. You got to really sell it to black people. And Dr. King is the one who they chose to sell it. And black people, unfortunately, back then didn't realize what they were being sold. So now, when you look at all of the companies that went out of business, when you look at all of the black people who lost their jobs and they were now forced onto welfare, and they couldn't really go out and find a job because the black community was basically destroyed business-wise, and they couldn't really go into so many white communities and get jobs. A lot of them wasn't qualified for a lot of the jobs, so a lot of them was forced onto welfare. Now, it wasn't, of course, as easy for black people to just, come out of welfare, because they couldn't get a job. But what the Civil Rights Act did, what the whole movement did, was it just created so many jobs for them to come out of welfare. And as I said, that same remedy wasn't given to us. So now, basically, the government is paying black people to fail. That's what the welfare system is. It's paying you to be unsuccessful, paying you to be down. We make excuses for it, but that's basically what it is. So, of course, later on, you had the whole affirmative action thing being passed, because they really needed to get black people in higher positions. They needed us to really get jobs, because you need black people to control other black people. It's just that simple. We're not going to go and deal with so much if we don't have that black face there, telling us that it's okay. Now, A lot of us, we get happy when we see black professors, when we see, black scientists and black politicians, and we think, that's us. We doing something, yeah. But really, it's black people who are serving the agenda of white people to control black people. It's just that simple. So when you think about a whole school system, you think about a black teacher, he's not teaching what he want to teach. He has to follow a curriculum. He has to follow what the Board of Education tells him to put out. So he's not really helping his people. He's hindering them because he's teaching them exactly what the enemy wants them to learn. So to sum up this whole civil rights movement, the whole purpose of the movement was to create more jobs for white people. You've seen Ronald Reagan touching on the fact that the economy was not doing well the same year that the Civil Rights Act was passed. That was the whole purpose of it, to create more jobs for white people, meanwhile destroying the black community. Because when you have a black community that's united, when you have a black community that's starting to figure it out and they are starting to get well at business, you're going to create Black Wall Street, because the dollar was staying within the black community. It was not leaving. It was rarely leaving. So you're going to create Black Wall Street, and we've seen how successful Black Wall Street was. But as I've been showing you in this video so far, whenever we gain any momentum, whenever we start doing well, they destroy it. They break it up. And the Civil Rights Act was a whole nother movement that was geared at breaking up the unity of black people. And they teach us this in school, and they tell us that, it was a good thing, and it was just Dr. King fighting for rights and all this. And it all sound all well and good until you examine it. Once you examine a whole movement, you see the true purpose of it. So, I'm not trying to, rag on Dr. King and say he was the bad guy, this or that. He probably, like I said, he probably really thought he was doing something good in the beginning. Dr. King thought he was just helping his people. But you have to understand, they really needed somebody to sell the civil rights movement. They needed somebody to sell the whole idea of black people integrating with white people. They needed somebody to really push it. And that was the purpose of Dr. King. Because no white politician can come into the black community. No white politician can come on TV and say, hey, black people, we need y'all to start bringing y'all kids to our schools. Or we need y'all to start coming into all these restaurants and shops we said y'all can't come into and give us y'all money because we need the tax dollars. We need to create more jobs for our white people. They couldn't do that. We would not have followed that. So they needed somebody to really sell the whole movement. And Dr. King sold it well. He sold it really well. Dr. King convinced black people to lead a whole nonviolent movement, to allow themselves to be beaten up and have dogs sicked on them and have cops beat them up. He convinced black people to allow all these things to happen to them and not do anything. He convinced them that the way forward was to integrate, was to be with these white people, was to the whole, little white boys and little white girls holding hands and all this and that. He convinced them, he sold it well, beautifully, and it all sounds well and good. It all sounds good until you examine it. As I've said, I think the best way that we should have done integration, we should not have forced it, of course. We should have let it occur naturally. It's just what should have happened. We had it forced upon us and we wasn't ready. But they needed it to happen then. It fit their agenda. And that was the purpose of Dr. King, to sell their agenda to the black community. And he sold it. And of course, they made a martyr out of him when they killed him, because now it was like, okay, black people was like, okay, we're going to continue Dr. King's dream. Let's advance the dream. So let's go ahead and go forward with it, even more so that they killed our leader. And that really just sealed it, because we didn't know what was going on. We didn't examine it. So that wraps up the whole civil rights movement right there. So Dr. King was assassinated. A few months later, Bobby Kennedy was assassinated. And so many people were dying in the Vietnam War. So you had, for the first time, white people starting to see that something is not right with their government. Something is going on here. Something is wrong. So more than ever before in America, you saw more of a unity between black and white. We had so many black actors around that time that was coming up that was preaching, black power, and trying to show the government, for what they really are. You had so many black athletes that was doing well, We had black people on TV. We had a lot of black TV shows. Black people on radio stations during the 70s. Black people on magazines during the 70s. Black people still was doing good once integration happened, as we have always done. When we are united, we flourish. And we were still good in the 70s. And the 70s saw more than ever before, a lot of interracial marriages, a lot of interracial couples, because white people were starting to see that, what we have been told about these black people cannot possibly be true. They was getting to know black people, and things were going very well between the races in the 70s. So of course, they had to put an end to all of that. Okay, so this is where it all starts to really go downhill. Now, mid-70s, late 70s, integration was not that long ago. We're talking a little over a decade ago. And we have to remember all of the poor people that was already in those black neighborhoods. We got to think about now, around this time, a lot of those black businesses are failing. They are going under. And a lot of black people, older black people, they're too old to go out and find jobs. They're too old to go back to school. It's a lot of poor people coming out of those neighborhoods. And it's a lot of, the whole desegregation thing is spawning new poor black people. So out of the whole Social Security Act of 1935, you had welfare. Out of welfare, you had the housing program, public housing, you had HUD and all those things. So now, instead of them taking these poor black people, helping them find a job, educating them, helping them out, taking them to the side and building them a home, putting them in a nice house. What they did was they built these large apartment structures. We know them as projects. They built these tall buildings and just crammed as many poor black people as they can fit into these things. Now, the problem with that is this. They took these buildings and they built them in neighborhoods where you had black people who was trying to make a difference, who was trying to do something with their life. You had black people who was not rich, they wasn't even middle class, but they had enough money to afford a home or to pay rent on a home or a mortgage. So they was doing okay. So you had black people who are on the cusp of middle class, trying to do something with their life. And then you have the government come and build these projects, these housing units, right in those neighborhoods of black people. So I don't care what else is going on. When you have a community full of poor people, crime is inevitable. It's going to happen. It's inescapable. There's going to be crime when you have a community of poor people, because a human's instinct is to protect itself and to survive. So you're going to survive the best way you know how. Okay, so now you're probably thinking, why would they put all these black people together if they don't want us to unite? What is the point of that? And see, the whole problem is before integration, we were united. We were together in a community and we all had a common enemy. We had an enemy that said, you can't shop here, you can't eat here, you can't sit here, you can't even shit here. So we had an oppressor who was forcing us to stay united. And we were united, of course, against that oppression. We was united against white people. And our whole goal, our whole atmosphere was, black power. Let's be successful, let's rise up, let's stick together, let's stay united. And then all of a sudden that changed. All of a sudden they said, okay, you can come in. Okay, you can eat here, you can sit here, you can use this restroom. So now it's like, that's over with. So what is my function now as a black person? Of course, before it was always success and to be successful. But now it's some new doors they have opened up for me. It's new situations that I can go explore as a person. So what is my goal? What do I want to do? Because now the enemy is gone. The enemy is saying, you can come here. So now you control the climate. They control the climate. Now they put black people in the area that they control. They put them in houses that they built. They put them in situations that they control, and they can change that climate and control that climate. And this is what happened. Because you got to look at the problem. You got to look at what was the problem for these white people, for the government. What was happening? You had these successful black people, these educated black men and women going out into the world and making a name, doing big things. and then coming back and bringing it back into the black community. They had to stop that. They had to make it so that these people did not come back to this black community. They had to make it so that they came back to a white community, that they came back to the open arms of a white system, and they did not teach or educate these black people. So you have to create a situation to force these black people to not do that, to make these black people not want to come back and educate their people. And that was one of the major purposes of desegregation, because it basically went from straight in your face, I don't like you, to talking behind your back. It went from you trying to go into a white restaurant, they saying, no, nigga, you can't eat here, to sure, come on and sit down, give me your money that's going to hurt that other black business that you are not giving your money to. Little do you know. So this is what it was. It was a subtlety. It was a change of attack. That's all that happened. So, two major problems that they had to solve. One, keeping educated, successful black people from coming back into the black community. They had to fix that. And two, they had to change the image of black people, because we were starting to be looked on too favorably amongst white people. They had to change that image. They had to change it so they can stop all this whole, interracial marriage. They can create conflict. So what do you do? And this is the generation, late 70s, early 80s, that most of us was born into. This is the generation, myself, 1982, I was born. This is the generation that we all know, that we know about. So what came about in this generation, and we all know it was the drugs. The drugs was one of the biggest plans that was hatched. It was one of the main things that contributed to the situation that we are in today as a black community. And it was their dagger. So now when you take a step back, when you really start to look at it and analyze what has taken place, you start to realize exactly what the black community is. The black community is now the new slave quarters. And all the successful black people who are convinced not to come back and help these black people out, all the people who became cops, who became welfare caseworkers, who became lawyers, who became even teachers, these are the new house Negroes, the new house niggas. And their job is to work for a system that is further enslaving our people. Because think about it. What was going on in slavery? We was working for the white man. And now once integration happened and desegregation happened, and all these white people say, hey, you can come work here now. Guess what we was doing? We was working for white people again, because they destroyed all the black businesses. They're gone now. Black business is over. The black unity has been compromised. They got in, they infiltrated, and they separated us. So now we went from black power unity to me. And then things are about to get worse, because now they have to really, for all times, destroy the image of black people. And it's the image that is still a lasting image that's going on still today. And that was the whole crack epidemic of the late 70s, early 80s, and so on. Now, we already know, if you research this whole situation, we know that the CIA, they were the ones who brought the crack into the black community. Now, I want you to take a look at some video that's going into this whole thing. We all know about Freeway Rick Ross and about the whole situation with him, but take a look at some of the evidence that is supporting my case. Take a look. Okay.
It's about a drug ring that operated in San Francisco and Los Angeles in the mid '80s, and it was connected to a Nicaraguan anti-communist army called the FDN, which was one of the biggest groups that we know as the Contras. And it was selling cocaine in Los Angeles for the most part, but in other areas of the country as well, to the gangs, to the Crips and Bloods down in South Central Los Angeles. And they were taking the money and using some of it, I don't know how much, and we haven't figured that out yet, to buy weapons for the Contras. And I know it sounds crazy. I know it sounds like the wildest conspiracy theories, which is why all our supporting documentation for the thing is posted on the internet. And if anybody's interested, I can give you the internet address a little later on.
Yeah, we've got from the Mercury News here, a big chart that you put together from the Sunday story. Did you write all this, by the way?
Yes, I did.
This is a chart that shows how the the money left down around Colombia? And can you give us a little bit of this scenario on how these plans?
I'm not looking at a television right now, but is that the pipeline chart?
It is.
Yeah. Those were the various smuggling routes that the ring used starting in the late 70s up to the early 90s to get the cocaine into the country and to get some of the money back out of the country. And it depending on the year and depending on the how intense the police scrutiny was, which wasn't very for the most part. Those are the different routes they used. They used freighters. They used stolen cars. They would just fly the stuff in suitcases early on when you didn't bring very much in.
Let me read the first one up here, which is right near Los Angeles. It says, mid-1970s, luxury cars stolen in California were driven to Nicaragua, where they were officially imported by the Nicaraguan military to avoid stiff excise taxes and sold to wealthy Managuans.
Right.
The second number, which is way down here in Peru, it says mid-late 1970s, Peruvian cocaine was smuggled to Panama, secreted in suitcases and shoes with false bottoms and carried into the U.S. by airline passengers. Points of entry included San Francisco, Los Angeles, Houston, and New Orleans. The third one is late 1970s to 83. Cocaine from the new Cali cartel in Colombia was loaded onto freighters owned by the Gran Colombian Line. The freighters were offloaded in the ports of Los Angeles, San Francisco, Portland, and Seattle. 4, early 1980s, cocaine was flown from Colombia to the Bahamas, where it was loaded aboard small planes and flown into Miami. From there, couriers would take it to California aboard commercial airliners.
Right.
Now, I can go on about this, but where did you get the new information?
It's been public record for 20 years almost. It was just from court files. I mean, eventually, once in a while, they would catch one of these people. The DEA would file an affidavit and lay out what they knew about the drug ring's operations, and it came from, a lot of stuff in National Archives mostly, a lot of these old court cases. And then there were cases in Nicaragua which laid out the smuggling routes through that country into the United States, so we had the back end of it as well.
Gary Webb, Jack Nelson is at the table. I do want to tell the audience something, because right over your head, you can't see that. Look up on that screen there when we have it. It looks like there's a crack in the window, but that's actually condensation on our window back here because it's so muggy, and it comes right down Jack's head, so I wanted to let
Yeah, you wouldn't believe how muggy it can get here in Washington.
Oh, yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Jack Nelson asked a question.
Well, yeah, I was going to ask you, because I haven't read the series. It looks fantastic, but what about the CIA involvement in all of this? Is that...
Well, that part of the story deals with the FDN, that guerrilla army that I mentioned earlier.
Right.
That was, as the Iran-Contra hearings documented pretty well, that was a creation of the CIA.
Right.
And we tracked the cocaine dealers who were running this operation all the way up the ladder to the couple of CIA agents that were actually running the FDN, Enrique Bermudez and Adolfo Calero. And let me tell you as a bit of background. Most of this information, or much of the information, came out at a trial in San Diego in March. One of the cocaine brokers, a guy named Danilo Blandón, who was the head of the Southern California operation, has been working for the U.S. government for the last couple of years. And he was the star witness in a cocaine trafficking trial for the DEA in San Diego, and a lot of this stuff came out under cross-examination when he was up on the witness stand, because the defense was curious, to say the least, about his relationship with the Contras and the Crips, and unfortunately they couldn't really get into a lot of it, because before the trial the United States filed a motion asking that nobody be allowed to ask Mr. Blandón about his relationship with the CIA, and it was one of the most curious documents I'd ever seen. It said, if true, this matter would be classified, and if false, it shouldn't be allowed at the trial. So,
did you get
really got a chance to quiz him in great detail about his relationship there.
Did you get any help at all out of the CIA?
During the investigation? Absolutely not. They wouldn't even return my phone calls. I mean, I filed a Freedom of Information Act request for information on Blandón and his boss, Norman Meneses, and I was told that they can't tell me anything because it's a matter of national security.
Gary Webb, where are you from originally?
My dad was in the Marines, so I'm from everywhere.
And how long have you been with the San Jose Mercury News?
I've been with the Mercury 8 years. I was with the Cleveland Plain Dealer 5 years before that.
Where'd you go to college?
I went to college in Indiana for a year, and then I went to college in Kentucky.
We're at Indiana University?
Yeah, IU in Indianapolis, at community college, and I had a scholarship there, and then my dad got transferred and I ended up at Northern Kentucky University.
We're going to take a call in a moment, but in your stories also, you say that the Crips and the Bloods, the gangs in L.A. get involved in this. How?
That's the back end of the deal. That's who was buying the cocaine, and they were buying cocaine and they were buying weapons from these fellows.
How much? Can you give us some sense of how big this thing is?
Well, you know, one of the guys that talked to me was the guy who was buying it, a fellow named Freeway Rick Ross. He was the biggest crack wholesaler in Los Angeles during the 1980s. And he says, well, he and Danilo Blandone have both said that, you know, at their peak they were doing 100 kilos a week, and that's just with one dealer. You know, I don't know how much Blandone was selling to other people, but with Rick Ross, he was selling at least 100 kilos a week by 1984, 1985.
It was a monumental historic event. I mean, the director of the Central Intelligence Agency was coming to Watts to face the people.
Now, we all know that the U.S. government and the CIA supported the Contras in their efforts to overthrow the Sandinista government in Nicaragua in the middle 80s. Now, it is alleged that the CIA also helped the Contras raise money for arms by introducing crack cocaine into California.
Deutsch felt he had to do something to try to deal with the outrage that was foaming all over the country at the time. And of course, it just blew up in his face.
CIA fights drugs. CIA does not encourage drugs.
Well, I mean, it was actually one of the most monumental blunders of all time, if you think about it.
We have no evidence of a conspiracy by the CIA to engage in encouraging drug traffickers in Nicaragua or elsewhere in Latin America.
Deutsch was there because of the Gary Webb stories. The Gary Webb stories had sparked a national furor.
I would like to have Richard Ross's brother to speak, please.
The United States government turned their head and let this cocaine come into the United States of America.
Allow Gary Webb to have full access. This whole thing is orchestrated.
It was near pandemonium. It was about, I guess, 1,200 people in a standing room only in the auditorium, 2,000 people outside listening on loudspeakers. And it was very hard to keep control. I got called on finally, and I said to her very clearly, I was looking right at Deutsch. I am a former Los Angeles police narcotics detective, and I worked South Central Los Angeles, and I will tell you, Director Deutsch, the agency has dealt drugs throughout this country for a long time. I was able to name operations. Director Deutsch, I will refer you to 3 specific agency operations known as Amadeus, Pegasus, and Watchtower. I have Watchtower documents heavily redacted by the agency. I was personally exposed to CIA operations and recruited by CIA personnel who attempted to recruit me in the late 70s to become involved in protecting agency drug operations in this country. He stumbled and stammered and wrung his hands.
If you have information about CIA illegal activity in drugs, you should immediately bring that information to wherever you want, but let me suggest 3 places. The Los Angeles Police Department.
And of course my response was, I started there 18 years ago, sir, and they tried to kill me. Now what do you want me to do?
If this information turns up wrongdoing, we will bring the people to justice and make them accountable.
The crowd started chanting, "We told you, we told you, we told you." And it was a great moment of unity. And it was a healing moment for me, because I'd been out alone for 18 years and didn't really know that kind of support was there for me either. The average person in South Central Los Angeles did not know anything about really how the CIA worked. They had an intuitive sense.
You have a private network run by George Bush and Ollie North, not the CIA. You won't find the records in the CIA. They're not there. They're in these privatized intelligence agencies. Will you pursue that? Will you pursue Ollie North and George Bush and the massive documentation? All these gentlemen, like this gentleman here, the co-defendant of Ricky Ross.
They needed the money to finance the war in Nicaragua. They had the link. We know that from records now that they sent Blandone, who was a CIA operative, CIA, to school for marketing the product which we now know is cocaine.
Me and Ricky Ross is waiting to get sentenced Tuesday. And what a judge gonna say to us come Tuesday?
May I just say that the question which was asked of us by the judge was Ricky Ross ever an agent or a contract employee.
I already knew that from the beginning of dealing with Danilo Blandón that he was sending supplies and things of that nature, computers and guns to Nicaragua to fight a war.
Ricky had already served a 5.5-year sentence for dealing crack, but was now given a second 20-year sentence after being set up by his former partner Blandón, while Oliver North walked away as a hero, wealthy and free to try his hand at politics.
Oliver North was being promoted by the Christian Coalition, and to them he was the last white hope that they were going to have for a right-wing Christian to run for U.S. Senate in Virginia.
During the 1986 Kerry Commission, Oliver North's crimes were exposed to the American public, and yet today Oliver North is not only a free man, he has his own show on the Fox News network.
It's amazing that Oliver North has his own TV show, and hopefully when I get out, I plan on having my own.
Talking to people in the ghetto, one dealer's name always came up when talking about crack's popularity. Freeway Ricky Ross became known as the Walmart of crack. Ricky's story has become as legendary as Tony Montana and Scarface, but with an even more bizarre twist. Ricky, who is currently serving time in the Texarkana Federal Prison, is scheduled for release in 2013. The prison denied me access with a camera, so I started interviewing Ricky over the prison payphone.
You know, a lot of people don't know what it's like to come in the house and there's nothing to eat. You know, to go to a supermarket and walk through the store and eat out of the cookies and things of that nature just to have something to eat. Cocaine came along, you know, and gave me a new horizon, I would say.
There's a new epidemic. Smokable cocaine, otherwise known as crack.
I remember clearly one day in the late 80s, every single news network simultaneously running an identical news alert about the new, incredible, powerful, unbelievably cheap drug that was to sweep the nation.
This is crack cocaine.
Soon, every single black person living in the ghetto would sell his own mother for another hit of crack cocaine. It was like watching a strategically engineered ad campaign. Talk about perfect product placement. Did we mention it's cheap and strong and very addictive? Only $5 now, so stay away from it.
Let there be no mistake. This stuff is poison.
Crack cocaine epidemic. Crack cocaine epidemic.
Former DEA agent Celerino Castillo not only fought in the international effort of the American drug war, he also had the rare opportunity of carrying a camera and recording some of the regrettable actions of the DEA and CIA while they supported President Reagan and Oliver North's Contra movement.
George Bush Sr. came to Guatemala on January 13, 1986. And he approached me and asked me what I did there at the U.S. Embassy, what my job description was. And I told him I was a DEA agent working international narcotics investigations. And I told him, look, you know, we have gathered intelligence that the Contras are involved in drug trafficking down in El Salvador. And then he just smiled, shook my hand, and walked away from me. And it was then and there that I knew that my government knew that these atrocities were occurring.
They were so concerned about giving the guns to Iran and all that stuff. The question should have been asked about all that cocaine flying back over here.
In 1986, on American TV, we were all being fed a steady diet of,
we're taking down the surrender flag that has flown over so many drug efforts. We're running up a battle flag.
This scourge will stop.
But regrettably, back in Central America and in the jungle,
I remember down in Central America, we were refueling planes full of cocaine coming into the U.S., and it was a CIA operation being run by the White House.
At the same time, all of the cocaine from Nicaragua was flowing into the U.S. Freeway Ricky Ross was at his heyday.
The average week would at least be $2 to $3 million, almost guaranteed. Some days we would have $2 and $3 million days.
After Freeway Rick was arrested, an investigative journalist by the name of Gary Webb uncovered a link that connected him back to the Nicaraguan Contra movement.
I read Dark Alliance. I got a copy personally from Gary Webb himself. And to read the book, it was fascinating for me.
When Ricky Ross was introduced to Blandón, Blandón was in a position to create a pipeline of cocaine that he in turn gave to Ricky Ross on consignment.
which I like the sound of that, you know, because I was always trying to get to the top anyway.
Suddenly, some major sources opened up for him. Danilo Blandón, Norwin Meneses, both of whom were tied to the CIA and the Contras, and Gary Webb did a masterful job of breaking those stories and proving with documents that that was the case.
Whatever we were running in LA, the profit it was going to the Contra-Revolution.
I started doing a little research on my own, and I read a little bit about Oliver North and the Contras, because I never knew what the Contras was before.
There's ledgers of Oliver North and them actually transporting the cocaine to our country. There's film, every piece of document that's possible.
Talk about being in the wrong place at the wrong time. First-time dealer and former Crip Leroy Chico Brown was arrested with Rick. Chico walked into a DEA sting operation that was set up to capture and imprison Rick and trade for Rick's old partner, Danilo Blandón.
How could this be possible? And then we reading through the documents, and then that's when Gary Webb started explaining it to us, and we was like, everything came together now.
Freeway Ricky Ross is a street legend. He went from being a poor, illiterate, aspiring tennis star to one of the biggest drug dealers in Los Angeles history. After being part of an international drug ring and making up to $2 million a day, he's starting over from scratch and trying to build another empire, this time the legal way. 20 years of prison have turned this former kingpin into a fully literate activist who is trying to make a difference by keeping kids from following in his footsteps. Today, he sits down with RT to talk about his rise and fall and to discuss his connection to the CIA Contra controversy. Ricky Ross, thank you for joining us today. A lot of poor neighborhoods here in Los Angeles have suffered from gangs and drug abuse, and a lot of people blame you for that. Now, how do you think that you can help and rebuild these communities?
Well, I think I'm the perfect one for this job that needs to be done because, I mean, if you haven't lived this life, it's like an experiment. You know, my life has been an experiment. And had I not been through this experiment, then I wouldn't know what happened. You know, most people don't know what happened in South Central. They don't know how you get started selling drugs. They don't know how you get out of selling drugs. They don't know how you can go from being illiterate at 28 years old to being as literate as I am now. You know, basically, I do law work. You know, like I said, I'm filing my paperwork today in my lawsuit.
What do you think about the rapper Rick Ross taking on your persona?
He's never sold drugs. He's never been involved with any type of crime. You know, he was a college boy, played football, from what I understand, and he was a prison guard. You know, and you know, to be a prison guard, your record has to be spotless. You know, so he's definitely created a fraud, and you know, he's perpetrating a lie.
What role did the U.S. government play in bringing crack cocaine into LA's poor black neighborhoods?
The government needed this money to fight this war over in Nicaragua against the Sandinistas. Russia had gave the Sandinistas $100 million to fight with. Congress had cut off all the money from the Contras. So now the Sandinistas had an advantage. Reagan and Bush had made the Contras their pet peeve. They felt that if Russia took over Nicaragua, they would be too close to America. They would be in our backyard. I believe that they felt it was more valuable to sacrifice a particular sector of America and a race of people in America in order to save the whole country. So they let these guys open up pipelines. Danilo Blandón, Norman Meneses, and the rest of the crew that worked with the Nicaraguan connection. Because I knew about 10 or 15 different Nicaraguans that was all inside of this, you know, Contra organization that was selling drugs. So by them allowing these guys, or basically turning a blind eye, because I don't think the government necessarily gave them the drugs or whatnot, but in a sense they sanctioned it because they turned a blind eye. They knew that these guys were selling drugs, but they did absolutely nothing about it. I also believe that had they not let these guys sell drugs, it's possible that I would have never become a drug dealer.
What does that say about our government when they're looking the other way while a deadly substance is coming into our communities for the sake of fighting a communist regime in Central America?
Well, it says that our government will sacrifice its people to accomplish a goal. And this is not the first time that they've done that. We've known numerous times in our history where they have sacrificed, especially the black man.
So we can say that no matter what neighborhood they brought these drugs into, it would have been a success because of its highly addictive nature. But they chose specifically a black neighborhood. And now you got to really think and understand something. First of all, one, Freeway Rick Ross, as he admitted himself, he was an illiterate man. He couldn't really write, he couldn't really read. So there's no way you're going to tell me an illiterate man from the hood, from the ghetto, poor, is a chemist. So somebody had to teach this man how to cook rock. I don't care what nobody say. Even if he say himself, you're not going to take some free dope and fuck it all up by trying to cook it in something you have no clue of, what you're doing. So somebody had to teach this man how to do this. Now, one of the reasons of that is this. First of all, you got to step back and look at it. Now, the CIA whole idea was they needed this money to fund the Contras, to fund the whole Contras, the war and everything. So they needed money, which is the reasons why they was doing the whole drug thing. But they could have took the pure white cocaine and sold it to the rich white people and got their money. But yet they instead chose to front this man, this black man, this coke, teach him how to cook it up into rock, which is a highly addictive drug, and give it to the black community and spread it throughout the U.S. That's an agenda. That's an agenda. That's not something that we need money, so we gonna get this man this, and they gave him the drugs and taught him how to turn it into an epidemic. Another thing is, black people, we smoke weed. Black people was known for smoking weed. Now, you had a few black people who would occasionally sniff coke, but for the most part, not too many black people was big on, snorting something up their nose, or shooting dope up their veins, for the most part, but you give us something we could smoke, black people, they'll blow, they'll smoke. And I think they thought about that in their whole plan when they was cooking up this coke, because this is something that was intentionally engineered and done to put out into the black community to cause the circumstances that came out of the whole crack epidemic. This was specifically done, and black people were specifically targeted, and it became an epidemic. Now, when an epidemic happens, if an epidemic would have occurred in specifically white neighborhoods, there would have been a mass quarantine. They would have took all of the white people who was high on this drug that was destroying the communities, and they would have locked them all away somewhere and tried to cure them. There would have been a separation. Instead, there was no separation. The media blasted crack, even harder than what it was. I mean, they blew it out of proportion, even more so than what it really was. I mean, it was bad, but the way the media was pounding on, epidemic, crack, I mean, it's what they needed to do to show the rest of America that these black people, you can't trust them. They selling dope and drugs to their own people, and they killing each other. And, it was just the picture that was painted of black America was one that was a lasting picture. And I think that a lot of people still carry that picture with them today of us just killing each other and destroying each other. And what it was engineered. It was a whole plan that was set in place for this to happen, and for these communities that they set up themselves to be destroyed, to keep us in a situation where we can't rise up. And that was one of the main purposes of this whole crack thing. So now the media blew everything up, and you got white people looking at black America like these people are horrible, because, what else can they say about us? I mean, if you look at it, if we are being successful in business, if we're moving up the corporate ladder, if we're doing big things, if we are successful in sports, and we got black actors and we're doing good, what can they say about us? There's nothing bad they can say about us. If that is our image and that's what we putting out to the world, what bad can they say about us? Now, look at it today. What is it? What is the beef that white America has with black America? What's the problem? First thing is we're lazy because a lot of us is on welfare. So they say, oh, they're on welfare. And they also say, oh, they're selling drugs to each other. They're destroying their own communities. But see, they don't understand that it is the community itself that is destroyed, that is bringing about all of these negative things in the black community. Because as I said before, no matter what you do, if you are in a poor community, crime is inescapable. Crime will happen. And that's what they don't understand because they haven't been in that situation before when they're surrounded by a bunch of people who are hungry and trying to survive. So they don't get it. They don't get the picture. Crime will happen. So when you introduce something like crack, which is the epidemic, something that's highly addictive, people are going to do what they need to do to get money to feed their habit. And we all know that as black people, but see, white America is not, they're not understanding it. And they put out a lot of crack specials and this and that, but all white people saw was black people killing each other, black people selling poison to each other. And even Freeway Rick Ross said himself, he had no clue that the drug was going to be that addictive. He had no idea. Now, and a whole scheme of, bringing crack into the black community, there was another scheme that was involved in this whole thing. There was many schemes. Now, I'm convinced they sat down and hashed this whole thing out, obviously. This was a meeting that took place somewhere and everything was put on the table. Now, what was put on the table also was the private prison corporation. Because in 1984, instead of them quarantining these infected black people, quarantining these people who was, doing unbelievable things to get crack, it was an epidemic. Instead of doing this, in 1984, guess what happened? CCA, the Correctional Corporation of America, was formed. Private prisons came up, started 1984 in America, CCA, one of the biggest private prisons in America. So obviously, this was in their plan from jump. We're going to see if this drug takes shape, if it holds. If it does, we're going to blow it up. Because we're going to make money off of these people who are infected. Instead of giving them treatment, we're going to put them in prison. Let them detox there. We're going to take these drug dealers, some of them, and we're going to lock them up. And we're going to make money off the black community. So the Reagan administration, pushed hard, the whole war on drugs. And, the media blew the whole thing up. And this was to make the public really go hard on these drug dealers and throw them in jail. That's the thing you kept hearing. Not treat them, not help these people out. We are savages. Throw them in prison, giving the people what they want. So now they're throwing all these people in these private prisons, and CCA is making a killing. So 1984, whole CCA, whole private prison corporation thing comes about. 2 years later, legislation is passed for the whole 100-to-1 crack disparity thing. 1986, 100-to-1 crack disparity thing, which was one of the biggest injustices ever to occur in America. I mean, come on, that was crazy. So everybody knows how this thing goes. 5 grams of crack rock, gets you 5 years mandatory. No matter if you got a clean record, no ifs, ands, or buts, mandatory 5 years. But if they catch you with 500 grams of just regular powder cocaine, you get the same amount of time. 500. That's a lot of cocaine, but you get the same amount of time as somebody with just 5 grams. Now, we all understand what's going on here because crack was a black drug. Crack was in a black community. Now, of course, there was some white people smoking crack. We know that. And they looked at them as casualties of war. And, they have shown throughout the years their willingness to sacrifice white people, to maintain the status quo of white dominance. So they, if they feel like these white people don't have to smoke crack, they deserve what they get. So private prisons, the whole 100-to-1 crack disparity thing, 2 and 2 equals 4. It doesn't take a genius to see that this whole thing was a setup. I mean, it's real obvious. It may not have been as obvious to people back then, but today when you look at it and when you examine it, you can see that this was a clear setup. So you had 1989 come about, George H.W. Bush, he becomes president, he takes the Oval Office, and then what does he do? He keeps this thing going. He pushes forward on the war on drugs. And another thing happened in 1989. We had the show Cops being aired on TV. Now this was huge because now, 1989, people we were seeing on the news, they were seeing on the news everything that was going on, but it wasn't like, you know, we really didn't take that ride until Cops came on TV and Cops was going into the houses. It was kicking in the doors. You could see the drug dealers getting caught with the guns and the crack cocaine, and we could see them coming into all these black communities, and we could see how they was messed up, you know, and that scared the fuck out of white America, of course. So I was like, man, this shit is like real. Look what they doing. And, you know, the image of black people was destroyed in the 80s. It was just ripped to pieces because you had us coming up. And then when the crack epidemic hit, it was like, man, maybe these people are savages. Maybe something is really wrong with these black people. Why they doing this to each other? But the whole thing is a setup. So, you know, when 89 happened and Cops came on, it was showing everybody. Everybody remember Cops, still come on to this day. It was showing everybody what was going on in the black community, you know, showing white people in the black community all strung out. And they're like, look what they done to these people. This is crazy. So, of course, what did Bush do? He ordered more prisons to be built. Not more facilities to help these people out, not new programs to help these people out, but build more prisons. More prisons. Because the private prison corporation is huge. It's a multi-billion-dollar corporation. They make billions of dollars just by putting people in jail. Now, let's take a look at this. Look at this and see how this whole thing works. Take a look.
Millions of jobs, homes, and businesses throughout the nation. Yet amid this ongoing economic Armageddon, one industry has remained recession-proof: private prisons. With more than 2.3 million people behind bars, the United States trumps China, Russia, and the rest of the world in both the number and percentage of people doing time. Where it falls short, though, is being capable of containing such a large population. It's a political dilemma turned cash cow for dozens of corporations, creaming profits off punishment.
Private prisons make money off of incarceration. The more people they lock up and the longer they keep them, the more money they make. So they have the same perverse incentive to expand our justice system and increase our number of people, our number of citizens who are behind bars, because it increases their profit margin.
The profitability of private jails depends on the prison population continuing to go up. The rate of incarceration in the U.S. has quadrupled since the 80s, when America's war on drugs ushered in the 3 strikes policy, which ties judges to mandatory minimum sentencing, even for nonviolent offenders.
Since the late 80s and into the 90s and now today, we see a turn away from that rehabilitative model. So across the country, prison programming is cut, rehabilitation is being cut, there's less opportunities for education, to gain work skills, and instead there's just this drive towards isolation, towards punishment.
Private prison companies are paid between $45 and $130 a day per detainee. Rates for juveniles, women, and immigrants could be higher. While public prisons are accountable to the public, private ones answer only to shareholders and are not subject to external scrutiny. That means many private contractors face few consequences for the poor or even inhumane treatment of detainees.
We just see, more and more isolation, sensory deprivation, prisoners who literally never interact with human beings.
When guards would come into the facility, there would be a sign out front with their stock price to let them know how the company was doing.
Corrections Corporation of America and GO Group are the 2 largest private prison companies, with combined revenues of $2.9 billion last year. But critics say they've been using that financial clout to line their own pockets even further, encouraging politicians to keep going with the heavy-handed sentencing program by launching an influential lobby campaign in the corridors of power.
Lobbying in order to influence public officials is only a small part of the private prison industry's effort to achieve policy change. Others include campaign donations. So the companies make hundreds of thousands of dollars of donations to politicians nationwide, both on the federal and state levels.
With most states and the federal government currently operating under record deficits and budget cuts, private prison companies are pitching their facilities as lower-cost alternatives. And while most Americans continue struggling during this economic downturn, mass incarceration may grow even more profitable.
There's a problem in America with its criminal justice system when statistics show from the Department of Justice that black men who commit the same crimes as white men get sentenced to prison longer than white men do. But that's not a surprise to any of us. We've always known in this country that racism has been dealt to black men and black people and people of color in the criminal justice system. That's why so many of us protest against it and are angry with it, because only those who have the complexion for the protection get the benefit from the criminal justice system.
You know what? Eric Holder should be in jail. And quite frankly, we'll take a couple of those black adults, those black men that you're complaining about, take one or two of them out. Let's put Eric Holder in jail, because there's a guy that deserves to be in prison. But how do you know? How do you know if a judge is racist or not? You know what, Quanell, if there is a problem, and I wouldn't disagree with you that it certainly seems as though black adults seem to be spending more time in prison than whites. We've heard that before. Then why doesn't somebody do something about it? Eric Holder should be in prison. He's got Russell Simmons, Kim Kardashian, Lil Wayne. You know why nobody pays attention, Quanell? Because those people, no one's going to listen to. They're entertainers.
So now you see what this whole thing is about. What it's bringing about is money, revenue for these private prisons, and for all of these companies that have money invested in these private prisons. You know, when you take a look at all of these companies who are invested in these private prisons, you take a step back and you like, well, wait a minute, man, you're supposed to be making computers, or you're supposed to be doing this, or you're supposed to be doing that. Why the hell are you investing in private prisons? Because, of course, as we know, microchips are being made in private prisons. Washers and dryers are being assembled in private prisons. 100% of all military equipment, uniforms, you know, the boots, gloves, everything is made in private prisons. So many things are made there. It's prison labor. So not only are they making money off of these people being there, they are also undercutting factories to manufacture and put together these products for other companies. So, I mean, it's just money. And as I was showing people in my prior video, the 13th Amendment actually backs this whole thing up. Now, the 13th Amendment says neither slavery nor involuntary servitude except where the party has been duly convicted shall be allowed or shall exist in the United States. So it's saying, unless you have been, if you've been convicted of a crime, you can go to jail and you can be a slave in jail. They can make you serve them involuntary in prison. This is in the 13th Amendment. You can go ahead and read it. So this whole thing is being backed up by the 13th Amendment. So now we got, you know, this private system is going on, and it's destroying lives. It's destroying the black community, because now you got these people going to jail for life. Some of them went to jail 20 years and, you know, 30 years, and life's just over. It's no rehabilitation, nothing to really counsel these young drug dealers and say, hey, why you doing this? Because they all will tell you, man, we doing this because we got to survive. This is what it is. This is what we need to do. And no rehabilitation for this young man. He got 30 years, life over. No matter, you know, leave his kids behind, leave his wife behind, whatever. It destroyed lives, and the effect, you know, it's a ripple effect. So we know out of the whole crack epidemic came hip hop. Now we all know about Eric B. and Rakim. We know about, you know, what does it mean? Everybody remember that song? Remember Schoolie D and PSK, and, you know, KRS-One and BDP, you know, Cypress Hill, Ice-T, you know, 6 in the morning, all that. All them songs came up out of the whole crack thing. They was rapping about what they was doing in the hood, you know, selling drugs and this and that. It was to some point glamorized. It was glamorized, but they was spitting real stuff. Now that's in the beginning. That's when hip hop was ours. Hip hop was ours at that time. White America wasn't paying attention to it. Mainstream media wasn't paying attention to it. None of the major corporations was paying attention to it until NWA sold 1 million copies. And then, you know, it blew up. So now, before we get into all that, you got to remember, before, you know, gangster rap and before everything took off, we got to remember that Public Enemy, Chuck D and a lot of other celebrities came out, and there was so many commercials and, so much celebrities speaking against crack. Hip hop basically, well, it kind of destroyed crack during that time. It was responsible for, lowering the whole thing with crack. That and the fact that people was going to jail for life and got so many years. Hip hop really came together and was like, this is wrong. We need to stop talking about this. We need to stop promoting it. And, so many rappers was coming against crack, and it slowly started to die. So now, crack is starting to run its course. You got little pockets of crack dealers here and there. Of course, it still existed in the black community, of course, because I grew up with the whole crack thing. I remember in the 90s, crack was still popping, especially in my neighborhood. So, but it wasn't as widespread, or even it wasn't at least promoted in the media as it being as big as it was, during the mid 80s, late 80s. But crack was still around, of course. But it started to really die down, and people started to really try to do something with themselves, and that wasn't good for these people, obviously. So they needed a new crack. They needed something else to keep these prisons filled, of course, and to keep the black community down and to keep us destroying each other. So, of course, gangster rap was promoted. Gangster rap was allowed to be put out. And you got to understand something. This is what people are not getting. People don't understand the power of music. Music on its own is deadly. Music combined with visualization is even deadlier. So you got to understand how music affects the brain and the body on a scientific level. So, for instance, you got these rappers rapping about the crack gang. Basically, their life, what they were seeing in the streets. They were seeing drug dealing, crack whores, so they was rapping about it. And from that, they was getting gold chains. They was getting nice cars. They was getting girls. So when you put all this together, the visualization of your reality combined with the music, and you put that out there to the public, of course it's going to be imitated. So kids are going to see this, and they're going to say to themselves, this is how I get money. This is what I need to do. I got to sell drugs. I got to sell crack. Then I can be like these guys. I can have chains, and I can have cars, and I can have everything I'm seeing in these music videos. Everything I'm hearing about in these lyrics, this is what I can have, so this is what I need to do. So music is very powerful, but it can also have the reverse effect, because we saw with Public Enemy, with Chuck D and them rapping against crack, that it died down, because people was hearing a positive message through music. Now, I want you to, take a listen to how powerful music is, because if I tell you, I don't think you're going to believe me. So I want you, some qualified people more than me to tell you exactly what music can do, how powerful it is, and how it can affect the brain and the body. Take a look. Now,
let me start with the observation that most of the sound around us is accidental and much of it is unpleasant. We stand on street corners shouting over noise like this and pretending that it doesn't exist. Well, this habit of suppressing sound has meant that our relationship with sound has become largely unconscious. There are 4 major ways sound is affecting you all the time, and I'd like to raise them in your consciousness today. First is physiological. Sorry about that, I've just given you a shot of cortisol, your fight-flight hormone. Sound's affecting your hormone secretions all the time, but also your breathing, your heart rate, which I just also did, and your brain waves. It's not just unpleasant sounds like that do it. This is surf. It has a frequency of roughly 12 cycles per minute. Most people find that very soothing, and interestingly, 12 cycles per minute is roughly the frequency of the breathing of a sleeping human. So there's a deep resonance with being at rest. We also associate it with being stress-free and on holiday. The second way in which sound affects you is psychological. Music is the most powerful form of sound that we know that affects our emotional state. This is guaranteed to make most of you feel pretty sad if I leave it on. Music is not the only kind of sound, however, which affects your emotions. Natural sound can do that too. Birdsong, for example, is a sound which most people find reassuring. There's a reason for that. Over hundreds of thousands of years, we've learned that when the birds are singing, things are safe. It's when they stop you need to be worried. The third way in which sound affects you is cognitively. You can't understand 2 people talking at once, or in this case, 1 person talking twice. Try listening to the other one. You have to choose which me you're going to listen to. We have a very small amount of bandwidth for processing auditory input, which is why noise like this is extremely damaging for productivity. If you have to work in an open plan office like this, your productivity is greatly reduced, and whatever number you're thinking of, it probably isn't as bad as this. You are are 1/3 as productive in open plan offices as in quiet rooms. And I have a tip for you. If you have to work in spaces like that, carry headphones with you with a soothing sound like birdsong, put them on, and your productivity goes back up to triple what it would be. The fourth way in which sound affects us is behaviorally. With all that other stuff going on, it would be amazing if our behavior didn't change. So ask yourself, is this person ever going to drive at a steady 28 miles per hour? I don't think so. At the simplest, you move away from unpleasant sound and towards pleasant sound. So if I were to play this, for more than a few seconds, you'd feel uncomfortable. For more than a few minutes, you'd be leaving the room in droves. For people who can't get away from noise like that, it's extremely damaging for their health. And that's not the only thing that bad sound damages. Most retail sound is inappropriate and accidental and even hostile, and it has a dramatic effect on sales. For those of you who are retailers, you may want to look away before I show this slide. They're losing up to 30% of their business, with people leaving shops faster or just turning around on the door. We all have done it, and leaving the area because the sound in there is so dreadful. I want to spend just a moment talking about the model that we've developed, which allows us to start at the top and look at the drivers of sound, analyze the soundscape, and then predict the 4 outcomes I've just talked about, or start at the bottom and say what outcomes do we want, and then design a soundscape to have a desired effect. At last, we've got some science we can apply, and we're in the business of designing soundscapes. Just a word on music. Music is the most powerful sound there is, often inappropriately deployed. It's powerful for 2 reasons. You recognize it fast, and you associate it very powerfully. I'll give you 2 examples. Most of you recognize that immediately. The younger, maybe not. And most of you associate that with something. Now, those are 1-second samples of music. Music is very powerful, and unfortunately, it's veneering commercial spaces, often inappropriately. I hope that's going to change over the next few years. Let me just talk about brands for a moment, because some of you run brands. Every brand is out there making sound right now. There are 8 expressions of a brand in sound. They're all important, and every brand needs to have guidelines at the center. I'm glad to say that is starting to happen now. You all recognize that one? This is the most played tune in the world today. 1.8 billion times a day, that tune is played, and it costs Nokia absolutely nothing. Just leave you with 4 golden rules for those of you who run businesses for commercial sound. First, make it congruent, pointing in the same direction as your visual communication. That increases impact by over 1,100%. If your sound is pointing in the opposite direction, incongruent, you reduce impact by 86%. That's an order of magnitude up or down. This is important. Secondly, make it appropriate to the situation. Thirdly, make it valuable. Give people something with the sound. Don't just bombard them with stuff. And finally, test it and test it again. Sound is complex. There are many countervailing influences. It can be a bit like a bowl of spaghetti. Sometimes you have to just eat it and see what happens. So I hope this talk has raised sound in your consciousness. If you're listening consciously, you can take control of the sound around you. It's good for your health. It's good for your productivity. If we all do that, we move to a state that I like to think will be sound living in the world. I'm going to leave you with a little bit more birdsong. I recommend at least 5 minutes a day, but there is no maximum dose. Thank you for lending me your ears today.
Music has a lot of power, more power than people imagine. There are scientific studies that show that if someone has had surgery and you play certain types of music, the wounds, the surgical wounds will heal faster with certain types of music than with others. And that is something that goes back to synchronous and dysynchronous rhythms. Our bodies live on rhythm. Hip-hop is powerful because it alters the natural rhythms of our body. That's why if you've ever been in a real nightclub where the music is real loud and the system is set up right, when you come out, your heart palpitates. And anybody who really has lived a club life knows what I'm talking about. Your heart palpitates because the beat of the, and that's why bass is used, because it overrides. That heavy bass, boom, boom. Whatever beat it sets to, your body tries to reset to it. Because you feel literally the vibration coming through the floors. And so our bodies are on a rhythm. And if you know, we should have between 60 to 90 as a normal, 50 even if you're a real athletic person, 50 to 90 beats per minute of your heart rate. These songs change that. And of course, the body is made so that you beat regularly. Sinus rhythm is a regular rhythm. The sinus node of your heart sends this rhythm out, and it should beat very regularly. But dysynchronous music, what it does is it crosses up that rhythm. And so what begins to happen is you're no longer hitting every second or every 3/4 of a second a regular rhythm, because the beats are off. They're set off. Your body rhythm goes off. When that happens, your mind, everything about you, how you're oxygenated, everything that happens to you is off. And anybody knows that one of the ways to get someone high is to cause anoxia or hypoxemia, which is to lower their oxygen level. That's why we have these stories in the hospital, these young girls who suffocate themselves or strangle themselves, young boys even, trying to get this weird high. It's very popular now among young people. And people think it's suicide, but what it is a craze where people are looking for another level of high. It's satanic and it's a cult, but they'll strangle themselves from their closets. We've had reports of that even here. And they'll strangle themselves because if you can get close to being, low in your oxygen levels real low, you get a buzz, you get a high. And that is part of what happens when the music is dysynchronous enough, when the beats are off enough. If you mess with the way the heart beats, you mess with the way the body is oxygenated. And so literally your brain begins to function differently and your defenses go down, more importantly. What begins to happen then is that, first of all, regular life becomes boring. If there's something that changes the way you function and adds pleasure to it, you're going to seek that pleasure. And so it changes things. So it's hard to sit through a class. How do you sit and focus on a teacher who's simply speaking in regular English with no beat, no rhythm, no nothing, or worse? If you have a lobectomy, as it's been called, and they take out this part, you lose your personality, but you lose your ability to reason. This is where the music becomes incredibly dangerous, because out of this frontal lobe is where your reasoning center is. And what happens is there's a chemical released in your brain called dopamine that makes you feel high. And once anything does that, and music is a very good way to release dopamine and stimulate emotional response, once you do that, you seek after whatever you release dopamine for. And so music becomes a literal drug. Now, that's what cocaine does. Cocaine is a powerful dopamine agonist. It makes your brain release tons of dopamine. I keep telling you guys about how one hit of a crack cocaine, and maybe I shouldn't say this on camera because I don't want anybody to go try it, but it's about 100 to 1,000 times as powerful a release of dopamine as an orgasm is. And like we were saying last night, that's why a crack addict can go without sex. And food. Food is another way. You eat good food, dopamine is released. It's pleasurable. That's why you look forward to it. Your mouth salivates at the smell of it. Right. You begin to prepare to have it even before it's there. So what has happened to our young people is that this frontal lobe is your defense system. Music bypasses the frontal lobe. It enters. Your ears are way back here. Your frontal lobe is way up here. This is your temporal lobe. Music bypasses your frontal lobe, gets into your brain, so that when music is given to you, whatever message is tied to the music is not properly analyzed.
Now, one of the things that the doctor was talking about in that video, he was saying how your heart tries to adjust to the beat, to the rhythm of the music. And your body actually follows the rhythm of the music. So when you decide to consciously let yourself go with the music, your body follows. So you start to dance. You have to make a conscious effort to not bob your head, when the song comes on. You have to make a conscious effort not to, dance, not to get up and hit the floor. Because as soon as you allow yourself to succumb to the power of the music, guess what's going to happen? You're going to start to move. You're going to start to dance to the rhythm. And that's your body adjusting to the rhythm because they are allowing themselves to succumb to the rhythm. Now, kids, they usually don't have a choice. Sometimes they can do it. But you see younger kids, they get in front of the TV, they hear that music, they start shaking to the rhythm. Nobody taught your kid how to dance. Your kid is just learning how to walk. Sometimes kids don't even walk yet. They can crawl. But when they hear that music, they'll climb up on something, or they'll rock back and forth. We've all seen this. This is the power of music. Now, one of the things I want you to understand is that the ancient Egyptians and most of the Africans speak a tonal language. They speak in tones. Now, Vietnamese has 11 different vowel sounds and it has 6 different tones. Now, Cantonese has a complex 6-tone system. And Thai is even a very complex tonal system, tonal language. But English has no tones at all. Now, as a matter of fact, the Rothman Research Institute in Toronto, they was actually studying, tonal language. And they realized that people who speak tonal language actually can really decipher music better than other people. They have a real rhythm. Their brain is already set to the rhythm of music. So it's real easy for them to play instruments or sing and, things of that nature. So the neuroscientists at the Rothman Institute, they basically said that if you speak a tonal language, it improves how your brain hears music. It improves how your brain hears tones. And it came to the conclusion that music is a language. Now, before you speak, a stimulation occurs in the brain, and then the words, flow out. Now, people who speak in tones, when they speak, the tone of that language comes back to the brain through the ears, and it actually stimulates the brain. So the implications are people who speak a tonal language over time actually improve a higher brain development. So basically more parts of the brain become developed and they become smarter. Now let's just think about a dog who doesn't speak English. Just think about tones here. Think about visualization. So a dog, what happens? You tell a dog to speak. After he speaks, you give him a treat. Now, the dog is going to take the representation of that treat. Whenever they see it, whatever tone comes out of your mouth, their brain is going to hear that tone and obey that command in order to get that treat. So if the tone is to speak, he's going to bark. He hears that tone. That's what he understands. He understands the tone. Dog don't understand English. It's the tone he understands. So he's going to do whatever that tone tells him in order to get that treat. Now, I want you to think of the implications of what I just said and apply it to hip-hop music. Apply it to music. Apply it to hip-hop music videos. See, we have to understand positive and negative tones. One tone is going to be positive. It's going to help your brain function. It's going to make you smarter. Another kind of tone is going to destroy your brain. It's going to make you lose control. It won't stimulate the brain at all. It's going to take control of the brain and force you to act out and do what that tone is telling you to do. So, black people, we always wonder why white people send their kids to music schools and why they make them play an instrument like the violin or the piano when they're growing up. What's that whole thing about? Why do rich white people get all dressed up, all fancy, just to go hear somebody play Mozart or Beethoven? See, we didn't understand, we didn't get what was the whole fuss with Bach and Beethoven and Mozart. What was the whole fuss with classical music? It was just a bunch of guys playing piano or playing violin. What was the whole thing with that? But what they was doing, these geniuses actually played certain music, certain songs at certain tones that would stimulate a higher brain function, that would actually help your brain develop and make you smarter. This is what these guys did. So you have Mozart, who has the sonata for 2 pianos. Played at D major, this song actually stimulates the brain. This song actually, it's been documented as helping stop seizures in patients who have epilepsy. It's amazing. You can Google it yourself. So these people knew how powerful this music was and that it actually stimulated the brain. Beethoven Symphonies 5 and 6 improves brain activity when played at certain frequencies. And that's another thing about all this music. They figured out if you play this at different frequencies, because I said before, everything operates on frequencies, then it has different ways of affecting the brain. So basically, like at 18 hertz, improves memory, language, and processing power of the brain. So you can actually do math a lot better while listening to this music at 18 hertz. So when you think about all that, you see why classical music is associated with wealth, with refinement, with intelligence. It's associated with a higher level of people, a wealthier people. So when you think about classical music in that aspect, you see why the relationship with people who are wealthy and successful goes hand in hand with the music. So look at hip hop music. What does hip hop music associate with? Well, you already know the answer to that. So hip hop music is associated with a bunch of bullshit, a bunch of mess. And we think that's us. We think that's what we are about. Oh, this our music, this black music. That's what we about. We about gang banging, shaking ass, and shooting niggas in the head. But they listen to Bach and Beethoven and Mozart, and they about wealth. So the music they listen to is reflecting their reality, wealth. This is why they're becoming geniuses. You got these Albert Einsteins and, look at Steve Jobs, people like him, and look at people like Bill Gates who are intelligent. This is what their music is doing to them. And look at what our music is doing to us. So you understand what I'm talking about, and we think it's ours. This is why they let us keep hip hop. As I said earlier, we gotta figure out why they take away all the good stuff, and we really gotta pay attention to what they let us keep. This is why they let you keep hip hop, because they know what it's doing to your brain. But I know y'all, I know my people, I know how y'all act, I know what y'all gonna say. Man, I ain't giving up my hip hop, man, you crazy, you tripping. But you gotta understand, you don't really have to give up your music. You need to be conscious of how the music is affecting your brain. That's all. Just be conscious of it and understand what it's doing to you. Now, if you have everything you need in life, if you are where you want to be at in life, you obviously can't blame this music. You're doing well. The music is not influencing you. But if you are not where you want to be at in life, if you're having troubles, and if you're dealing with certain people who listen to certain music, I mean, at some point you got to put this together and understand it's the music. It's affecting you. You don't see it or you don't want to admit it, but it is. Look at what these people are accomplishing listening to this classical music. This is why they tell you let your babies listen to the music while they're in the womb, so they develop a higher brain function early. This is what they're doing to their children. We let our children come out and we got them shaking their ass already at an early age. It's not funny, but we got them listening to, all kinds of stuff. Nicki Minaj and Jay-Z when they little. How do you think that's affecting their brain? I mean, come on. You gotta understand, guess where they got this knowledge from? Guess where Bach and Beethoven, guess where they got this information from? From you, from your ancestors, from black people. That's where they got it from. They got it from us. And look what they give us. So we gonna take this classical nice music and we gonna develop ourselves. Y'all can go ahead and have y'all hip hop and see what happens to y'all. But y'all want to be cool, and this is what's going to happen. This is what's happening to our peoples. Now understand, black people, Africans speak tonal language. The ancient Egyptians spoke tonal language. All of those African villages you go to and you can't understand what the hell they're saying, that's a tonal language that they speak in. So what was one of the first things they did when they enslaved the Africans was they got rid of their language. Language is gone. Some of those languages we'll never hear again. It was completely wiped out. We don't know, how the Egyptian language sounded. It's gone. It's gone forever. But remember what I was saying earlier in the video about, the Bible, Genesis 11, 1 through 9, is speaking about a people who was united in their language, in their speech. They were as one. They was united. So what does that mean? I mean, the implication for this is huge. Now, I recently returned from Thailand. While I was in Thailand, I actually spoke with one of the Buddhist monks there. We talked about a few things, but one of the things we did speak about was the Thai language and how it's a tonal language. And he said, a lot of people relate tonal language to music, but what they really should relate it to is to animals. And when you think about animals, when you think about monkeys and, when a lion roars, you can feel the vibration of that roar. They speak in tones. Even elephants speak in tones. You can hear that tone, when they make their sound. So animals that travel in packs, like wolves and lions and elephants and buffalo, they're actually stronger when they are in packs. So one of them can actually make a sound and it'll affect the whole group. It'll reverberate down through the whole tribe. So, when you speak the words out, it comes back in your ear and, you're hearing that. But when you make a sound in the group, you're not the only person who's hearing that sound. So the stimulation that's going to occur in your brain is going to also occur in theirs. So for instance, you see a pack of buffalo, near the water trying to get a drink. One of them gets attacked and he makes a sound. Another buffalo hears that sound, but that sound does not only produce a stimulation in the brain, it causes a reaction. So that's going to reverberate throughout the group. So we've all seen in nature videos when that one buffalo gets attacked, next thing you know, they all take off. And this happens really fast with animals. It's just a bite comes out of the water from an alligator, then everybody's gone. Even that one that was way in the back who ain't even see what happened. He the first one to go. Because if he don't move, everybody else can't move. So you can see the power of sound. And we do it as humans all the time. You can be in a room. As a matter of fact, if I'm next to you and I turn around and I say, oh shit, and I take off running, you're going to take off running because that sound, oh shit, we know that means danger. you're going to take off running with me and looking back like, what the hell is going on? Some people are not even going to look back. They're just going to run when you run. So, we feel energy all the time through sound. Now, all of us, have been in the room where somebody started arguing and it felt like a fight was going to occur. But you can feel the tension in the air. You can feel the emotion of it. When somebody's getting cursed out real bad, you can feel it. When you feel the energy of a fight about to occur, it's something that affects everybody in the room. This is the power of sound. So I've said all of that just to show you how hip hop music affects your brain. Because you have to understand something. If you are rich, the emotion, the brain stimulation for money, nice cars, girls, clothes, it's already filled. It's filled up already. You can't really do nothing with it. It's done already. But if you are poor, if you have that stimulation, if you have that emotion, that feeling for wanting money, wanting cars, wanting girls, you need to stimulate it. And that's what hip hop music and music videos does. It stimulates that brain function. It stimulates that emotion. So when you see your favorite rapper with all these girls and these cars and rapping about this, your brain is trying to stimulate itself. So it's going to emulate what it's hearing and what it's seeing. So now, instead of you having most of these black teens wanting to be doctors and, something positive, they want to be rappers. So they're going to imitate what they're hearing, what's stimulating their brain, and that's the hip hop music. So what do most rappers do? Most underground rappers, they don't even have 100 followers. They don't even got 50 followers. Yet they want to go put out an album. They want to put out a mixtape because they know that's what these rappers who are stimulating their brain, these big time guys, that's what they do. They put out albums. So they want to go hit the studio. They want to put out a mixtape. They ain't got 100 followers, but they want to put out a mixtape. That's them following it. So when you see these drug dealers selling drugs, calling women bitches and hoes and, pouring drinks on girls and treating girls like shit, guess what they doing? They are following what they are hearing and what they are seeing in these hip hop music videos. It's stimulating their brain and they are acting it out. You have to understand that people who bring you this music know all about it from day one. So remember I was saying back in the 80s, when they seen that the positive hip hop music died down crack, guess what happened in 1988? The Grammys, the same people that give you the Grammy Awards, they came up with the Grammy Institute. So now the Grammy Institute, they give money, they give funding to people, to neuroscientists like people at the Rotman Institute and other neuroscientists who do research and studies on the power of music and sound as it relates to the human brain. They give them money, they do funding on it. And then what they do is they invite all of the CEOs of major corporations, the CEOs of these record labels, to these seminars, and they show them what kind of tones, what kind of sounds they can use to affect their customers, to affect the population. So also you have to think about this. If you want to affect a certain population, you're going to put out certain music to them. So for the black community, what do we have? We have hip hop. So if you want the girls to follow a certain trend, you know what kind of music you got to put out. If you want the men to follow a certain trend or do a certain things, you have to relate these trends to certain music, and certain sounds have to go into it. So music combined with visualization creates stimulation. So that music comes from a voice. That voice is attached to a person. So that person, the image of them also creates stimulation of the mind and the emotions. So when people see their favorite artist, they go crazy. Girls get all excited when they see Trey Songz. And it's all related to the same thing. This is being used to control you. So if you want to create a certain image or change the atmosphere around a certain group of people, you just interject music and visualization. So if I want all the girls to start twerking, I just get their favorite artist to start twerking. I get the person who they look up to the most to start twerking. And then it's going to reverberate down through the group. That's what's going to happen. And that's what we are seeing. They're controlling us with the music. We don't own the music industry. That's one thing we got to understand. We don't own it. It's not ours. White people own it. and they have owned it for a long time. There's a lot of smaller labels that people think that P. Diddy owned Bad Boys, and they're subsidiaries, you might as well call them. Universal Music Group, Sony, Time Warner, they own almost every label. You got Bad Boys, Def Jam, Interscope. All these labels are under Universal. They're under Universal. Cash Money, under Universal. You know, look it up. So these people own these labels. They know what they're doing. They know they're controlling the population. So in the late 80s, early 90s, they understood how powerful this whole thing was. So if you want to start controlling these men, getting them to do things that's going to land them in prison, you got to stimulate them. So of course we had that 1991 New Jack City came out, talking all about the whole drug game, and people looked up to Nino Brown. He was a murdering drug dealer. Looked up to him. You know, then we had Boys in the Hood and Menace to Society and South Central. All these movies came out, and we was looking up to these gangsters, like, you know, to these stories, you know, because we felt like they was reflecting our life. But you got to understand, these people was creating the life we was living in, and then they was projecting it on the big screen to stimulate our situation, so we would react to what we seeing in the movie and produce it out as life, as we just basically putting out what we bringing in. So we creating our reality from the reality that they giving us, and it's a negative reality. And it just, when you really understand this whole thing, when you look at it, it blows you away, the deception of it. And we sitting up here and we defend these people, we defend these rappers, we defend these movie stars, and they destroying us. They fucking sellouts, man. They sellouts. They're selling you out, which is why none of them come back to the black community and truly do anything huge to affect the whole community. Think about all of the rich black celebrities we have. We have billionaire black people. So they can come and systematically change the black community. They can get by a Chinese store, get by a Dominican store. I'm gonna take a group of people, I'm gonna send them to school, I'm gonna teach them how to run a business, and I'm gonna put a bunch of black owned businesses in the black community and make sure that money comes back to the black community. They haven't done this. They could have got together and done this. It's not done because the people who give them their money tell them not to do this shit, and they obey them. So when you take this hip hop music and you inject it into these black communities that you created, you know, these projects and these badly crime-ridden neighborhoods full of crime. When you inject this hip-hop music into these neighborhoods, you can control the black community by remote control. So you have to understand something. The stimulation of hip-hop, the stimulation of hip-hop music in these negative gangster movies, they could not work. They could not work. The whole foundation of these things working is based on what? You being in poverty. Because without you being in poverty, hip-hop music won't affect you. Because guess what? You don't need the stimulation. You already got the money. The stimulation, that emotion is filled. You're already rich. So you're looking at this hip-hop dude like, fuck is you talking about? Nigga, you talking about gonna go rob a store and blow niggas' brains off. For what, nigga? I'm gonna lose my money. I'm gonna go to jail. Which is why these white people can't relate to this hip hop music, because they got money. They living good. They can't understand and thinking, man, why would you go shoot this dude and rob him? You know, what'd he do to you? Oh, this is crazy. But because we live in a reality where that is everywhere, it is just stimulating us, and we like, this stuff goes on, and this is how they make it, and this is what they do. I need to do it to get there. But it can't work unless you are in poverty, which is why they've been trying to keep us. They've been successfully keeping us in poverty, which is why, okay, we'll give you welfare. Sure, it's not going to bring you out of that community, but we'll give your ass some food so you can survive. We'll give you welfare. But we're not going to let you climb out of these communities that we work so hard to put your ass in. So now, since we know about this whole system and how music is going to be affecting these black people, we're going to build these private prisons, because we got to put them somewhere. We got to lock them up, and we're going to make money off of them while they're in there. So that's what these prisons are for. So now, since the whole purpose, since the whole scheme of this whole music thing, this whole stimulation of your brain and your emotions, since it all relies on you being in poverty, the system has to reflect it. So when we send your kids to school, when you send your kids to school, the whole purpose of school is to prepare them for going to prison. It's to prepare them for staying in this system. That's what it's for. Because think about it. You can be, close to middle class family. You live almost on the outskirts of the negative, the real bad black community. Your mom, your dad work, you're raising your kid well, you're trying to control what he watch, but he see a little bit of things. But now he's forced to go to school with these kids from the projects. So now you got these kids from the projects that he bang with, that he gets along with, and they go out and do negative things. And then now they start disobeying the parents. They end up doing something bad, like, robbery or beating somebody up bad. And, their life is downhill from that. They're going to land in prison. But when they get out of prison, guess what? They're going to try to get a job, a mediocre job that's going to keep them in that black community, not being able to rise. So, take a step back and look at yourself today. Look at everybody who you grew up with in your neighborhood, people you went to school with. Where are they today? You might got that one, maybe two that went to college. You may got that one who maybe blew up, maybe did something major. But that's rare cases. But majority of the people who you knew from around that time, guess what? They still live in the black community. Some of them still live in the same neighborhood. Some of them still live in their mama house. These people are still there. The system is working for them. The system is working. They got y'all being stuck back in these communities. Now, for you people who are like, man, I went to college. I got a degree. I got a career. I'm working there. But what are you really doing? You working in the system that's designed for you to keep them rich. So you ain't really moving nowhere. If your purpose is not for you to go to school and to one day own your own business and run it for yourself and have your own money, your own company, then what are you really doing? All you're doing is making another man's dream come true. Stay true. You're making them more wealthy. You're not giving back to your family. You're not really giving back to your community. You're doing exactly what the system was designed for you to do. And you think you made it, but you didn't. So now, while your kids are in school, guess what's controlling that atmosphere? Guess what's controlling the conversation and dominating the conversation of the lunchroom, of the kids when they get together? One, it's the popular culture. It's the trends. It's the hip hop music. It's the music. It's controlling everything, the way they walk, the way they talk, the way they act, because they have to conform to the trends, because the trend is cool and it's what everybody is doing. So now they're bringing that whole thing with them to school, where it shouldn't be at. The only thing that should be going on in there is learning, but they ain't teaching them nothing that they can really use. You go to these white schools in these white neighborhoods, they teaching their kids how to run companies. They teaching their kids about business and finance. They're teaching their kids a lot of things that they're going to need out in the corporate world to be your children's bosses later on. But they're teaching your kids stuff like algebra, things that they're not going to really need right away to get them out of the situation that they're in. They're teaching them things that's going to cause a disconnect between them and the teacher that will cause them to drop out of school. Because you gotta take a step back and understand that these kids are going to this high school, meaning that they are from this neighborhood, and that neighborhood is impoverished. It has crime written. So a curriculum should be designed around the neighborhood that these children come from and a reality that these kids see every day. So you should be teaching them things like how to directly bring themselves up out of their situation. Programs should be put together. It should be, lessons on, what to do, what's the next step after high school, and how important your grades are going to be, SAT scores and things of that nature, not, calculus, algebra, and things that's going to rack their brain and cause them to have a disconnect with the teacher and cause them to not want to be there no more. And now it's a good thing they did start making them wear uniforms, because when I was in high school, it was about fashion, the clothes. So if you're coming from a poor neighborhood and you ain't selling drugs and you're going to school and you got all these kids with these nice clothes on, everything about the fashion, that's going to be another thing that's going to cause a disconnect between you and school, and it'll cause you to drop out of school. But all this is by design. It's just what they want to happen. They don't want your kid to succeed. You have to fight hard to be middle class. It's a hard ass road. So one of the primary objectives of this whole system is to destroy the black family, to create a divide and conquer between the black man and the black woman. Divide and conquer, to create a distrust between the two. And they can do all this by remote control, because this is what hip hop music does. Because black women, you don't understand how powerful you are. You don't understand the level of control that you have when it comes to the black community. Not just your household, I'm talking about the whole community. Because black men, everything that we do is for you. We do it all to get you. That's a fact. A man is not going to go put gold in his mouth. He ain't going to waste his time putting 22s on that car. He ain't going to waste his time getting that car if it's not going to get him that woman. He ain't going to waste his time on that suit, on that chain, if he didn't think it would get the women. Now, where did he get this idea from? He got it from the music videos. He got it from the music. He heard it. He got it from them. And he said, this is how I'll get these women. So I'm going to go out and do what I got to do, because I'm looking at these videos and I see they got women abundantly and they doing whatever they want. They just throwing it out there. This is what I have to do. So it's going to create a distrust, because in these videos, they disrespecting these women. Now, on the other hand, you have black women, and they want their hair done, nails done. They want pedicures. They want nice clothes. They want jewelry, diamonds. They want nice shoes and handbags. They want all these things. And they looking at the same music videos that you look at, and they taking it from a female perspective. They're looking at these girls and they seeing the kind of men that these girls are hanging around who have all these nice clothes and bags and everything. They're seeing that these men are talking about selling drugs, and they hooking their girl up and giving their girl this and that, even though they talking to their girl like shit, which is why these black women accept it when the music calling you a bitch and they still dancing to it. When the music saying all these nasty things about you, but they still dancing to it. They accept it because they feel like they're connecting with it on an emotional and a mental level. Okay, this is what goes on. This is how it is. This is how I get these things. And they're not even realizing it, most of them. So they dancing to this music, and they're going along and they dating these men who sell drugs, who don't have any ambition but to be a rapper, who don't really have anything, good going on for him, except that he got a little bit of money from hustling. So they dating these negative men because that's what the music is telling them to do. Date these negative men. Stay with these men who going to treat you like shit, Or, you be a whore and find you a baller. Find you a man who got some money. That's all you do. You go after him, you use him to get your clothes, and you use him to get your bags, and that's it. That's how you do it. And it's the music that's putting this whole image out, and we not realizing it. So now you have the club, and you have the black woman coming to the club with everything that the popular culture told her to be. What the music told her to look like, what the music videos told her to look like, what the culture told her to act like. And then you have the man coming to the club the same way, dressing the way the culture says, acting the way the culture says. And they bring it together at the club. And what's being played at the club? The hip hop music. The music is being played. It's played loud. It's played to a point where it's vibrating everything in you. And then what happens? That song comes on that you like, and you hit the dance floor, and you dance in a way that the song is telling you to dance. And you are showing that man exactly what he is seeing in those music videos. And he's saying, this is real. This is how it is. So it's validating everything that the music videos is telling them. When this music comes on, these girls dance like this, and they dress like this. So I gotta, look like I'm a baller, and I gotta buy them drinks, and I gotta go speak to them, and I gotta get them in this way. But the music also telling me that they are hoes, and they're gonna do, whatever. So this is how you meet this person. Y'all come together on this whole deception, and then, y'all expect to, one of y'all expect, or maybe none of y'all expect a beautiful relationship from it, but sometimes the women do. But the man, his whole thing is, I want to have sex and I want to get out of here, or I want to keep her around until I'm sexed out and I'm done with her. And that's the whole mindset they come in the door with. And then, what's going to happen? What's going to be produced from this whole experience? It's going to be children. baby is going to come out of this whole thing. And we got to realize that they have so many programs now because they knew what the music was going to do. They knew it was going to cost men to go to jail, so they built prisons. So now we got the whole child support system. We have a whole WIC system. We got a whole system of counselors and daycares and all kinds of things that was put together to give white people more jobs based off of this music, based off of this whole system that they put together that's designed to keep us apart. So think about how many things come out of a bad relationship. Now you have a black woman, she's alone. She got to raise those kids. So she got to work. So now she got to send her kid to public school because she can't afford private school in most cases. And that's where the cycle begins. Because now he in school with kids from a bad neighborhood, if he's not from a bad neighborhood itself. And then, his parents can't really raise him the way that he should be raised. Dad is not in the picture. Mom can't spend attention with him, especially if he's a man. She can't be a man for him and teach him how to be one. So these other men is teaching him. So then now this whole cycle repeats itself. Now, as I said before, we can trace all of this back to the Willie Lynch letter. Now, when you look at what Willie Lynch was trying to implement, we can see that these same things are being implemented today. They just changed the strategy. They just changed the whole system. So when you look at what Willie Lynch was trying to do, he was trying to separate the young and the old. And today, the young and the old are separated. The generations don't respect each other. The young kids will get on the bus and they'll fight and they'll cuss right in front of old people. They won't give up their seat. And they'll do it right in front of old people, and it's just no respect there at all. Another thing, they wanted to separate the dark skin and the light skin. You got all these dark skin actors and actresses changing their skin complexion to light. Making black women hate the color of their skin because Beyonce was dark one moment, next minute she's light. Same thing with Nicki Minaj, and you got these black women hating themselves. They wanted to also separate black men and black women back then. The beautiful black woman was taken up by the white slave master. He took her and had sex with her, and she did what she had to do to survive. And these black women are saying the same thing today. Well, I gotta be a stripper. I gotta survive. I gotta feed my kids. Oh, I gotta be a hooker. I gotta survive. I gotta feed my kids. Oh, I gotta be a whore. I gotta go fuck with just ballers and fuck them for money because I gotta take care of myself. I gotta survive. And this is the mentality. Now, of course, you had the black woman. She was looking down at the black slave man because he couldn't protect her. And he couldn't give her the things that this white slave man could give her. Because once that white slave man started treating her well and giving her nice clothes, giving her nice shoes and good food, he told her that she was better than other slave women. So she looked down at those slave women because they was darker, because they was ugly. She looked down at that black slave man, and they both looked down at her because she was a sellout. She didn't fight and take the bumps and bruises like the other slave women did. She didn't fight the slave men off like the other women did and get the beating and get less food and got put in a box or whatever. She didn't fight off his advances. She gave in. So they looked down at her as well. And this is what's going on today. Like black men, we look down at these women because they all about the money. They're all about what they can get from you. It seemed like all of the black women who have really nice bodies, who look really good, they'll just go be a stripper or be a porn star. They'll just go try to find a man who got money and just try to be with a man who's going to take care of her so she don't have to work. But it seems like the women who look good take a different route. I'm only going to find a man or be with a man who got money. So we got to understand what this whole process is, and it's called epigenome. When you really look at epigenome is basically like a gene that can be passed down through your generation to where you will carry the same mental traits as your ancestors. And they know about this. So it's in us to go to church and worship Jesus and say hallelujah and all that. It's in us to look down at each other. It's in us to not trust each other. It's in us to not respect our elderly, because this is a system that was put in place during slavery. All they had to do was stimulate the gene and put the system back in place in a different way. And this is what we have today. So yeah, of course, there's a church on the corner in every black neighborhood. Of course, they're giving you the music that's going to stimulate that distrust. They're giving you the music videos that's going to create that separation and divide, just like they did back then. They got these black women saying, if you ain't got money, I ain't got time for you. They put everything in place to bring about a whole system of slavery to make us think that we are free and not slaves anymore, but we really are. because when you look back at everything that we're doing, we are still serving the white man. So if you don't have your own company, your own business, your own kind of economy, then you are still serving the white man. You are serving the dominant race. And that's what black people are doing today. We are still serving them. I mean, it's a fact. So we're looking at these rap stars and these celebrities thinking that they made it. But they are the new house niggas being used to keep you guys in the system and in check. They are complete sellouts. As I said before, they are sellouts, just like the house niggas. So what they did was, now, instead of you hating the house niggas, they got you praising the house nigga. It's a glorified position now to be a rap star or be, a celebrity or a superstar. But you're not serving nobody but them, and you're hurting your own people, just like the house nigga. It's the hard facts, and somewhere in you, you know what I'm saying is true. When you're putting everything together, it gotta hit you. What I'm saying has to hit you in some kind of way, like, damn, this shit is real, like this is right. Because what has happened is nobody has stepped back and brought this information to you in this way. There's a lot of, stuff on YouTube and a lot of videos out there and people speaking out about what's going on. But nobody is really trying to attack this whole music industry. I mean, don't get me wrong. Hip hop is ours. It's ours. We created it. It's us. I mean, it's our way to express ourselves. But it don't have to be what it is today. They own it. They own it. It don't have to be this way. It can be something different. Hip hop music could be used to stimulate. I mean, we can bring back the whole black community. We can bring everything back with just hip hop music. It's that influential. These people are that influential. So if we're showing that shaking your ass and selling drugs and all that is so popular that you can blow up off of it, if we reverse that and show that, man, if you go to school and get this education, you'll be successful. Women, if you dress nice, if you act classy, you'll get a man that'll keep you, and he won't want to let you go because he wouldn't want to let another man get what you have. If we showed the woman that, it would change them. But that's not what we are showing them. And all of come on, like, let's stop fronting. How can you sit there and tell me that shoot a nigga in the head till he dead, it's what's popping, it's right? How can you sit there and tell me Anaconda, that video of Nicki Minaj, is right? Listen to what she's saying. Listen to what she's talking about. How can you women tell me that twerking is right, it's cool? How can you sit there and say that? Your mind is so messed up by what they have given you that you don't realize the shit that you do is absolutely crazy. And we take up for these celebrities, we take up for these rap stars, and people fight and, heated debates and arguments over somebody who trying to destroy you and your people who have sold you out a long time ago. And in some cases, I can't even blame these dudes because people just so gullible and they act so stupid. When you try to wake them up, they think you crazy. They look at you like you got 7 eyes. So it's like, we gotta wake up and educate each other, because I think with education and everybody can look at this system and see what it really is, we can start stepping back and looking at these rappers like, what you just say? Like, that's crazy what he just said. This motherfucker talking about killing kids and kidnapping kids. I'm not listening to him. That's not what's good. That's not what's going to help our people move forward. Now, what you're going to have is poverty needs to survive in order for their system to survive. You need to be in poverty. So as long as we poor, we're going to keep looking up to these people. But when you ask yourself, when you take a step back and you look at how can any respectable woman, how can any woman who say they want respect from a man, they want to be treated like a queen from a man, they want to be treated good by a man, how can any woman listen to or follow Nicki Minaj and what Beyonce represents? How can you follow these women out here who are telling you to cause a problem in your relationship, to only date men who have money that will treat you a certain way, when you know that what they are saying is going to cause you to do things that is not part of your character for most of you women? That's not really you. It's going to cause you to change and you're going to act a certain way. Now, unbeknownst to you, what they're not telling you is these men are not going to respect you. They're going to only beg you. And guess what? That's exactly what the rappers are telling them to do. That's what they rap about. And y'all dance to the very music that is saying you are a whore. You dance to the same music that's saying, I'm just going to take you home and do this, and then I'm going to throw you out. And you laugh and you watch this stuff in these music videos, and you dance to it and you watch it and you accept it, and you pay money for the album, and you pay money to go to these concerts, and you scream and all this for these men and women who are destroying you personally. And I mean, come on, you can't look at it and say it's just music. We can't do that no more, because we're seeing it. We're seeing the result of it. Look at these kids today. Look at how they act, and look at the stuff that's going on at the schools. Look at these little girls and these teenagers. Look at who they are emulating, who they're trying to be. You can't go on Facebook now and see a girl with a name that's not Minaj, or referencing Nicki Minaj, or trying to look like her. It's all about the big booties, who got butt, got to twerk, got to get as many likes and comments as I can get. We know what the music is doing, so don't act like it's not doing these things. Don't act like you don't see it. Don't act like worldstarhiphop.com is not destroying the black community. So now, while we sitting back and we asking for equal rights and we asking them to, respect black life, we don't even respect it ourselves. So now, looking back at everything that I just showed you, especially as it pertains to crack, the whole black community being messed up by crime, and the hip hop era, which is still going on today, when you look at all that, it sets the stage for what we have today and all of these police shootings. Because now, as I said, while we're screaming out, we want equal justice and black power and all this and that, how do you think the white people are viewing us? How do you think the people around the world are viewing us when we show them twerking, ass shaking, shoot 'em up, kill 'em, bang, bang, selling drugs and poison to each other, fighting each other, putting videos on worldstarhiphop.com? How do you think we look to them when that's what we putting out? And then we proud of it. We smile and we laugh and we act like these people. And we ain't got shit, but we trying to act like these people. How do you think that makes us look when we say we want equal rights and we want respect and this and that? It make us look like hypocrites. It make us look stupid because, one, as I said before, these white people, they don't understand it. They don't know what's going on in the community. They don't understand that when you have poverty, it's going to absolutely create crime. They don't understand. They think we have the same choices as they do, as they did, which we know we do not. They don't know what's going on. So it's a part of the whole system, because they have to keep our image destroyed. They have to keep the image of the black man and woman in shambles. They have to keep it messed up. They have to show the rest of the world that this is what we are. Don't feel no sympathy for these black people because they are animals. So they gotta give the world shows like First 48. Lock Up, all these shows showing black men in jail and black men killing each other. They have to give you shows like Maury, showing that these black women are whores and they don't even know who their baby daddies is. They got to put shows out there like Jerry Springer saying that black men are gay and this is what's going on. Cheaters. All these shows have to be put out there. We don't get shows like Big Bang Theory. We don't get shows like How I Met Your Mother. We don't get the shows that show black people in a setting looking civilized. Showing black people in a setting looking like they have morals, showing black people having touching moments like How I Met Your Mother and these other shows when they have nice, warm, touching moments between each other, between their women and their men. You don't see black shows like that. Instead, we get shows like Empire. You got to be a criminal. You got to be an ex-drug dealer or a rapper. That's the only way. So we have to understand this is psychological warfare, and they're using music and movies against us. So when you take a step back and you start looking at these movies and looking at how black people are portrayed in these movies, then we can see we are always cast in a negative light in most of these Oscar-winning movies. So when you look at movies like Hustle and Flow and Precious, The Blind Side, Monsters Ball, when you look at Selma, Training Day, 12 Years a Slave, The Butler, The Help, we see that in all these movies, it puts us in a negative light or puts us in a demeaning situation that was indicative of slave times, or showing us in a servant's role or in a role that is stereotypical of the black male today. It's always something negative. And these are Oscar-nominated and Oscar-winning movies. And when you look at the Oscar itself, it's an Egyptian god. It's Ptah. Ptah was the god of creation, the god of arts. He's a craftsman. So they're using our own deity as the award to give to us for bringing our people down and casting us in a negative light. So these are things we all got to look at and understand the psychological warfare and the games that they're playing against us and the things they are putting in the minds of the masses of the people. So movies like The Blind Side, who a lot of people say, that was a warm, touching movie. That was a good movie. But you got to understand that that movie cast black people in a real negative light, and it cast white people as the savior of poor black people. It made us look real bad. It was embarrassing to watch, because the sad thing was that was a true story. That really happened to Michael Moore. He later went on to win a Super Bowl and everything, but that really happened to that man. It was embarrassing to me to see it. Like, damn. Like, we that messed up. But then you got to understand that, we've been put in this situation to where, Michael Orr's stories happen. And his story ain't the only story. His story's way worse than his. But, we've been put in a situation where these kind of things happen, and they understand that these things are going on. And they go on to make movies about it. But then they put it out there to the rest of the world who don't understand what's going on in the hood. They don't understand this whole system and what's going on. So how they see us is the way these movies are portraying us as destructive people. Moms can't take care of us. Drug addicts. We don't want a better life. We don't want a better future. So this is how we are portrayed. So, Sandra Bullock won an Oscar for that movie. But when these movies get nominated for an Oscar, then everybody say, oh, I got to go see that movie now. John got nominated for an Oscar. I got to go check it out. It's probably good. So then you got more people watching it. And movies like Precious. Precious is one of the most embarrassing black movies of all time. It really destroyed the image of the black woman. It was a dagger, it's a black eye to the image of black women when that movie came out. And then it won an Oscar. Monique won the Oscar in that movie for playing that unbelievable role of Precious' mother. Come on. Y'all seen the movie. Y'all seen how bad that was. So imagine how it must make us look to these white people who don't understand what's going on, who don't get it. It just destroys our image. So now, it's an Oscar-winning movie, so it's put out there. It's blew up even more, now that it won an Oscar. But these are the kind of things that is going on within the movie industry, and we got to realize that it is a weapon that is being used against us. Movies are very powerful. Come on, think about it. What is our claim to fame? All we are their entertainment, just like we used to be. We're entertainers. We play basketball. Ooh, we play football. Some of us might play baseball, or we rapping and singing. That's it. It's entertainment. You're an actor. You're acting. Entertainment for them. What are we doing on a real power economic structure? Nothing. Nothing. We don't have a voice. We have no power. So they can walk right over us because we don't even sit nowhere where we can make a difference. They have all the seats. They have all the power. We are just slaves. Still to this day, slaves. So when we sit up here and we say that we want things to change, but nobody's doing anything to change anything. Everybody's staying the same. When we sit up here and we put on our hoodies and we wear our shirts that say, I can't breathe, and we do all this and that. Meanwhile, we go post a video of two black people fighting. We go post a video of something negative portraying black people in a ignorant, stereotypical role. This is what we're doing. And then we see white people following us. And it's another thing I don't understand, Steve, because black people believe that just because white people doing it, it somehow makes it good because white people doing it too. Because white people rapping, it's okay. Because white people twerking, it's okay. Well, they doing it too. Well, they are in power. This is the setup. So because, we marching and white people marching with us, that's the okie doke. Y'all falling for that. Y'all falling for the okie doke. They want y'all to march because nothing's going to change. It's going to shut y'all right up. They want y'all to march. They want y'all to get upset so they can bash y'all heads in and in some cases kill y'all. So now they got the new NWA movie coming out now that's going to bring up all those old feelings. The whole Rodney King beat and the whole fuck the police thing. It's a setup. They got all these movies coming out now, these racially tensioned movies set at a specific time, perfectly timed to come out around a time when this whole racial tension is going on. You got cops still killing homeless people. You got a lot of stuff going on. They want to bring out something like NWA movie that a lot of black people going to go see, and it's going to bring up a lot of, emotions. And I'm telling you, black people, first of all, when these cops stop you, understand they're killing niggas. So just lay flat. Go the fuck down. All that fighting and shit, it's going to get you killed. Because as soon as you touch their weapon, they're going to say you try to take it and they're going to kill you. Just chill out. Like, you have no rights. I made the video showing you don't have any rights. So all that shit you're talking about, I got rights and I know the law. No, you don't. You don't know what's going on. If you're in that country, they own your ass. There's nothing you can do about it. Fuck all the shit you saw on TV or you saw in some movie. If you have an ID, a driver's license, a social security card, a birth certificate, and all that, they own your ass. You are U.S. government property. So I want you to recognize and realize that, yes, no matter what, life should be preserved. They shouldn't be killing and murdering nobody at all. I mean, let's keep it real. That's definitely wrong. But you have to understand, what argument do we have when we glorify killing each other? When we glorify being whores and hoes? When we glorify selling our bodies? When we glorify everything that's wrong with the black community, we glorify it every single day. We wear the clothes that say, I'm a killer, I'm a thug, I'm a drug dealer. Our whole walk, everything about us, says that we are exactly what the media has been saying we are, and we portray it every day. We put it out there, but then soon as something happens, we say, oh, that's not me, that's not right, that's not us. And it's a setup, the whole thing, it's a setup. It's been designed to murder you, to kill you, to set you up. The whole thing is a setup. So you can't look at these white people and say that, they're racist. We are putting out exactly what they gave us to put out. You can't look at these white people and say, you can't look at them and say that they are wrong for the way that they feel, when we are putting out exactly the vibes that's giving them what they feel. We putting it out there. Because if we had shows like, How I Met Your Mother and The Big Bang Theory and all these other shows that show white people in a positive light, if we had shows like that show black people in a positive light, if we had shows like that show black people being, having warm, touching moments between each other, black man, black woman having a great relationship, raising kids, like what the Cosby Show was, what Family Matters was. We had those shows for a second, they're gone now. So if we had those kind of shows again, and the music reflected it, if we were leaders in business and industry, if we had some kind of economic development going on, in our community, if we owned businesses, if we wasn't putting out fight videos, if we wasn't doing all the crazy stuff we are doing today, then it's nothing that they could say. They would see us in the light we should be shown in as, responsible, positive people. But that's not what we're putting out. So we can't even argue anything to the contrary when we putting this stuff out. I mean, come on. So this is not me. Obviously, I'm not taking a side, but I'm saying, pay attention to what you're doing. Pay attention on what you're putting out, because you get back what you put out. It's just that simple. So you putting out videos of these kids doing all these things and fighting and all this and that, and then what happens? Your kid come home from school suspended because he got into a fight. You getting it right back. They putting out TV shows of good things and smart kids and showing white kids, having skills and doing all kinds of positive things. They putting out, kids into the school district that's already, who already know stuff, who's smart. And guess what they get back? They get back doctors and lawyers. They get back people who running companies. That's what they get back. They've been getting back that for years. What we've been getting back? Convicts, drug dealers. Now, everything that I just shown in this video is common knowledge. I mean, all y'all know this stuff, man. And y'all not stupid. Y'all just as smart as me or even smarter. I mean, y'all understand what I'm saying. I know this resonates with a lot of you, but the problem is most people, they can't look past the fact that I'm not Jay-Z. I'm not Kanye West. I'm not somebody who's famous. So my words mean doo-doo. What I'm saying is nothing. It's who are you? Who is this guy? So what? He's speaking. Who cares? So to the people who actually take the time to watch my videos, thank you. I see every time somebody shares my video, just another thing I want to say. And thank y'all. I've been watching it be popping up like, such and such shared my video. I'm like, wow, these people really sharing it. I've watched the views go up in some of the videos. And, it's going to be people like y'all who get this message out there. It's going to be people like y'all who's responsible for the revolution. It's not going to be these actors. They sold y'all out already. They sellouts. It's going to be us. There's going to be people like you, people like me who are responsible for the change if such a change occurs. So, I want to thank y'all for taking the time to actually watch this. But one of the things that I think a lot of people are not seeing is where this video is going, where we are going as a people. And I think you got to step back and look at everything that we are seeing. You're seeing black people being killed for nothing. We're being murdered. They're showing us that they're trying to get rid of us. They've been throwing us in jail for years for the smallest things. The whole thing about jail is to get you to go to jail and you take a plea deal. Because if you get locked up for something and you plead, to save some jail time, guess what? You still got a record. And now you really stuck in the system. Your life is over. It's destroyed. You have a felony on your permanent record. You're not going to be able to get no job. So now you are stuck in the system until you can figure out a way to get it off, which is why all these black men are trying to become rappers, because that's the only way out. So the music game, poverty, sucked you in, caused you to be a drug dealer. You got arrested. Now you have that felony on your record. Now you have no choice but to be a rapper, to be the very thing that is responsible for you being in the situation that you are in, to be a hip hop star, because that's the only way you feel like you can make it. Don't want to go to college, ain't finished high school in some cases. You don't want to go work for somebody and, struggled on that and, because you can't get a job in the first place with a felony, but you don't want to do that anyway. You want what you see on TV. You want what you believe is going to get you those girls. So guess what? Since you can't get that job, you got to hustle, which is going to put you right back in prison. Then you're going to come back out and you're going to push more towards your rap career. I mean, the cycle just keep continuing. So you're in your 30s and then, it finally hits you that, I got to get a job. So now you the saddest thing in the world. You this 30, 40-year-old, used to have skills, hip hop dude, or used to be running the block, drug dealer, now working at Walmart. Used to be the man. Now you're working at Foot Locker because it hits you in your 30s and 40s because you got kids running around, child support on your ass. It then hits you that, I got to get real and I got to start working. I mean, don't wait so long. It's not too late, but this is the system. This is the system. This is the white man. This is what we've been calling it. So what is this whole thing? What is going to be the result of all this that I've been showing you in this video? What is the result of all this? So I will end it off with this last little bit. So as I've been saying before, there is something about black people that they know about us that we don't know about ourselves. That's a fact. If there was nothing special about black people, why the hell do they keep digging up our ancient ancestors? Why are the Egyptians being dug up and having experiments done on them and being displayed? Why is the whole world fascinated by ancient Egypt? Why is the world fascinated by our culture? Why is the world making most of their money off of what's in our country, Africa? Why are they exploiting us in sports and entertainment? Why are they copying us? And everything that we do, they copy. You know this. Before us, before we came out and started being entertainers and doing our own thing, what were they? They were Pleasantville in black and white. That's what they were. Pleasantville in black and white is the best way to describe it. If you've seen that movie, you know what I'm talking about. That's what they were. They were Susie Homemaker. Mom stay home and cook and all this and that. Dad go out and work. They were boring ass shit before we came along. Look at them now. We transformed them. We made them who they are. Even as early as the 60s, they wasn't where we are, where we were. We were killing them. We were fun, we were fabulous, and they copy and copy and copy. This is what they've been doing since the beginning, copying. So now you get into a point where they have copied enough to where they don't need us anymore. You got immigrants coming. You got the Puerto Ricans and the Dominicans and the Mexicans starting to outnumber us, if not so already. But you have black people who have a legitimate claim to the throne, to what they have, and we can prove this, that we were in America before. So the name of the game is to get rid of them. But understand, they want to get rid of the people who are in poverty. So all of these people in these systems and neighborhoods they created, they want to get rid of you. They want you to go now. All the homeless people got to go. Anybody who is not a house nigga, they want gone. If you're not very educated, they want you gone as a black person. So they're trying to get rid of you. They're wiping us out slowly. And when you look at the system, it's designed to do just that. To kill us off, or to have us working for them in a higher capacity, or to have us in jail for the rest of our life. That's what the system is designed to. And when you calculate this, what's going to happen is when you put everything together, you're going to have the pure black people gone, and you're going to have a mix of black and white or black and something else. So because our black men are killing each other, because our black men are landing in prison, because our black men are not able to trust these black women, and vice versa, we are having so many interracial couples going on in America and around the world, because it's just so much distrust between us. And they have made it so we look at each other as not even being legit. When you see black people, it's like, that shit ain't legit, it ain't real. But for some reason, we look at white and we say, it's legit, it's real. Black people, it's like, we look at each other as we don't even have a worth. We're not worth anything. That's why we can kill each other. Because a black person is looking at another black person in the hood and saying, you from where I'm from. Don't nobody care about us in this neighborhood. So since don't nobody care about us, ain't nobody gonna care when I kill you. You know, we don't see value in each other. So it's going to eventually lead to our destruction. Black people, we have a claim. We have a claim to America. We have a claim to be in power. And if we ever realize that what we are when we unite is something powerful that scares the hell out of them, we will unite. We will unite. We will take back Africa. Because if we realize what Africa is, how powerful Africa is, that most of their money that they're getting, all the wealth is in Africa, and that's our country. We still own it. They're running it, but we're still there. The people just don't know what they have, and they don't have us coming there and trying to wake them up and show them what we can do with a united Africa against the rest of the world. We could be unstoppable. And this is one of the things that Marcus Garvey was talking about, or one of the things he was pushing towards. A united Africa, us together, us having trade and, our own programs and, so much we could have been able to do as a race, but they made us ashamed of Africa. They made black people not even want to be black. They made us look at each other as worthless and, something that's just negative. So we don't even like to claim Africa. Look at Raven Simone, I'm not African American, I'm American. Come on, get the fuck out of here. Look at these people who are denouncing their skin tone and changing what they are because they don't understand how powerful, how beautiful black is, how amazing it is. So once you do the research and you start looking at everything, you can see that they want us gone. They want us gone, but they want to assimilate as much from us as they can before they get rid of us. And it's going to be a slow, long process. But if we don't change during this whole process, if we don't get each other out of this system, we're going to lose. We're going to lose. As I said, it is a calculated destruction. And I mean, like I said, you guys are smart. You understand what I'm trying to say in this video. So I don't really have to go too much further than this. But if you add up everything that we are seeing today, if you calculate it, it leads to us being gone. Our destruction at some point in time if we don't wake up. So what's the solution to all of this? How can we fix this? How can we do anything to repair our image? And this is not a hard thing. I don't understand why people think that it's going to be so hard and impossible for us to rise up And it starts with you. With just one, you already took a major step in making it all the way to this point in the video and watching this video. So that's big. Education is one of the main things we need to do. We need to understand the plan. We need to understand the attack. We need to understand what you really don't know how they're gonna take it. You know, are they gonna truly understand it the way that you meant to say it? You know, can you convey it in the right way to get people to understand, you know, your message? But you know, to me, you know, people will get offended by some of the things in this video, but to me, the people who will not be offended are the people who are real with themselves. But you have to look at, you know, history. Our history, black women. I mean, we as black men has had an uphill battle. We all know this. We know, you know, so-called racism, white supremacy. We know what that's about, and we know what we face out here. But black women, the treachery, the traps, and, you know, the confusion and frustration that you have been put through is deep. And I don't think you realize how deep it is. And you don't realize what is obviously in front of your face. And the thing is, what we got to remember is one of the biggest keys to white supremacy, to oppression, was to, of course, separate the black family. You as a black female have to understand this, plain and simple. And when you understand that and everything that that entails, you have to then look at the black men that you are faced with today and ask yourself, what happened? What's going on? Is this really the type of man that I should be with? And this obviously is not pertaining to every single black man, but to the men that you gravitate towards the most. So you have to think about one, if the goal of white supremacy is to separate the black family, and I've mentioned this before, how the key to generational wealth begins with the family. It begins with the mother and father, plain and simple. If you guys don't have a strong foundation, if you don't have a loving relationship to convey to your children, to teach them how they should be a mother or a father, how they should be, you know, out in the world, how they should be as far as education, you know, then they won't learn these things. They will pick them up from places where, you know, they shouldn't, where the message it might not be the message you want to give to your child. So when you destroy the home, you are destroying the foundation for generational wealth, and you are crippling a generation of people to become successful. And not every single black woman is going to be strong enough or have the resources or support to take a child as a single mother and elevate him to a level of success. And we see that is definitely the case in the black community today. It is really hard for black women to do this. But when you understand that one of the biggest things to white supremacy is to take the black male out the home, to destroy the black family. And then you look at the mass incarcerations that we have of black men, completely disproportionate to white men. When you look at the fact that once a person is arrested and they have that criminal record, and of course anybody on the outside looking in is going to say, well, he shouldn't have done whatever he did to get arrested. But if you're locking up the majority of people on a product that you put in their neighborhood, you know, it's almost like entrapment. You gave me something that people want that I could sell to make money. And I sold it not knowing, you know, what it does to people. Not fully understanding the consequences, you know, basically surviving off the rule of, you know, it's either me or them. Survival of the fittest. If I don't do this, I can't eat, I can't feed my family, or what.
Adept is in the building. Shout out to the fam, man. I appreciate you pulling up, man. What's good, God?
Chilling, bro. What's good, man?
Man, same old, bothering you again, man. Did you get my email?
Shit, probably not. Hold on. Let me check it.
Oh, okay. Nah, it's cool. I was just trying to see if you still was down to get the people that content on that the debate. Yo, and he left right. I went to his email, kicked him.
My bad, bro. I went to go check my email and it took me off.
I already know. I
Yeah,
know
man.
how
Tired as
StreamYard do.
hell, bro. I'm like managing a team of software developers, and these niggas are like the most antisocial people in the world, bro. It's a fucking headache.
Wow. Hey,
Yeah,
that's what
it
we
is.
going to. That's
But
what we going
what's up,
to.
bro?
That's
What you hit
good.
me up about?
Man, nothing, man. Trying to see if we could get that debate in, man. There are people, I've advertised it to them a couple of
Yeah, we
times.
can do it.
I know
Well,
things happen. Uh-huh.
so I'm free during the week, right?
Mhm.
Around this time, 7:30. Can we do that like on a weekday at 7:30?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, we definitely can. Um, let me see. Let me look at this schedule real quick. Because okay, how about
What's up with Monday?
Monday?
Yeah.
Monday? Let me check it out right. Monday would be the 31st. The 31st. Can you do it at 8:30?
Yeah, I can do it 8:30.
Okay, bet. 8:30
Yes,
Monday we
sir.
can get it in.
Okay.
Okay.
You want to do it here?
You know the format of the league? That
Yeah,
you
yeah,
got it
but
with that, right?
yeah, I know. I have no problem with that.
Oh, okay, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, just a 5-minute opening, 10-minute premise, 10-minute rebuttal, interrogation. When
Okay,
we get
I'm actually gonna prep for it. You know what? I'm gonna prep for you, bro. I'm gonna prep.
man, that's
I'm gonna get
hard.
my
That means
clips
a lot
ready.
to
I'm gonna get anything I need. I'm gonna have it right at my fingertips, bro. Hold on, my Chinese food is here. I shouldn't be eating this shit, but the hell you gonna do?
Okay, that's cool, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, you could just throw together just a little PowerPoint just to show the slides. You know what I'm saying? Give people the visualizations for the premise. And then other than that, you already know.
All right, cool. I'll do a PowerPoint. Why not? See you later, bro. Thank you. No, my bad. We got Chinese food. Yeah, I'll do a PowerPoint. Fuck it. So we do a PowerPoint for what?
Give me one
The
second to run
opening.
that time out. Hold on. Okay, my bag. I was taking a call. All right, so
So what? We do a PowerPoint for like the opening.
the premise.
Okay. Okay. So opening is just talk premise. We got a little presentation. Okay, cool.
Yeah, and the rest of it, rebuttal. You don't need no presentation. Just go through my points, dismantling them. Interrogation round. We get 10 minutes each to ask each other probing questions to see if we can move each other from the premise, and that's it, man.
All right, cool.
That's it, man. I appreciate that, Adept.
I'm with it. So what is it? The 31st? You said?
Yeah, that's Monday the 31st, 8:30.
Okay, cool. Perfect. All right, 8:30. I booked it. I already put it in my calendar.
For sure, big dog. All right, so I'll be doing a pre-debate show on this channel, so you can come through. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
I'll pull up. So
I
what is
appreciate
the pre debate?
That's hard, man. Shout out to you, man. Adept H.N.I.C in the building, man. Y'all already know. That's what I'm talking about, man. I appreciate you. How you doing in real life, though? You good?
Bro, man, just working hard, man. I got a big promotion at work, so that's why I haven't been on the YouTube streets like that. So I've been cause I'm like managing now, but a whole bunch of software developers. And it's dope, man. I feel good, bro. I feel good. But yeah, I definitely want to get back on my YouTube shit. So definitely anybody I could talk about what I talk about on my channel too, like to a new audience. That's a good look. So I appreciate you for having me up here.
For sure, big bro. You too, man. That's hard, man. Okay, I'm gonna holler at you, man. I'll be in touch with you. Monday
All
it
right, bro.
is, big dog.
Definitely, man. I'm gonna send you my number and the email.
Okay, bet. Thanks.
All right, peace.
Yes, I'm here. Just entering in the notes.
and it's really, no other alternative for certain people, especially when they have lack of knowledge. So when you have people being arrested, black men being thrown in prison, taken away from their family, and the goal of racism, white supremacy is to separate the black family, what you have out on the street now, at any given time, you have different types of black men for black women to choose from. You have black men who are in and out of incarceration, in and out of prison. They got to sell drugs, they got to do whatever they got to do because they really can't get a good job because of their criminal record. You have black men who are trying, to do what's right. They don't want to be arrested. They don't want to do things that go against the law. They're trying to do the best they can to survive and take care of themselves and their family. So they work, they go to school or what have you. And then you have black men who have made it, who are successful already, who are doing, big things. And these are what the black women have to choose from. Now, let's keep it real. It's not so many of these black men that are successful and doing big, great things that's not celebrities, professional athletes. So that's one thing. So now what's really left for the black woman to choose from is between the incarcerated man in and out of prison and the black man who doesn't have that much, who's trying, who don't want to break the law, who got a 9-to-5 at Burger King, who going to school. She has to choose from a man that has the potential to do something good with his life and a man that is doing whatever he can to survive and breaking the law and doing what have you. So the goal of white supremacy, racism, is to make sure that you choose the man that's wrong for you. How do you do that? Well, first we got to understand, one, to not go deeply into it, the seeds have already been implanted, for hundreds of years since slavery. So when you bring it up to modern day, how do you make sure? Because they obviously don't want you getting with the rich black guy. They don't want you getting with the guy who has a shot. They want you to choose the worst choice. And the thing is, your options are limited, plain and simple. And when you look at the culture that we have, if you want black women to choose the man that's wrong for her, then you got to make sure the culture promotes this man to be something great. You got to make sure that she's attracted to the wrong man. You got to give her a culture that's going to appeal to her, that's going to make her choose the man that's going to be the downfall for her offspring, for herself. And this is what we have seen with the hip hop culture. And we have seen a culture arise in the black community that is predominantly negative. Didn't used to be, more so today it is. And when you really be real with yourself and take a step back and look at, we already know, I talked about this before, the whole bad boy attitude. Black women saying, I want thugs. I want, a dude who can basically take care of me, who got the money. I don't want to be with a dude who really is trying to, struggle and everything like that. And now you have the black woman having to choose from the person who she really should be with and the person who society, who the culture is telling her to be with, the popular guy, not the square, the popular guy. And the popular guy just happened to be the drug dealer of the neighborhood, the ghetto superstar. And this is what's going together when we have these relationships, when people come together based on the culture. So when you think about it, it almost sounds stupid. Why would you mess with an ex-con drug dealer versus a black man who got a job, he working, he's trying to educate himself, he's trying to do something good with his life? But this is exactly what has happened. This is what's going on. And we understand how the drug dealer is glorified. You don't see rappers rapping about, yo, I flip burgers at Burger King and, I work that Save a Lot and all this and that and making it banging, glorifying it. But you see the drug dealer glorified. You see the person who's working a 9-to-5 trying to go to school, he's called a square, he's corny. And the culture is appealing more to the wrong man for the black woman versus the man that's right for her. And not just that, you have on the flip side, black men receiving a culture that's derogatory towards women. So again, when you have two people meet in a culture that's like this, it's not going to end up well. But the black woman has been sabotaged. She has been tricked into choosing the man that's wrong for her. And a lot of you believe that this is your own feelings. No, he's just the man I'm more attracted to, and you don't really understand it's not your own feelings, that you have been tricked, you have been brainwashed into feeling this type of way. And I've heard it all the time. Black women say, I want a guy that's going to talk tough, a guy that's not just going to put me in my place. Like, you want to argue, you want to, stuff like that. You don't want a guy that's going to be sensible, and a guy that's going to be, understanding and have a conversation that's going to lead to compromise. It's like you want argument. And, this is where black women get this angry black woman mentality from, because this is how you are portrayed on television. And you have been tricked into this whole thing. And this is what you have to understand. You have to pay attention to what you have been given, what they're giving you. As far as who you should appeal to, who you should be with. And if the culture is pushing a negative man for you to be with, it's something you definitely shouldn't follow. But again, when you sit back and just really think about it, it's so many people who I just know personally, and so many situations that I know about, where you have women waiting for some dude to get out of prison. You know what I'm saying? Or a woman who is, has Section 8 or welfare, living in a house where she has a grown man living with her, and she's taking care of her kids and this grown man. And it's like, what's going on? And we don't understand how the trap has been set up for women to be with this wrong man, to have kids, to accept welfare because he doesn't have a job and she doesn't really have a job like that. And her situation is going to force her to try to, do better in life. But because, it's so many roadblocks ahead, she's going to be forced to continually take welfare. If you are taking welfare, if you're being comfortable in that HUD, PHA, or, housing authority, whatever it's called in your city, if you're taking comfort in that government housing, you got money for food, they helping you pay the rent, and it's comfortable. And you got a man taking advantage of that. What you are doing is you are not being successful. You are not in a position to create generational wealth that's going to challenge racism, white supremacy. So again, you have to understand why things are given to you. They're given to you so you can fail. But you have this music now that is driving women more towards the guy who she shouldn't be with, the bad boy. He's promoted. And he's promoted and, lift up as being someone who black women should be with. And, the square is a square, and he's not appealing, and he's not cool or what have you. And it is what it is. But then on top of the music is already promoting you to be with this wrong type of guy. It's at the same time telling you to basically question him, to cheat on him, and, to do all kinds of things yourself that would be, questionable within a relationship, that basically would drive a separation between y'all, distrust. So when you start listening to a lot of these songs and what they're talking about, it's like, why are a lot of these songs geared towards the black relationship or relationships? And you start listening to, why are these songs talking so much about us killing each other, or calling black women bad names, or, every black woman is a whore and this and that? Why are the hip hop songs so much geared towards this and not any kind of other uplifting music? So when you start listening to songs like old school stuff like Creep, remember that song TLC, Creep, keep it on the down low. Destiny Child, as I talked about before, telling women to date soldiers. If his status ain't hood, he got to be street if he looking at me. It's crazy. Ladies, leave your man at home. Club is full of ballers. Remember, Escape had that song, My Little Secret. Keisha Cole's had I Should Have Cheated. You had Unfaithful, Rihanna. Remember that song? Jasmine Sullivan had that song, In Love with Another Man. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And it's not just women who's singing about, cheating, it's men as well. So you get a lot of times women always say that, I don't listen to the words. And one of the things, as I talked about before, make no mistake, this music is more than just music. It is planting subliminal messages within your brain. It's bypassing the frontal lobe. And I talked about this scientifically, and I even had doctors explain this as well. It's science. It's just, it is what it is. Music breaks through all the defenses of the brain, plain and simple. So the message that's attached to the music, you will pick it up subconsciously and you will act it out in the real world. It's basically what we are seeing. But to most people, that's too spooky. That's just not possible. But we see it all day. So you get a lot of black women that always say, well, I just dance to the beat. I don't really listen to the words. And the thing is, you got black men who listen to the words. You got black men that listen to the lyrics, and the lyrics is calling you bitches and hoes and sluts and thoughts and all kinds of derogatory names. It is saying that you are a gold digger. The music is saying not to trust you, that you a cheater. The music is calling you all kinds of names, and then you two come together with this understanding. And again, it's sabotage. It's destroying the black family, and the woman is basically supposed to be running that black household and keeping everything in order while the man goes out and basically provides for his family and creates an opportunity where the woman can do so as well. You know, if you have a man contributed to the household the way he's supposed to, then a woman can go out and contribute as well. Things are supposed to work. It's not supposed to be, you know, a hierarchy. And you know how, you know, those of us who do study Kemet, we always put the woman up higher than the man. So if the woman is sabotaged, if she's doing everything wrong, it's going to trickle down, plain and simple. You can find the most craziest, you know, sick person out there. Most of them love their mom. They love their mom, which is the weirdest thing. If they grew up in that type of family, a lot of people love their mom. Mom is the one. It's always been that way. When you destroy mom, when you sabotage her, I mean, the family is basically doomed. So I just want you to think about what I've said so far, just so far, the little bit I've talked about, and really pay attention to the things that lead to the stuff we talk about, the stereotypes. Oh, all successful black men always sell out and get white women, or, you know, it's something wrong with interracial dating or what have you. You've been set up, women, black women, you've been set up. You've been tricked. And you got to think about that. When you say stuff like this, you got to pay attention. So one, again, is to destroy the black family. Plain and simple. Racism, white supremacy. Destroy the black family. Destroy the foundation of generational wealth. So again, if you have a culture that's telling you to go out there, leave the square alone, go after the drug dealer, go after the guy whose status is hood, the guy who's street. Go after that guy. That's the baller. That's the guy you want. The guy who sells drugs in and out of prison. This is the guy who is promoted. Meanwhile, you have the square who bust his ass, who worked hard, grinded through college, got a good position, or who had some kind of skills in sports. He had to do good in school to keep his, you know, collegiate scholarship. So he's labeled a square, but he ends up in the NBA. He goes to college or what have you, ends up in professional sports. And he's surrounded by women from a different race that's telling him they like him for him. They like him because he has potential. They see the potential in him. They see that he's trying to do something great. He's a hard worker and he's a nice guy. And then when these men have no choice but to accept the woman that's going to accept him for what he is, and he marries another woman of another race, then you have people throw their hands up like he's a sellout or he's sold out. And I know a lot of people ain't going like that. A lot of people have a problem with that, but you got to pay attention. It's sabotage. You've been set up. You've been tricked. They don't want you to have those men, which is clear. Because when you see these celebrities that got these white women, they parade them out in front of the cameras for you black women to see. So y'all can see, oh, well, these niggas ain't no good. They sold out. Well, what do you expect him to do when the black woman that he's trying to be with don't want him? It's just that simple. So you got to pay attention to the sabotage. And it's so big and deep right now. Because one, when you start messing with the heads of black men as far as sex sells. Sex is a huge driver. And I talked about this before, how everything that the black man does, or any straight man, or any straight woman, or anybody that's interested in the opposite sex or what have you, everything we do is basically to gain favor with that woman or with that man. It's like, you know, I want to dress up and look good for that dude, or I want to be balling to make sure I look good. I got this on for that woman. We do it for the opposite sex, plain and simple. So, one, when you're appealing to a man, you know, sexually, you can't scroll up and down Facebook or Instagram without seeing pictures of these strippers, of women twerking. And we know now we in a big ass era. If you got a big fat ass, especially black man, we gonna go crazy. It's nothing better than that. But when you seeing that, damn, all the women who I would want to be with that got this kind of body is either a stripper, but not just that. I don't care, she got a body like this. I wouldn't want my wife or my girl to be twerking on Instagram or on Facebook. So, of course, the guy's still gonna try to talk to her, but the relationship is not gonna go nowhere because he don't respect you. Plain and simple. That's the sabotage. I mean, you gotta really think about what's in the mind of these women who do this stuff. And everybody gonna say, oh, it's just African dance bullshit. Let's stop that right now. We know what it is. Everybody's gonna say something like that, or it's just dancing or what have you. We can't really be responsible for, how men feel about us just dancing. You know what you're doing. Let's keep it real. You exciting men, plain and simple. It is what it is. You're getting all those messages and all those comments from men who not liking you for who you are. They liking you because your ass. You saying to yourself, this is what I have to offer, here it is. It's no, my name is such and such, and I'm doing African dance. It's throw on the beat and then start twerking. It's not, oh, this is from the Congo, traditional African dance, and you doing it in African fucking dress. Bullshit. You know what it is. It's hood, it's street. It's the culture, hip hop. So we know what it is. Let's not pretend. But you're doing it for comments. You're doing it for likes. You're doing it to see how many people you can get, on your jock, so to speak. How many inboxes you can get. We know what's going on. So when you do that and then you finally pick a guy to be with and then the relationship goes south because he don't respect you, what do you expect? You have been set up. You have been tricked. Because you've seen Nicki Minaj or Beyonce or somebody twerking, you heard the song. Twerking is a big deal right now. You want to be popular, you start twerking. You're destroying your image. You're destroying the image of every other beautiful black woman that just happen to have a fat ass who don't want to show it to every guy. Now, she got to get stereotyped because of what y'all doing. She got to be in a relationship where a guy doesn't have trust for her because she got a fat ass. Now, he thinking that every single guy that she talks to, of course, is on her top or she cheating or something like that. This is the sabotage. This is driving a wedge in the black relationship. It is driving a wedge in communication and trust. And it's a setup. So again, racism and white supremacy don't want you to have these pro athletes. They don't want you to be with these superstars. And, you can't blame a person for who they fall in love with in truth. Plain and simple. So, I have 2 kids. I have a son and a daughter by African women. My daughter's mother is from Liberia. They black, just as black as me, my kids. My son is a little bit lighter, but they black. They got black mom, black dad. But, I have dated outside my race before. And, it wasn't on the, oh, I just want to see, or I'm done with black women. I hate black women. That's bull crap. I love black women to death. It's just when you get into these relationships that's driven by this culture and you're not with the culture, it's tough to be in a relationship with people who stuck in that mindset. And then it's like, with other black women, that you try to be with, they may not appeal to you in every way. I'm from the hood. I like women from the hood. I'm not gonna hold you. I like girls from the hood who, but I like them to be kind of sort of sophisticated, lady, that know how to keep it in and don't got to show the world everything and, got to have all the attention on her, what have you. But, we like what we like, and you can't really expect the person to settle if they don't have to. And that's the thing. You can't help who you fall in love with. And it's either you're going to be lonely waiting for that right person to come, or you're going to accept who's going to accept you. Or if you luck up and find somebody who fits the criteria, that is what you're looking for, but they're outside your race, then it is what it is. You have to be with who you feel like you can be with. And what we do in the black community is we point the finger at a lot of these brothers who have done this, and we shun them and we talk down to them. And we say you sold out for whatever reason, when you got to understand, we've all been set up. We've all been set up. And you can't just expect the person to basically live by what you think is appropriate for black people, when all black people don't do that. it is what it is. You got to understand the setup, the trap, and we have to perpetuate what's true to us. It's just that simple. You got to just do what's true to you and what you feel is right for you, not what everybody else thinks. You know, and the same goes for black women as well. And, you know, black women get that label when they start messing with white men. Black women get called sellouts, or, oh, you know, you acting like a white girl for these white men. You didn't act like that with a black man. And again, it's a setup. It's the way the culture is driving you to act, to react to your own people. We have been set against each other to destroy the foundation for generational wealth. It's just that simple. So notice when you see a lot of black families, I mean, I try to tell people all the time, I promote family. I promote unity and marriage. I like all that stuff. Those are good things because they keep you grounded. Notice when you have a lot of people that's married in like real serious relationships, they got their shit together. When you got two people, it's like, okay, well, I got a wife to support, I got kids, I got to do what I got to do. It gets real. So you go out and you work hard, and you want to take your kids out and your wife out on vacation. You want to do stuff, so you work extra hard. You do what you got to do, because you know family is that foundation. And if you do right with that, with your family, I mean, as you go along, you know, everything can just be right, and you can build wealth, you know, in your lifetime that can be passed down to your kids. And then they can build it up even more and pass it down and so on and so forth. This is how generational wealth begins, with the family. If you sabotage that, if you destroy that, if you trick the people of that race, you're going to get the result that we are seeing today, you know, in the black community. And if you don't understand what's going on and why things are this way, then it's the reason why nothing has changed. So now it really takes a really strong, conscious black woman to see the potential of a black man who doesn't have much. It takes a conscious black woman to understand white supremacy and see that she is being tricked and the traps that's in front of her, and to not fall victim of that. You have to be conscious. Most of you women who are watching, black women, you are conscious. You are trying to be conscious. You are understanding what has been going on with black people. And you need to understand that. I get it. You know, life is tough. Life is hard. It's a bitch. And we go through so many tough things in life. Sometimes you just want to relax and have fun. So you want to go out to the club with your friends. You want to enjoy yourself and have a good time, blast music and everything like that. But you do so not understanding the message that's attached to this music and what it's saying and what it's doing to you in that situation. It is causing you to make bad calls. It is tricking you. It is messing with your judgment. It is playing with your emotions. Seriously. This is what it's doing. And you got to realize that. I mean, it's like one of the weirdest things that I heard. You know, I never believed this even when I was younger. When black women always say, oh, well, the best sex comes from thugs. You know, thug loving. Like as if men who are successful don't have good sex. It's like, damn, it's like you don't got a big dick if you ain't a thug. What the hell is going on? So this is one of the things that drives the culture, that drives women to do what they're doing. You know, sex is better. You know, I want rough, crazy, wild, and the only people who can give me that is this thug, you know, gangster, ex-con. And I mean, think about that. Just think about what I just said. How crazy does that sound? It doesn't even sound like it's something that black women would do, but this is what we're seeing. This is what we are seeing still today. And, you know, again, I'm going to keep saying it. Y'all been sabotaged. Y'all been tricked. And you got to wake up and realize that. So now we have black women. We are not getting the image of you as a strong, powerful woman. They're not giving us that no more. Now, one of the things, if I do got to pick something that I like about Empire, it's Cookie and how strong she is as a black woman. But it's really in the wrong ways. But she's strong. She's smart. When you understand like that character. You know, but we're not getting that type of one. I would have loved for Cookie, a character like Cookie, to be like a lawyer, had been out there, you know, like in the legal system, crushing it for black people or something like that. That's the image black women need to see. Or, you know, as a black woman fighting for, you know, black awareness and black history and trying to get rid of racism, white supremacy, something to that effect. Of course, something we won't see on, you know, Fox, but they have turned you guys into sex symbols. And that's basically what we see. I mean, it's sex symbol. It's all about sex and fat asses right now. That's what's going on. And it's like, a lot of you women can't even compare to the type of woman that they putting out there on social media right now. Everything is about her ass this, her ass that. Women's getting injections, getting lips done, ass, titty, everything. You know, to fit this culture, to appease this consciousness that we putting out. And it's a negative one. And it's going to create nothing but, you know, pain in your life. It's going to create nothing but bad decisions that's going to lead you to be unsuccessful. And you're going to have these women who are going to sit up here and say, well, I do all this stuff and I'm still successful. Well, that's you. And, you know, you deserve a round of applause, but it's not going to happen with everybody. Something in your life guided you the right way. You made right decisions. So I can't really put you in the same category as the rest of these women. You just did what was right for yourself. You know, but majority of women who fell victim to this, especially the era when I grew up, the 80s, 90s, yeah, we've seen what's been going on with, you know, what happened. And I can look at a lot of my friends now and they see these situations and where they at and remember like them chasing after the woman that they are still with today. I mean, that they have a relationship today because of kids, but not being in an actual relationship. It's like, you know, I remember a few friends chasing after girls like, I want her, got her, kids, the relationship just didn't work. Now it's a baby mom, it's a baby dad. And this is, I mean, we have a word for it. The simple fact that we have that word, that term, baby mom, baby dad, tells you exactly what I'm talking about is true and that this thing has been working for years. We have even come to basically glorify that, to say it a lot, to use it so much. Baby mom, baby dad, baby mom, baby dad. Nobody says husband and wife too much anymore. It's baby mom, baby dad. And you know, then we got to answer those questions and explain why. You know, because you got into a relationship with a person out of lust, not love, and the relationship didn't work out because there was no trust there. There was no real love in the beginning, just lust. And you guys didn't have trust for each other, but you had a kid. It don't sound right. It sounds stupid. What? You didn't have trust for each other, but you had a baby. How the hell did that work? How y'all do that? But this is what we see. This is what we see. And, you know, I can't point the finger because it happened to me, which is why I can convey it to you. I know. I've been through it. You know, I understand. I got 2 kids. So, you know, I know how it goes. And it's one of the things that helped me see the sabotage and the setup. And it's like when you in a relationship with a person that you think is everything is going so well and perfect and right, but you're getting played the whole time. And it's like, you know, my whole thing I always thought about with relationships, you know, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever like that, is how could you be in a relationship with somebody and then do them dirty like that? It's like, how could you do that? You know, that means we was never really friends in the first place, or you didn't love me in the first place. It's like, how can you stab me in the back for no reason based off the culture? And that's what it is. It's because the culture is telling you, you know, leave your man at home. You know, your girlfriends want to go out where the ball is at. They ain't got men. They ain't got faithful, good men. So they want to drag you out to the club and put you in a situation where it's going to test your relationship. So now you're so busy trying to defend yourself to your boyfriend or girlfriend that y'all end up arguing, not trusting each other. And now you feel like that person is cheating, so you go do the same, and, you know, everything falls in the end. It's a trap. It's a setup. It's just that simple. Racism and white supremacy do not want us to be together. That is clear. And if we don't start understanding that, we're never going to be able to fix and repair the black relationship and see more successful, you know, black families creating generational wealth. So now another thing is, y'all women got to start letting these dudes go. These deadbeats, y'all got to start getting rid of them. Seriously. And a lot of women think because, you know, they got 3 kids with one guy, but he's dead or in prison, then they meet a new guy and have 1 kid with him. And they trying to hold on to this one guy, hoping that he take care of all the kids. But this dude ain't got no job. You get up, go to work. You got to take the kids to daycare or to school, whatever like that. You're in Section 8 house or welfare house or something like that. And, you know, you come home, this dude ain't clean up the house. He playing video games all day. He ain't helping you pay bills. But you holding on to this dude for what? Because y'all got a kid together. He a deadbeat. He ain't really doing nothing. He living off your situation. And this is what we seeing a lot in the black community. Everybody, y'all know what I'm talking about. Anybody that's really from the hood, you see this. You might be one of them dudes or one of them girls. Get rid of these deadbeats, man. because they're not contributing to your house. They're not putting you in a position where it's going to benefit you and your kids and start to create generational wealth. They're taking advantage of the situation. And in a lot of cases, these dudes will knock you up. Like, well, she already got 3. Might as well give her 1 more. She'll take care of that little nigga until I try to figure something out. But this is going to be my key to have a place to live, a place to squat where me and my homies can come. And they don't really respect you, and they out cheating on you, doing all kinds of stuff. And I hear these stories too much. Too much. I know too many people in the same situation. I see them a lot, and it's like, damn. So we sabotage each other, you know, and we got to understand what this stuff is really about. Destroying the black family. That is the goal of racism and white supremacy. Racism and white supremacy does not want you to be successful. Period. So when you got all these kids and they're giving you a culture that's allowing you to do this, and then they're paying you to basically stay ignorant, to stay unsuccessful. Here, take this welfare check. We're going to give you food stamps. We might give you cash in some cases. We'll help you get a house so you can live and survive and live off this government system, so long as you don't go out and try to do something good for you and your children's future. Pick this drug dealer guy who acting like a baller and you're attracted to him. He appeals to you because of the culture. Pick this dude that you'll find out later is nothing. What we're seeing that's driving the culture is this hip hop. And it's doing what it's doing. Everybody knows it. They don't want to admit it because we delight in it. As I always say, you know, how lost we must be to find entertainment in our own destruction. You can say it is what it is because it is what it is. But if you point your finger at something outside of this, then you're wrong. If you point your finger at people for something that's outside of this culture, you're wrong because it's this culture. And we don't want to let it go because it's supposed to be cool and fun and entertaining and what's in. And we don't want to let it go and say that it's wrong and say, yo, why are you rapping about, you know, women like this? What are you doing? Why are you talking about our black women like this? You know, why are you talking about killing our brothers and sisters? Cutting people's heads off and all this and that and shooting kids and kidnapping babies and all that. Like, what is that? What? And y'all worried about, you know, who a person dates when you got your rappers jumping on stage, but sometimes a predominantly white crowd at a hip hop concert, and they talking about killing each other, killing black people. You don't think that's sticking in their head? Of course it is. And this is why later they can go hide in their room, hop on YouTube or social media and start calling us all these names because of the lyrics they heard that we say. Oh, y'all violent, negative people. Y'all kill each other. Y'all sell each other poison because we glorify it. So, you know, we got to stop acting like what I'm saying is bullshit because y'all know it's not. We got to stop acting like this culture, this hip hop is, you know, perfect, everything. That is all that because we got award shows and we get the approval and applause, you know, from the white community. Come on, man. Y'all better pay attention to what this shit is. It's a Trojan horse. Plain and simple. It been got in the door. They've been killing us ever since. We gotta let the shit go, or we gotta at least change it back to what it was. I love hip hop. I was in the music industry, as I always talk about. Still love the music to this day, but I'm more of an old school rapper. It's a couple new guys that's okay. I like the old stuff, plain and simple. Like I listen to mostly old R&B, classical music. I can't touch none of this garbage now. And sometimes I'm forced to when I'm in the radio and I'm in the car and I got the radio on, excuse me, I don't feel like, you know, plugging in my phone and reaching and all that. So I gotta listen to the radio sometimes and then listen to the filth, the garbage that's on. I'm like, who is this dude? Stop it. It's driving the culture. And it is what it is, you know, but I want to bring this to your consciousness and get you black women to understand what they are doing to you, the sabotage. You shouldn't be losing black men who are successful to white women. It shouldn't happen. This is the sabotage of the black woman and, you know, how she has been tricked to, one, you know, stay in a lower state of submission to men, to have her image destroyed and to aid in her own destruction by accepting this culture and accepting the derogatory nature in which it perpetuates her. You, black women, gotta wake up. And, you know, I hate to see, you know, black women in so many of these, you know, situations. But on a more positive note, and this is a 100% bona fide fact, you have now, recent studies will show that predominantly black women are excelling in college more than any other demographic, any other race, white women, Asian, what have you. You got more black women going to college and graduating than ever before. So this gives me hope that a lot of black women are becoming conscious and are waking up. But the reality is a lot of black women are being forced to. And it's just that simple. A lot of black women are just like, when you see that little opportunity to go to school, you got to take advantage of it. And there are programs where, what's it called? Like baby daycare or whatever, where you get like government assistance to pay for daycare while you either work or go to school or do both. You got a lot of black women that's doing it and taking advantage of that, which is why I made the video before about, if you're going to be successful, let's keep it real. You need to go to school. I'm into promoting African consciousness and everything like that. And, we don't want to be relying on this white man for nothing. But if you can go to school and get that degree that's going to help you get a better, successful life, do that. Because then once you got that and you start building that wealth, you can go branch out on your own later on. But you got to do something to establish yourself financially, especially if you got kids. So take advantage of whatever opportunity is there for you and use it to build yourself up. Don't rely on no men to do that. I hate to see that. I hate to see it. I hate to see when women who seem smart and seem like they got something good going for them have to be, subjected to the will of a man because he got some money. And I don't understand why women would put themselves in that kind of position, especially when they got kids that's not his. And it's like, now you got to walk on eggshells and kiss ass because this dude, he get to go out and cheat and do whatever he want to do because he got the money. And he know you can't leave. So it is what it is. Don't put yourself in that position. Don't do that. Don't do that to yourself. Understand the sabotage, the setup, and what's going on. Act accordingly. Be really cautious of who you date, who you go out with, and who you use those condoms. Be cautious. Understand what's going on. To me, I tell people success is first. Period. All you should be focused on. Getting that bread. Success first. And some people feel like, well, success is boring. I can't go party and be successful. I want to party. I'm not going to have no fun if I go hit the books or whatever. That's boring. You got to go out there and do what you got to do to be successful. Everything else is going to come because success is there because you have success. So, yeah. Wanted to do this brief video. They don't want to go too deep into this because I believe a lot of you understand what I'm talking about already. But I wanted to talk about this because y'all got to wake up and understand it's a setup, sabotage. You have been set up to fail so that your successful black men are taken away from you and forced to go elsewhere while you are stuck with men who just want to play you and live off this culture, who want to perpetuate this culture that is not good for the black family because at the end of the day, the whole thing about racism and white supremacy is destroying the foundation of generational wealth, which is the black family, which is the family period. But they got to destroy the black family to make sure we don't have that foundation. So once you understand that and see the traps, you can act accordingly. But, it's my video. I want to thank you guys for taking the time to watch. 2 new DVDs out. Link in the description. Purchase if you can. I'll see you guys next video. Thanks for watching.
Going on with you? It's your boy Anonymous Hebrew. All praise to the Most High. Shout out to the tanks. Yahweh war machine, tanks on the ground. You know what I'm saying? Israelite intelligentsia. Shout out to the brother Solar, the commissioner. Shout out to the league, except for Harry Poverty. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the family, but most importantly tonight, shout out to the judges. I'm finna chop you up, Swab Boss. Take that mask off.
All right. And we got Swab Beezy in the building. What's going on? People's champ.
Black Power. You already know what it is, man. It's the boy Swab Boss in the building. I want to say shout out to Solar, shout out to my opponent. AOI up. Let me give an honor to my mother and my father who created me and their parents who created them so that they may create me. Peace. Thank y'all for coming in. Hit that like button, man. Let's eat.
All right. Once again, the topic for tonight's debate is Jesus the Most High Father? We flipped a coin. No, we didn't. We didn't flip a coin. But Swab Boss is set to go first, family. With that being said, so we'll set the timer for 5 minutes and pass it over. Oh, I'm sorry. We have a customized format for tonight's debate. That's a 5-minute opening, a 15-minute premise, 10 minutes apiece for the rebuttal round, 10 minutes apiece for the rapid fire round, and a 5-minute closing. Swab Boss is set to go first, so we're going to set the timer for 5 minutes. It is on you, Swab Boss, whenever you're ready.
All right. Hold on, let me pull this up. I want to share something. Put a share. All right. I think it's up there.
Yes, it is up, brother.
Okay, bet. Let's eat, man. This the boy Swab Boss, man. I want to say right now, this debate is a simple debate. It's about the Bible, okay? And I want to let you know right now, the Bible is a religious script. It's a pseudepigraphy. It's based on traditions. It's based on mythology. It's based on traditions. My opponent takes it as a literal writing and says that the God of this book gives him power and the ability to understand this word, and that you have to have a certain spirit, understanding, a certain mind, a certain heart to be able to go into this word. But we all know the Bible. We all had the Bible. We've read the Bible. There's no reason why our reading skills should get inferior when it comes to the Bible and no other book. I just want to say tonight, I'm going to prove indefinitely that Jesus of the Bible is the Most High God of the Bible. I'm going to show you inside the Bible through text. I'm going to show you through understanding. And not understanding like my opponent's going to try to show you. My opponent assumes self-authority over the scripture. He's not a priest. He's not a deacon. He's not a pastor. He's not a reverend. Okay? He's not even part of a church. He's an independent reader of the Bible and holds that to an authority of some type of master of the script. This is an illusion. I would even go as far to say that it is a delusion. Is Jesus of the Bible the God of the Bible, the God that created the heavens and the earth, the God that gives life and death, the God that provides and forgives sins? I say yes. My opponent says no. I'll provide my evidence. He shall provide his. Black power. Let's eat.
All right, family, we're going to swing this rock now over to Anonymous Hebrew. You have 5 minutes to do your thing, Anonymous. Whenever you're ready, you could begin your opening, brother.
Here I come.
Your screen is sharing, brother.
All right, let me start my time, Solo. Hold up. All right, let's get it. He got me laughing already. All right, here we go. This is a quick introduction about how this is going to work out for y'all today. Ye have heard how I said unto you, I go away and come again unto you. If you loved me, you would rejoice, because I said I go unto the Father. For my Father is greater than I. These are the words of Yeshua, John 14:28. Let's get it in. Is Jesus the Most High Father? I'm going to tell you right now, it's unequivocally no. Let's get a couple definitions out the way. First, we're going to deal with Shalia. Okay. Now, this is a Jewish legal emissary or agent. Accordingly, a Shalia performs an act of legal significance for the benefit of the sender, as opposed to him or herself. It is a comparable Hebrew term to the Greek word apostolos, which the English word makes the apostle. Okay. This law of emissary is going to play a huge role, especially when we deal with this next word, this word called the logos. Okay. This is our second definition. A word being the expression of a thought, a saying. Logos is preeminently used of Christ, expressing the thoughts of the Father through the Spirit, not a physical person. Understand this. This is about a thought, not a person. And that is going to come into play as we move forward. It is a common term with regards to a person sharing a message, communication, or speech. It is a broad term meaning reasoning expressed by words. All right, let's get it. This is my opening statement. It is my attestation this evening that Jesus is not the Most High Father. He cannot be, simply because it goes against the Shema, the most sacred law in Israelite law. All right. The fact that Christ even quotes the Shema in Mark 12 shows that he never claims to be the Most High Father. It will show beyond a shadow of a doubt this evening that all the first century believers and even the first apostolic church fathers agreed that Christ was not the Father, but was sent by the Most High, Shalia, and was a subordinate to the will of the Most High Father. This debate is not about the deity or lack thereof of Christ. That's not what we're debating tonight. This is simply about the distinction. Understand the difference between the Son and the Father, the begotten and the begotter. Simply put, the Father and the Son. Jesus, the man, cannot be the Father because he has a creation point. The Most High Father has not a creation point. My opponent is making an assertion that not even the apostolic fathers were ignorant enough to make. Those who were closest to him, they would have never made this. To say that Yeshua is the Most High Father spits in the face of the very doctrine and teachings that come from the Son himself. And I'm going to show you that as well. All right, I will prove my premise this evening in three main areas: historical perspective, scholastic perspective, and a biblical perspective. Now, this is basically my argument. Number one, the Shema. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one. This is Deuteronomy 6:4. But then here goes Yeshua. And Jesus answered him and said, the first of all the commandments is, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one. And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind, and with all thy strength. This is the first commandment. Understand, family, to try to make Yeshua the Most High God spits in the face of this entire verse. This is why the entire time when you listen to him speak, he's telling you that he's not the Most High, but he's subordinate to the Most High. And any other thing according to that, if you want to say he has deity or anything like that, that is not the debate. Because even if he is, quote unquote, deified or God, then you're making him a little God, which we all know in Hebrew customs, we can be gods, especially as magistrates. So him talking this nonsense is crazy. Now let's deal with this law of agency real quick. All right, like I told you, Shalia. Sir Anthony Buzzard, who was a PhD scholar, says it's the agency principle that is the key to this whole thing, speaking about the deity or trying to make Christ the Most High. It's very easily confused if you haven't got on the Hebrew wavelength of the select principle. So now when it says, behold, I send an angel before thee to keep thee in the way and bring thee into the place which I prepare for you, that's the Most High explaining how this works. So again, my summary is, this cannot be true, what my opponent is attesting, because it goes against the most sacred Shema. Second off, the Shalia principle dictates that you need to have an emissary that comes in the place of the Most High, hence the Christ. This is why John will tell you in John 20, 30 and 31, that it sums up, he was writing to show you the Christ. So I will show you unequivocally this evening that he is not the Most High Father and that he is subordinate to the Most High Father, and that is the debate. That's my time, family.
Shout out to Anonymous Hebrew. We will be right back, family, with the premise round. This is the Solar Vision Debate League. Man.
What's good, family? This is your boy, Solar Man. And this is the Solar Vision Debate League. We're going down the final stretch, family, and this is the debaters that had the grit and the toughness. You soft debaters are already gone. But we got a little more to go before we get to the playoffs. And you know when the playoffs start, baby, that's a whole nother animal. This is the Solar Vision Debate League. Intellectual supremacy.
Yes, family, this is the Solar Vision Debate League, and we are now heading into the premise round. We're going to start off with Swab Easy. Your PowerPoint is up, Swab, whenever you're ready. You have 15 minutes to do your thing, brother. You can begin at any time.
All right, thank you very much. Let's go. Is Jesus the Most High Father? I say yes. My opponents say no. I will go into my premise. The creator of all. I misspelled the, but that's okay. The creator of all. My source is the Bible. This is from the scriptures. Hebrew 1:10-12. He also says, in the beginning, Lord, you laid the foundations of the earth, and the heavens are the work of your hands. They will perish, but you remain. They will all wear out like garment. You will roll them up like a robe, like a garment that will be changed, but you will remain the same. And your years will never end. Okay, let's go to Colossians 1:16. For by him were all things created that are in heaven and that are in earth, visible and invisible, whether they be thrones or dominions or principalities or powers, all things were created by him and for him. Now, the point of this is talking about Jesus. If Jesus created all, that makes him the Most High. We can keep going. Colossians 1:17. He is before all things, and in him all things hold together. All, not some, not everything but the Most High, but all, making him the Most High. John 1:3. All things were made by him, Jesus, and with him, Jesus, was not anything made that was made, the Most High. John 1:2. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He was with God in the beginning, the Most High. He was in the world, and the world was made by him, and the world knew him not. John 1:10. Now, though you do not know him, this is Jesus speaking, I know him, the Most High. If I said I did not, I would be a liar like you, but I do know him and obey his word. That's important. Colossians 1:15. Why? Because the Son is the image of the invisible God. The Most High God is not a physical flesh and blood entity, but it dwelled within a flesh and blood entity, like you dwell within a flesh and blood entity, but it's not the flesh and blood entity. You are the spirit, the light, the information out of it inside. The Most High came down into flesh as Jesus. Let's keep going. Colossians 1:16. For him, by him were all things created that are in heaven and that are in earth, visible and invisible, whether they be thrones or dominions or principalities or powers. All things were created by him and for him. Now, if that is true, that he made everything invisible and visible, then it says the Son is the image of the invisible God. That God is the Most High. But it says that Jesus created all that is visible and invisible. So this is the same thing as how can you be your father and son? How can you create yourself? This is exactly what it is. He's put a limitation on the Most High's power, and you cannot do that. The God of this is why he's doing that. The God of this age has blinded the minds of unbelievers. He doesn't believe that the Most High God is Jesus. So he's blinded so that they cannot see the light of the gospel. Peep that out. He's blinded them so that they cannot see the light of the gospel that displays the glory of Christ. He doesn't see the glory of Christ being the Most High because he is blinded because he doesn't believe it. Who is the image of God, as if your physical skin is the image of you? It is not you, but it is the image of you. John 10:30. He simply says, I and the Father are one. There's no other way to cut that right there. Jesus confessed he and the Father are one. There's no separation. More evidence. Let's go into the baby. Matthew 22. All this took place to fulfill what the Lord Jesus has said through the prophet. The virgin will conceive and give birth to a son, Jesus, and they will call him Emmanuel, which means God with us. Why is he being called Emmanuel, which means God with us? Because he is God the Most High. Now, how is he saying? Because he said what the Lord has said. The Lord has said through a prophet that he will be born. How are you speaking on your own birth? Because you're the Most High. Isaiah 7:14. Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. The Lord Jesus is giving you a sign. The virgin will conceive the birth of Jesus. Jesus is giving you a sign of his own birth, and it will be called Emmanuel, which means God with us. Now in Isaiah 96, it says, for to us a child is born, to us a son is given, and the government will be on his shoulders, and he will be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. That is the Most High Father. Who else deserves this ranking if it's not the Most High? It's simply telling you that. So let's go to that I am. When God himself is talking to Moses, it says, I am who I am. This is what you are to say to the Israelites. I am has sent me to you. So who is the Most High? I am. And then Jesus, the Most High, speaks in these parables, which he comes into them and say, in Revelation 1:8, I am the Alpha and Omega, said the Lord God, Jesus, who is, and who was, and who is to come, the Almighty. That means Most High. He says, very truly, I tell you, Jesus answered, before Abraham was born, I am. He's dropping these pearls. He's like, when you're going to get it? Jesus spoke and said, I am the light of the world. When are you going to get it? Jesus spoke and said, I am the door. When are you going to get it? He said, I am the good shepherd. He's made himself a shepherd. Jesus said to her, I am the resurrection. I am. He's spitting game and trying to help you pick it up. He said, Jesus said to him, I am the way, the truth, the light. Come on, how many things do I have to show you that I am before you get it? That Moses said, I am sent me. I am the vine. You are the branches. He's made himself a vine. And Jesus said to them, I am the bread. He's made himself bread. I am the bread of life. He who comes to me shall never hunger, and he who believes in me shall never thirst. Who can give that authority but the Most High? Now we're going to talk about the judge, because everyone knows there's supposed to be a judgment. So who has the authority to judge? In Acts 17:31, it says, because he has fixed the day in which he, the Most High, will judge the world in righteousness through a man, Jesus, whom he has appointed, having furnished proof to all men by raising him from the dead. Now let's get that again. Because he has fixed the day, the Most High, in which he, the Most High, will judge. The Most High will judge the world in righteousness through a man, Jesus. James 4:12, it says, God alone who gave the law is the judge. Alone. He alone has the power to save or to destroy. We just showed you that he fixed the day where he will judge men through a man. He alone has the power to save or to destroy. He's the only one who has the power to save or destroy. 2 Corinthians 5:10. For we must all appear before the judgment seat of Christ. Which Christ? Jesus Christ. But who's set a day for them to judge men through a man? The Most High. This is exactly what the Bible is telling you. Luke 22:30. That ye may eat and drink at my table in my kingdom. This is Jesus Christ talking about his kingdom. And you will sit on thrones judging the 12. Let's go. The power of the Most High. This is John 20:28. Thomas said to him, my Lord and my God. Why is Thomas proclaiming that he is the Lord, the God? Because they witnessed. In John 16:30, they state, now we can see that you know all things and that you do not even need to have anyone ask you questions. This makes us believe that you come from God because of the power. John 2:24-25. But Jesus would not entrust himself to them, for he knew all people. What man knows all people? Only the Most High God knows all people. He did not need any testimony about mankind. He didn't need mankind to tell him nothing about them for him to know it, for he knew what was in each person. The Most High knows what's in all of us. That is Jesus. Jesus is the Most High in the flesh. John 6:54. Whoever eats my flesh and drinks my blood has eternal life. Who can say that but the Most High? And I will raise them up at the last day. The Most High. Why would Jesus proclaim something like that if he wasn't the Most High? John 5:28-29. Do not be amazed at this, for a time is coming when all who are in their graves will hear his voice and come out. Those who have done what is good will rise to live, and those who have done what is evil will rise to be condemned. Whose voice? The Most High's voice. Through Jesus. You got to understand, Jesus is a physical representation of the invisible God, the Most High. Let's go to Matthew 9:2-7. Some men brought to him a paralyzed man lying on a mat. When Jesus saw their faith, he said to the man, take heart, son, your sins are forgiven. He's forgiven sins. What man forgives sins? Only the Most High when he comes down into the flesh. Matthew 8:20, it says, for where 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name, there I am in the midst of them. Who has that ability? Who? Who do you know? Obama? Nobody but the Most High. So this person has to be the Most High. John 5:24. Verily, truly, I tell you, whoever hears my word and believes him who sent me has eternal life and will not be judged, but has crossed over from death to life. Who has authority to state these claims? Nobody but the Most High. Will show you. Matthew 28:20. And teaching them to obey everything I have commanded you. And surely I am always with you to the very end of age. This is Jesus. What man can be with you to the very end of age? Most High, John 3:13. No one has ever gone into heaven except the one who came from heaven, the Son of Man. No one has ever gone into heaven. Where's the Most High? In heaven. How did he get there? He went there. And who is the only person who ever did that is the man who came from there, the Son of Man. Let's go. Jesus Christ. John 1:1. That which was from the beginning, which we have heard, which we have seen with our eyes, which we have looked at our hands, have touched. This we proclaim concerning the word of life. They are saying this power cannot be denied. You have to be the Most High. But you, Bethlehem, I do not know that word. Though you are small among the clans of Judah, out of it you will come. One will be a ruler over Israel, whose origins are from old, from ancient times. Nobody can have that reputation but the Most High. John 17:5. And now, Father, glorify me in the presence with the glory I had with you before the world began. This is Jesus, represented with the power of the Most High. Who has the ability to represent with the power of the Most High but the Most High? That is crazy. And so I'm going to tell you like this. Why is that? Because there's only one God. One God. The Bible tells you, Isaiah 45:5, I am the Lord, and there is no other. Besides me, there is no God. I will guard you. Exodus 34:14, for you shall not worship any other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. There's only one God. Psalms 86:10. For you are great and do wondrous deeds. You alone are God. Alone. Isaiah 37:16. O Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, who is enthroned above the cherubim. You are the God. You alone. And all the kingdoms of the earth you have made an earth. One God. Isaiah 37:20, although I left the eye off. Now, O Lord our God, deliver us from his hand, that all the kingdoms of the earth may know that you alone, Lord our God, not Jesus and the Most High. They're calling Jesus God. They're calling the Most High God, but then letting you know it's only one God. It's the same thing. You can't conceive that you are a spirit that came into flesh. The Most High came into flesh. Psalms 83:18, that they may know that you are alone, whose name is the Lord, or the Most High over all earth. This is the Bible telling you Jesus is the Most High. 2 Kings 19:19. There's only one God. Now, oh Lord our God, I pray deliver us from his hand. That's the same one. They letting you know. Big baller. Isaiah 44:8. Do not tremble and do not be afraid. Have I not long since announced it to you and declared it? And you are my witnesses. Is there any God besides me? No. Or is there any other rock? No. I know of none. This is them telling you that the Most High is the Most High. For who is God besides the Lord? 2 Samuel 22:32. And who is a rock besides our God? Nobody. Jesus is the Most High God in the flesh. Isaiah 45:18. For thus says the Lord who created the heavens. He is the God who formed the earth and made it. Who formed the earth and made it? The Most High. He established it and did not create it in waste place, but formed it and inhabited. I am the Lord, and there is none else. I don't need anyone else. Deuteronomy 32:39. See now that I am he, and there is no God besides me. There's only one God. Isaiah 44:6. Thus says the Lord, the King of Israel and his Redeemer, the Lord of hosts. I am the first and I am the last, and there is no God beside me. Isaiah 45:21. Declare and set forth your case. Indeed, let them consult together. Who has announced this from old? Who has long since declared it? Is it not I, the Lord? And there is no other God besides me. Jesus is not a little God. The Most High is not a big God. There's only one God, no matter what little script of English, Greek, Italian writing, Latin writing that you use. There's only one God. Isaiah 45:6. That men may know me from the rising to the setting of the sun. There is no one besides me. I am the Lord, and there is no other. 2 Samuel 7:22. For this reason you are great, O Lord, for there is none like you, not even like you. And there is no God besides you, according to all that we have heard with our ears.
Let's go, Isaiah 64:4. From the days of the old, they have not heard or perceived by ear, nor have the eye seen a God besides you. There's one God in the Bible. Deuteronomy 4:35. To you it was shown that you might know the Lord. He is God. There is no other besides him. How many times can the Bible let you know? Deuteronomy 4:39. Know therefore today and take it to your heart that the Lord, he is God in heaven above and on earth below. There's no God. This is showing you right now. He is the God in heaven, the most high, and the God on earth below. Jesus. Time.
All right. We're going to hand this thing now over to Anonymous Hebrew. Anonymous, it is on you. I'm sharing your screen right now. So whenever you're ready, you could begin your premise, brother. You have 15 minutes.
Hey, you can hear me, Solar?
Yes, I hear you loud and clear, brother.
All right, you got me?
Yes, you're ready.
All right, let's cook. Hey, man, I'm going to deal with all that nonsense when I come back on my rebuttal, but he just killed himself. All right, this again is my attestation this evening that Jesus is not the Most High Father. He cannot be, simply because it goes against the Shema, the most sacred law in Israel law. The fact that Christ even quotes this in Mark 12 shows that he never claims to be the Most High Father. Now let's cook. First, we're going to go from the historical perspective. All right, the apostolic fathers, these cats who came after, these are the most closest people to the disciples and the apostles in the first century after the death of Yeshua. All right, so first, I want to make this clear. I do not use these statements as support for my overall stance and belief pertaining to the nature and deity of Christ. I do, however, use them to affirm the simple fact that even they are smarter than my opponent, clearly knew that there is a distinction between the Father, the Most High, and the Son, Yeshua, apostolic father Polycarp. Now may the God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, so that means that even Polycarp knew that there was a Lord and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ and the eternal high priest himself, the Son of God, Jesus Christ, build you up in faith and truth and in all gentleness and in all freedom from anger and forbearance and steadfastness and patience, endurance and purity. And may he give to you a share and place among his saints, and to us with you, watch this, and to all those under heaven who will yet believe in our Lord and God, Jesus Christ, watch this though, and in his Father who raised him from the dead. Keep going. Apostolic Father Tertullian. I am moreover obliged to say this when extolling the monarchy at the expense of the economy, right? They contend for the identity of the Father and of the Son and the Spirit. That is not by way of diversity that the Son differs from the Father, look, but by distribution. It is not by division that he is different, but by distinction. That means different. He is clearly distinct because the Father is not the same as the Son, since they differ one from another in the mode of their being. This is simple. For the Father is the entire substance. Duh, he's all, in all, through all, create all, right? But the Son is a derivation and portion of the whole. As he himself acknowledges, my Father is greater than I. Why did Christ say this if he's the Most High? In Psalms, right, his inferiority is described as being a little lower than the angels. Thus, the Father is distinct from the Son, being greater than the Son, inasmuch as he who begets one, because he beget Christ, and he is begotten is another. He too who sends one is who is sent of another. In other words, the begetting can't be the begotter. This is too easy. Apostolic Father Origen. For we who say that the visible world is under the government to him who created all things, do thereby declare that the Son is not mightier than the Father. Even they knew this, but inferior to him. And this belief we ground on the saying of Jesus himself. What did Jesus say? The Father who sent me is greater than I. And none of us is so insane as to affirm that the Son of Man is Lord over God. You're out of here. Even these Trinitarian apostolic believers weren't so blasphemous to call Jesus the Most High Father. Instead, they make a clear distinction between the Father and the Son. Now, let's get a quick scholastic perspective. As I told you, Anthony Buzzard said it's the agency principle That is the key to the whole thing. It's very easily confused if you haven't got the Hebrew wavelength and the select principle. So now let's get into the Shalia. Now, the law of agency. So this is going to be Luke 4:18. The Spirit of the Lord is upon me because he has anointed me to preach the gospel of the poor. He has sent me to heal the brokenhearted, to preach deliverance to the captives and recovering of the sight to the blind, to set at liberty them that are bruised. This is Luke 4:18. Because the Spirit of the Most High was upon me. This is what Christ quoted. How is the Spirit of the Most High upon him? And yet you're trying to say he's the Most High because you're wicked. Let's keep it moving. Not everyone that saith unto me, Lord, Lord, shall enter into the kingdom of heaven. What? But he that doeth the will of who? My Father, which is in heaven. Not the will of me, not the will of what I want, the will of my Father, which is in heaven. Remember how you said the God of heaven and on earth? Because Christ was subordinate to the Father. He wasn't a blasphemous lunatic trying to say that he was the Most High God. Matthew 7:21. Now, let's get to some real textual criticism. He said, I knew he was going to use this, so I put it in my premise, because this goes and speaks to the law of agency. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. John 1:1. Oh, there you go. The Word is Christ, and now he is the Most High Father. And let's get him out of here. Now let's look at this. Let's get into some language real quick. So in the beginning, in arche, in whole logos, right? This word logos is what we're going to deal with, that word. And the word was with God, right? Kai ho logos in pros ton, theon kai theos in ho logos. Yes, that's Greek, family, right? And the word was with God, and the word was God. Now let's address what this means. Now let's get into it. This word logos is a statement, a speech, a word, a speech, a divine utterance, or an analogy. A speaking, a word being the expression of a thought, a saying, is preeminently used for Christ. Why? Because Christ represented the thought that the Most High had. He didn't come here saying he was the Most High, because look at the end of it, expressing the thoughts of the Father through the Spirit. That's why Christ kept telling you there's one that's greater than him. I come to do the will of him. Oh, but don't worry. I'm going to give him a hot 21 gun salute at the end so you can see all the Bible verses where Christ tell you who he is. Now, once again, look at this. This is a thought concept. The concept of logos has nothing to do with saying that Christ is the Most High God. That's blasphemous. So in the beginning, the Word was with God. The Word was God. However you want to say it, that's because that's God, or the Most High God's thoughts. His thought was for the Messiah to come. That is the law of agency. That you must understand. Now, simply put, the word that existed was God's thought and divine plan. It cannot be a person. He will never be able to go in this book and show you where the word was a person. It was never a person. It's a thought. It's a concept. Game over on that. Now let's get some biblical perspective. What did Jesus say? Now, we're finna give him a hot 21 gun salute. 21 verses of death. Because if you telling me that the one who's walking on this earth is actually the Most High God, he should have told us that. He should have told us that. Why didn't he tell us that? Because he wasn't the Most High God. Now, John 5:30. I came of mine own self to do nothing as I hear. I judge, and my judgment is just, because why? I seek not mine own will, but the will of the Father which has sent me. Strike one. You have heard how I said unto you, I go away and come again unto you. If you loved me, you would rejoice, because I say what? I go unto the Father, for my Father is greater than I. We cooking now. My Father which gave them me is greater than all. Now he said the Most High is greater than all. And no man is able to pluck them out of who? My Father's hand. I and my Father are one. That means that he is one with him in mind. He didn't claim to be the Most High. This is what you want to take from these Europeans to try to molest our mind. And it's not going to happen this evening. John 6:37-39. All that the Father giveth me shall come to me, and him that cometh to me I will in no wise cast out. For I came down from heaven not to do mine own will, but the will of him that sent me. And that came down from heaven is a metaphor for his mental connection to the Father. And this is the Father's will, which have done what? Sent me. That of all which he hath given me, I should not lose nothing, but should rise it up again at the last day. Let's keep it pushing. And he said, Abba, Father. He's crying out to his Father. All things are possible unto thee. Take away this cup from me. Nevertheless, not what I will, but thou will. Now we clearly seeing that he has a will. And the Most High God has a will because he was a simple man that was here and anointed to do the will of the Most High Father. Then Jesus answered and said unto them, verily, verily, I say unto you, the Son can do nothing of himself, but what he seeth the Father do. For what things soever he doeth, these also doeth the Son likewise, because he's subordinate to the Father. When they therefore were come together, they asked him, saying, Lord, wilt thou at this time restore again the kingdom of Israel? And he said unto them, it's not for you to know the times or the seasons. Why? Which the Father hath put in his own power. Not him. Jesus don't know. Yeshua don't know. He said, I'm waiting on the Most High. How can I tell you what the Most High's will? Because I ain't the Most High. Now, what did the apostles say? Let's give them 7 more hot ones. But I want you to know that the head of every man is Christ, and oh my goodness, the head of every woman is a man. And what did we see? What else did we see? And the head of Christ is God. That's the Most High. 1 Corinthians 11. Let's keep it moving. That you may with one mind and one mouth glorify God, even the Father of whom? Our Lord Jesus Christ. That's another cut. And this is supposed to be Paul, the most blasphemous of them all to everybody, right? Romans 15:6. Even he wasn't silly enough to say that Jesus was the Most High Father. Right, let's keep it moving. Peace be to the brethren, and love and faith from God the Father and the Lord Jesus Christ. Now, Paul is clearly showing a distinction. Ephesians 6:23. Now, let's go to Colossians 1 and 3. And I'm going to deal with that Colossians 1:16 when I come back. Colossians 1 and 3. We give thanks to God and the Father of our Lord. Of our Lord. Not God the Father, Lord. Like God and the Father of our Lord, Jesus Christ. Praying always for you. This dude is done, right? Do you understand this? Do you understand this? And I saw in the right hand of him that sat on the throne a book written on the backside, sealed with 7 seals. Now, this is when it get real interesting in Revelations 5. And I saw a strong angel proclaiming with a loud voice, who is worthy to open the book and loose the seals, right? Because there is a scroll that is sitting in the right hand of the one on the throne, right? And no man in heaven, nor in earth, neither under the earth, was able to open the book, neither to look thereon. But what do you say? And I wept much because no man was found worthy to open and read the book, neither to look thereon. But what happened? And one of the elders said unto me, weep not, behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, has prevailed to open the book and loose the 7 seals. That means that in this allegory, he goes and takes the book from the Most High, because he's not, and nobody is not silly enough to say that he's the Most High God. Now, watch this. Every epistle that you're going to read in the New Testament, I bet you didn't know this, opens up showing you that there's a difference in the distinction between the Most High and Yeshua. To all that be in Rome, beloved of God, called to be saints, grace be to you, peace from God our Father and the Lord Jesus Christ. Grace be unto you and peace from God our Father and from the Lord Jesus Christ. That's 1 Corinthians 1 and 3, and the other one was Romans 1 and 7. Let's keep it moving. Blessed be the God and Father. Look, now they're telling you he's the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, which according to his abundant mercy hath begotten us again unto a lively hope by the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead. That's First Peter 1 and 3. Now, Paul, an apostle, not of men, neither by man, but by Jesus Christ and God the Father, who did what? Who raised him being Christ, up from the dead. That's Galatians 1 and 1. Here we go again. Blessed be the God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, who blessed us with all spiritual blessings in heavenly places in Christ. That means that God did the blessing through Christ. That's the law of agency, which is what I taught you before. Ephesians 1 and 3. Now, Philippians 1 and 2. Grace be unto you and peace from who? God, our Father, and from the Lord Jesus Christ. Yes, this is overkill because I want you to know how silly this is. 2 Thessalonians 1 and 1. Paul and Silvanus and Timotheus unto the church of the Thessalonians, and God our Father and the Lord Jesus Christ. He's done. He is done. Now we're going to run back through this premise real quick so you can understand how easy this was. See, understand this, family. When it comes to dealing with this, you have the law of agency, right? The law of agency teaches that you can have this type of concept, right? Where one comes and be raised from the dead. Blessed be the God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, who have blessed us with all spiritual blessings in heavenly places in Christ. As we move forward and I start to knock down the rest of his premise, you need to understand that I've shown you clearly that through all of these Bible verses, Christ is never called the Most High Father. He even tells you himself that he's not the Most High Father. I showed you how the apostolic church fathers, the ones who would have lived from 1st century to 2nd and 3rd century before the Nicene Creed, told you that there was no reason to even ever assume that Yeshua was above or equal to the Most High God. Nobody will ever say that. Even if you want to use some weird verse and talk about equality, it's strictly talking about some form of essence, which we clearly do away with. But nobody will ever say that Jesus is the Most High Father, because he's not. Finally, I give you all of these verses, the hot 21-gun salute, to show you that beyond a shadow of a doubt, there is no way ever that Yeshua will be considered to be the Most High God. It's blasphemous. Remember the Shema. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one. He's one God. So why would you ever want to run around here and talk about that Yeshua is the Most High? That Yeshua is the highest Father, when Yeshua told you clearly, he told you clearly that he came to do the will of the one that sent him. And when you understand that, this is the silliest conversation ever. So with that, family, I yield my time. Headshot.
All right. Shout out to Anonymous Hebrew. We will be right back with the Rebuttal Round family. This is the Solar Vision Debate League.
That God and Jesus is separate. That God,
he's one God.
Is this a camera on around?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. My bad. Well, let me share my screen first. I just want to get this out the way right quick, please.
All right.
Okay. This is crazy. My opponent says, come on, man, move. That thing is in my way. I can't get to my button. Hold on. Okay, my opponent says that they said that God and Jesus is separate. That Jesus is a little God, Most High is a big God. That is not true. When I go through the scripts that I just showed you, it's saying that there is no other God beside him. This is the Bible saying this. And there is no God beside me. This is the Bible saying that. So how can he say that he's never said that they separate God, that God and Jesus are different, and calling them both God, when it says there's only one God? You are the Most High over all the earth. It is telling you right there. It says, who controls the earth and the heavens? You alone over the kingdoms of the earth. You have made the heavens and the earth. So you are not telling the truth or being honest. And in Jesus' word, I want to say, where's it at? John 10:30. He confessed, I am the Father are one. Now this man said that mean in mind. Where did he go into the Greek and show you that? How would you just take the script and Jesus said, I am the Father in one, not in mind, not in mind. You are not your flesh. Your flesh is H.N.I.C. H.N.I.C. is the Most High Spirit inside of you. Your spirit is higher than your flesh. Between your flesh and your spirit, which one is the more high? Your spirit. It's simple as that. He said the Father resurrected Jesus. Well, if your spirit leaves you, H.N.I.C. falls to the ground lifeless. If who are your spirit, leaves your body, H.N.I.C., if you come back into your body, H.N.I.C. is resurrected. The Father, the Spirit, resurrected Jesus, the body. It's simple as that. Jesus is God in the flesh. And let me go here to show you that. Let me stop sharing that. And let me share this. Okay. 1 Timothy 3:16. And beyond controversy, meaning no argument about it. Great is the mystery of godliness. God was manifest in the flesh. Listen now. Exactly what I told you happened. The Bible testifies to it. God was manifest in the flesh, justified in the spirit, seen by angels, preached on to the Gentiles, believed on in the word, received up into the glory. I would like to go to Philippians 2:6 Let's start at 6. Who, being in the form of God, thought it not robbery to be equal with God, but made himself of no reputation, and took upon him the form of a servant, and was made in the likeness of man. This is the Bible telling you that the Most High came down in the likeness of man and was Jesus. Jesus was the Most High. And being found in fashion as a man, what did the Most High do? He humbled himself and became obedient unto death, even the death of the cross. Wherefore our God also highly exalted him and given him a name in which above every name. Let's go, family. What is he talking about? Okay, now, camera on, hood on. Now, let me get into the notes that I took, right? Like I explained, you are not your body. You are the spirit inside your body. The Most High is a spirit that came into the flesh as a man named Jesus. Jesus was the Most High walking around on earth in flesh. You cannot wrap your mind around that. Just as if you need to go into space and you cannot go into space, so you build a suit and you get into that suit and you go into space, and anybody who witnessed you in space will call that suit you. There is one God, but that God can separate us. If there is one water on earth, but those waters can be separated. I told you the Most High is the spirit in the flesh, and the flesh is subordinate to the spirit. So when he shows you that Jesus is subordinate to the Most High, that is absolutely true. We all are subordinate to our spirit. The flesh is not as great as the spirit. And when it says the spirit of the Father was upon, the spirit of the Most High was upon me, that spirit is the Holy Ghost, the Holy Spirit. That is not even Jesus or the Most High in that instant. It's the Holy Ghost, which he brought up the doctrine of the Trinity, which shows that the evidence that I'm bringing you is not just been caught by me, it's been caught by other people who form doctrine of the Trinity, this, that, and the other. Although I'm not defending the Trinity or debating the Trinity, it still shows that Jesus and the Most High are one, or the same. He knew Greek, right? The man spoke Greek and then can't even recognize the English within it. So when he's talking about what was this verse he went to about the logos?
I don't know why people are so comfortable being this person instead of being a responsible, mature adult. But it's your life. Live it how you want. But you're not going to get me to reduce myself to what you have been representing. I'm true Black Power, really for my people. And when people send their loved ones to look for people who are concerned about the Black situation, they definitely, I don't see anyone in this world that will look to you and say, yeah, this is Black Power. This is what our children need to learn, adopt. This is the discipline that we need to show as a people. So no. You ran twice. You tried to change the whole title of the debate. Then you rescheduled it. And you rescheduled it again. I don't care about your real life. I don't care about your job. You're in a debate league. You have that obligation. But since you can reschedule without any consequences, I have no problem with it. But don't ever get it twisted and think that you're my caliber, my cut, or my creed, because you're not. And you prove it with every interaction you have with people. Black Power, Nandi. Take care of yourself, man.
The thought of Jesus. Yes, the Most High knew from the beginning that he was going to come down as Jesus. That's what he's doing all of this for. The Most High knew from the beginning. The thought of Jesus was there. He knew he would become Jesus from the beginning. Okay, the word is not a person. The word is God. Jesus is a person, but Jesus is the word. You have to understand the literature. I seek not the will of my flesh, but my spirit. So I seek not the will of Suave, but my spirit. That's letting you know your body fights temptations. Your physical has temptations, but yet your spirit has a separate will to be obedient and stay righteous. But the flesh has another will. That's why it said God came, the Most High came down into the flesh and he was humbled. Okay, like I said, he said they were one in mind. I would like for him to show where he got that from. The right hand is not a physical position. The right hand, let me share this right here. Because that was slick. And that's crazy that you did that. Where is it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? Okay, here we go. I would like to present this to the judges. The right hand most frequently represents the ownership, power, or control that its possessor exercises. This can be seen in the story of Exodus from Egypt. God's hand describes as mighty. That is not a position. That's not a position. That is an authority. But he's misleading, and he knows that. Yes, if your spirit into your body, you come alive. If it leave, you die. If it come back, you are resurrected. That is the Father resurrecting Jesus. But you're thinking in the flesh. You do not have the mind of the Most High. You cannot think like the Most High. So when these things are happening, it's not up on you to question them, but understand the words that are coming out of Jesus' mouth when he says, I and the Father are one. Not in mind, but in existence. That's it. Jesus was the Most High, came down in the flesh. Was there something else I wanted to present? Oh, yes. Right here. When it breaks down the text, a lot of the text that he was going through, right? It says God created the heavens and the earth. God the Father, Son, and Spirit. These are not are depicted. This is depicted as the Trinity in the doctrine that they form. The argument of the Holy Spirit, I don't want to touch because a lot that go into that about it being feminine and it's supposed to be a woman and it was replaced. But I'm focusing on the fact that God the Father is God the Son. The Most High came in the flesh. Who else can come down on earth? Who else can be born with these gifts, make these demands? Who? Who else has the authority to come here, forgive sins, heal people, be with people from the beginning to the end, know all of mankind without questioning mankind? No man can do that. That is the Most High, as Jesus confessed that he and the Father are one. I would also like to, let me see, what is it at? Got a lot of things on my desk. I got a lot of stuff. Hold on. Oh, that's what it was. The Shama. Yeah. The Shama. Okay. Now the Shama, when you look it up, let me show this to my computer right quick so I can share it to you visually. Okay, here it comes. Okay. So let me share this. The Shama. Okay, Hebrew, here. The Jewish confession of faith. What is faith? Belief. Made up of 3 scriptural texts. Okay, 3 scriptural texts. Scriptural texts are pseudepigraphers. He's taking it in a false authority. You have to listen to Jesus and the testimony within the Bible. Black power time. Thank you.
All right. Anonymous Hebrew, it is on you. Whenever you're ready, you could begin your premise. Your screen is sharing, brother. Whenever you're ready.
Yo, you got my screen sharing?
Yes, sir.
Let me get all my notes ready. Hold up, man. We got it now, boy. All right, first off, let me get this clock started, man. We got 10 minutes, right, Solar?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now, first off, he want to keep telling you that Jesus and God are one. Oh, we are one, we are one, we are one. Let me show you how this works. You don't know the Bible. Exodus 23 and 20. This is what we read. Behold, I sent an angel before thee to keep thee in the way and to bring thee into a place which I have prepared. Verse 21, beware of him and obey his voice. Provoke him not, for he will not pardon your transgressions, for my name is in him. Now, what you need to understand is that this angel or this concept or this law of agency is what we are addressing when we have Yeshua. Yeshua comes in the principle or the perspective of the Messiah. Watch, and I'm going to show you this. So he kept going to the book of John, right? Kept going to the book of John. Now, if John wanted to tell you that Yeshua was the Most High God, he would have said this. But let's look what he closes his gospel out with. This is what John closes his gospel out with. It says, and many other signs truly did Jesus in the presence of his disciples, which are not written in this book. And then what does he say? But these are written that ye may believe that Jesus is the Christ, the Son of God, and that believing ye might have life through his name. That's game over already. Everything he went to in John is dead now, because John is telling you not that you need to believe in him as the Most High God, but that you need to believe in him
All right,
as
man,
the
the
Christ.
debate on y'all,
That's
man.
why I
It's
showed
over
you
with,
all
man.
those
We going
verses
to the
where
Sullivan
Christ is
debate.
telling
Shout out to
you
y'all.
that his
T-Bug
Father is
versus
greater than
Star
him.
right
Now
now,
let's
man.
start to
Go
go
over
through
there and
this
check out that
horrible
debate.
opening and
It's the boy
premise.
Swab
So he
Boss.
says Bible is a
Appreciate
religious
everybody
script
presence,
introducing.
man.
I agree.
Thank
Hence
y'all.
why you
Black
have the
power, real
Shema,
black
not
power.
the
Good night.
Shema, the Shema.